Plus 051. While the audience was thinking, the picture in the video also moved. The last frozen ocean left the ground as a whole. At first, it only carefully rose to a height of a few centimeters above the ground. They saw a long black crack between the edge of the ice and the white salt flats ahead. Air rushed in through the long cracks, filling the space that had appeared and forming a strong wind close to the ground. The lifting speed increased, and the last piece of ocean rose into the air in an instant. The rapid rise of such a huge volume created strong air disturbances on the ground. A whirlwind picked up the salt dust, forming a white dust column in the canyon. Yan Dong spat out the salt powder that flew into his mouth. The taste was not the salt he had imagined, but an indescribable bitterness, just like the reality faced by human beings. The final ocean is no longer a regular rectangular block, its bottom accurately simulates the topography of the deepest ocean in the past. Yan Dong watched the ocean rise for the last time until it became a small bright spot and merged into the huge ice circle. At this moment, what the audience in all the heavens and worlds saw was extremely clear and shocking. The icy ring above the sky seemed to merge into the universe and become the planetary ring of the Earth. About the width of the Milky Way, it crosses the sky from east to west. Unlike the rings of Uranus and Neptune, the surface of the icy ring is not vertical but parallel to the sphere of the Earth, which makes it appear as a wide light band in the air. This band of light is made up of 200,000 huge blocks of ice and surrounds the Earth. Each piece of ice can be clearly distinguished on the ground and its shape can be seen. Some of these ice cubes are rotating, while others are stationary. These 200,000 twinkling or non-twinkling points of light form a magnificent Milky Way that flows majestically across the sky of the Earth. The light and color of the ice rings vary greatly at different times of the day. How to describe its beauty and shock? Audiences from all over the world have begun to think about this question. Early morning and dusk are its most colorful times. At this time, the color of the ice ring changes from orange at the horizon to deep red, then to green and dark blue, like a cosmic rainbow. During the day, the ice ring is dazzling silver against the blue sky, like a diamond river flowing across the blue plain. The most spectacular daytime sight of the ring is a solar eclipse, the moment when the ring blocks the sun. At this time, a large amount of ice refracted the sun, and there was a spectacular fireworks display in the sky. Depending on how long the sun is blocked by the ice ring, it is divided into a cross-solar eclipse and a parallel solar eclipse. The so-called parallel solar eclipse means that the sun moves a certain distance along the ice ring, and a completely parallel solar eclipse occurs every year. On this day, the sun completes its entire journey across the sky along the ice circle from rising to setting. On this day, the ice ring looks like a silvery gunpowder belt spread across space. The lights are bright at sunrise. A bright fireball burned wildly in the sky and fell to the west. Its magnificence is difficult to express in words. As one person exclaimed, "On this day, God walked in the air." However, the most fascinating time of the ice ring is at night. It emits twice as much light as a full moon, spreading its silvery glow across the Earth. At this moment, it seemed that all the stars in the universe were lined up in a dense formation, marching solemnly in the night sky. Unlike the Milky Way, in this giant galaxy, each cuboid of stars can be clearly resolved. Half of the dense stars are shining, and 100,000 twinkling stars form surging ripples in the Milky Way, as if the wind of the universe blows through the river, turning the entire Milky Way into a spiritual whole. With a shriek, the cryogenic artist returned to the ground from space for the last time and hung on Yan Dong. A circle of flying snowflakes immediately enveloped it. "I'm done, what do you think?" it asked. Yan Dong was silent for a long time, and only said 2 words, "I give in." He was really convinced. Before this, he had stared at the ice ring for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking until he collapsed. When he was able to get up, he went outside again to look up at the ice rings. He felt that he would never see enough. Under the ice ring, he was sometimes confused and sometimes immersed in an inexplicable happiness. This is the happiness that an artist feels when he finds the ultimate beauty. He is completely conquered by this magnificent beauty and his entire soul melts into it. It's not just Yan Dong. Even the audience from all over the world were deeply impressed by this beautiful art. Apart from art, there is no other word that can describe the shock of this amazing work. Although the actions of cryogenic artists are indeed equivalent to destroying the Earth. But as the cryogenic artist says, art is the only reason for the existence of civilization. If people who pursue art see the scene, they might even die without regrets. As an artist, can you see such creation? Do you have any other requirements? The artist asked again. I really don't have any other requests. Yan Dong answered sincerely. Okay, but you see, you can't create this kind of beauty. You are too petty. Yes, I am petty. We are petty. What can we do? We all have wives and children to support. Yan Dong sat on the salt land, buried his head between his arms, immersed in sorrow. When an artist sees the beauty he can never create and feels the boundaries he can never surpass, this is his deepest sorrow. Okay, let's give this work a name, Dream Ring, okay. Yan Dong thought about it and slowly shook his head. No, it comes from the ocean, or it is the sublimation of the ocean. We never dreamed that the ocean could have such beauty. It should be called the Sea of A Dreams. The Sea of A Dreams, very good, very good. Let's call it the Sea of A Dreams. People will always remember this day. All of Earth's oceans have turned into another form of ice, accompanying the Earth. This art is also given a very beautiful name. Sea of A Dreams. 052. The audience gradually understood the cryogenic artist's pursuit of art. Anyone who sees this beautiful art may involuntarily stop and praise it. Sea of A Dreams, this is an excellent name. As Yan Dong said, these ice cubes were extracted from the Earth's oceans. It's just like people's dreams. After all, if this hadn't happened, who would have believed that the sea would turn into ice and fly up into the sky to rotate with the Earth? The audience were all amazed during the video. After seeing the art of cryogenic artists, I feel that no other ice sculptures in the world can attract me anymore. Tony Stark. From an artistic perspective, the cryogenic artist is undoubtedly a truly dedicated artist, and as a high-dimensional civilization, his understanding of art is much higher than ours. Dr. Octopus, although I feel very uncomfortable with the cryogenic artist taking ice from the Earth, I have to say that this scene is really beautiful. Xiaotou, compared to the three-body civilization, the disaster that the cryo-artist civilization brings to the Earth is milder, but also colder. Bruce Wayne, because the cryogenic artist never intended to invade and destroy Earth's civilization. He was just performing his art. Holy Hexy, his thoughts seem to be very similar to those of a saint, inaction and desirelessness, but the difference is that a saint will not interfere in anything in the lower world. Master Sun does so, the cryo-artists never thought about giving the Earth's oceans back to them, right? The Undead King. After watching this extremely amazing art, the audience from all the heavens and worlds gradually fell silent. Now think about it, what cryogenic artists have done for art, can they say that cryogenic artists are wrong? Or are the people on Earth just too unlucky? There is actually no answer to this. Because this is the normal despair of low-dimensional civilizations when facing advanced civilizations. The video has not yet ended, and at this moment Yan Dong seems to have finally broken away from this art. He did not forget his mission and solemnly asked the cryogenic artist. I want to ask, before you leave, can you restore the Sea of A Dreams to the Sea of A reality? You're kidding me, I'm going to destroy my own work. Dream on. The cold-blooded artist naturally refused, which was no different from Yan Dong's idea. Not to mention the cryogenic artist, even he himself is unwilling to destroy his own work. For artists, their works are like their own children. How could they have the heart to destroy their own children? So Yan Dong raised a compromise question. So, after you leave, can we recover on our own? Of course. Why not just send the ice back? This is not a problem for cryo artists. He was only responsible for making the work of art. How this art will eventually disappear is none of his business. He just likes this artistic atmosphere. How to send it? Yan Dong raised his head and asked. All of humanity is listening. How should I know? The cryogenic artist said flatly. Last question, as colleagues, we all know that ice and snow art is short-lived, so the Sea of A Dreams. The Sea of A Dreams is also short-lived. The filter film on the ice will age and can no longer block the blazing light. But the process of its disappearance is completely different from your ice sculptures, which are more violent and spectacular. The ice evaporates, the pressure causes the film to explode, and each piece of ice turns into a small comet. The entire ice ring will be covered with silver mist, and then the dream sea will disappear in the silver mist, and then the silver mist will also spread into space and disappear. The universe can only look forward to my next work in another distant world. The cryogenic artist happily replied that after the Sea of A Dreams disappeared, it would be a spectacular art. How long will this situation last? Yan Dong's voice trembled. The filter is broken. It took you, about 20 years. Hey, why do you always talk about things other than art? Trivial. Well, I'm leaving now, enjoy the beauty I left for you. After saying this, the ice ball rose rapidly and soon disappeared into the air. According to observations by major astronomical institutions around the world, the ice ball flew rapidly in a direction perpendicular to the ecliptic plane. When it accelerated to half the speed of light, it suddenly disappeared in the space 13 astronomical units away from the sun, as if it had drilled into an invisible hole. The means of higher dimensions were beyond their imagination, including the departure of cryogenic artists. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew how he left. It seems like he can travel between the universes at will, and he is omnipotent from high dimensions to low dimensions. Even if he leaves, the disappearance of the cryogenic artist will shock the audiences in all the worlds and make them marvel at his omnipotence. However, for the Earth, the cryogenic artist still left, leaving only a huge mess above the Earth. Perhaps for a long time, humans will be in a period of extreme water shortage, admiring the ice in the sky and wondering when they will fall. However, as the cryogenic artist said, the universe can only look forward to my next work in another world far away. 053. Although the video has not ended, the departure of the cryogenic artist has already caused a stir in the hearts of many viewers in the world. At this moment, they seem to have rediscovered the freedom of advanced civilizations in the universe. Because they are powerful, they understand the truth of the entire universe. When the exploration reaches a certain level, everything will be revealed. Cryogenic artists are those who have explored the universe to an extreme level. It can play with the materials in the world at will and make any material in the universe into the art it wants. Even if there is civilization on this planet, what does it have to do with him? The cryogenic artist's video reminded countless viewers of a story. An artist wanted to pour boiling hot iron into an ant nest, wait for the iron to solidify, and then remove the soil to create an exquisite work of art. The ant colony was shocked, and the queen ant urgently sent an ant who also loved art to communicate with the artist. The artist replied, "Don't tell me about trivial things like survival and destruction. Art is the only reason for the existence of civilization. A cryo artist is that artist." In this story, human civilization is the group of ants. The survival and destruction of lower civilizations is just a concession to the art of higher civilizations. The same is true for cryogenic artists. It only completed one work of art, and the Earth lost all its oceans. This time, the audience from all over the world deeply experienced the feeling of powerlessness when facing high-dimensional civilization from the perspective of Yandong. In the video, no matter whether they are powerful or weak, they are all Yandong. They are not the protagonists of the world, they can only helplessly watch as cryogenic artists move the Earth's oceans away time and time again. They can only communicate with low-temperature artists by being recognized as peers. But they were never on the same level. That deep feeling of powerlessness made all the audience feel bitter after experiencing it. Until the end, they could only watch helplessly as the cryogenic artist moved away the last piece of the Earth's ocean and completed his art. In the end, they could only admire. Before this, from the mirror civilization to the three-body civilization, there were a total of 4 video inventories of civilizations, but no video had ever brought such deep feelings to the audience as the inventory video of the cryogenic artist. Put yourself in the shoes of a human being, communicate with a higher dimensional civilization, and watch the development of that civilization but be powerless to stop it. Likewise, the technological means of cryogenic artists are still astonishing in the eyes of audiences from all over the world. The powerful forces of extracting molecules, transforming mass, extinguishing stars, etc. make cryogenic artists like gods. But what the audience saw more was the helplessness when facing the low-temperature artist when putting themselves in the shoes of Yandong. They can't save the Earth. It was not until the cryogenic artist left that audiences from all over the world began to understand. Why, this time, the video review will focus on a human being. The feeling brought by looking up at the higher dimensional civilization from the perspective of lower-level civilization creatures is extremely shocking. This time, they are no longer from a god's perspective, but humans who are equally trapped in despair. If the Earth where I live has a high-dimensional and unreasonable civilization like cryo-artists, what should I do? Tony Stark. Same question, right now I just feel extremely depressed and desperate, Zhang Hulan. There will be no chance to remedy this situation, because advanced civilizations will really do whatever they want when facing lower civilizations. Rick, I understand. It's like the feeling of despair when facing a saint. I've felt it in my master before. Bai Xiao, your master is actually a saint. My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor. I want to know one thing now, is it really impossible to remove the ice on Earth? Spider-Man Parker, if it were me, even without using advanced technology, it would probably take at least a year to pick the ice off piece by piece using only a fleet. As for Earth civilization, you know, this requires technological support. Holy hexi. So, is there really no other way out? Is the Earth really going to end? While the audiences in the heavens and the worlds were all thinking about this question, the video does not end with the departure of the cryogenic artist. Under that omniscient and omnipotent voice, it continued to play. After the low-temperature artist left, the drought lasted for 5 years. This is not surprising, since cryogenic artists have taken away all of Earth's oceans. At the same time, the audience also realized that they were possessed by Yandong again. The scorched yellow soil passed by the car window. It was summer. There was no green on the Earth. All the trees were dead, and cracks covered the Earth like black spider webs. Yellow sand blown up by the dry and hot wind covers everything from time to time. Several times, Yandong was sure that he saw the bodies of people who died of thirst, but these bodies looked like dry branches that had fallen from nearby dead trees, which was not scary. This harsh, arid world contrasts starkly with the silvery dream sea in the sky. There are almost no cars on the streets of the capital. The rare car also received an air cooling conversion. Conventional water-cooled cars are strictly prohibited. Fortunately, the World Crisis Group branch sent a car to pick him up, otherwise he would never have reached the Crisis Group office building. Along the way, he saw that the streets were covered with yellow sand brought by the sandstorm, and there were very few pedestrians. It is very dangerous for people who lack water to walk in this dry and hot wind. The world is like a fish out of water. It's dying. 054. After arriving at the Crisis Organization's office building, Yandong first reported to the head of the organization. The person in charge took him to a large office and told him that this was the organization he would be working for. Yandong looked at the office door. Unlike other offices, there was no sign on the door. The person in charge said, "This is a secret organization. All work here is kept strictly confidential to avoid social unrest. The name of this organization is the Monuments Department." Audiences from all over the world heard this name. Coincidentally, they were all new to the department. Walking into the office, Yandong found that the people here were a little strange. Some have long hair, some have no hair, some look too neat for hard times, some wear only shorts, some look melancholy, some look excited. The audience quickly understands that these people were called artists before the Earth dried up. There are many strange models on the long table in the middle. Can't tell what they are used for. Welcome, Mr. Ice Sculptor. After listening to the introduction of the person in charge, the Minister of the Monument Department extended his hand to Yandong enthusiastically. "You finally have the opportunity to give full play to the inspiration you got from aliens. Of course, we can't use ice as the material this time. What we want to create is a work that needs to be preserved forever. What are you doing?" Yandong asked in confusion. The minister looked at the person in charge and Yandong and said, "Don't you know? We are going to build a monument to humanity." Yandong seemed even more at a loss. "It's a human tombstone," said an artist nearby, referring to the man with long hair, ragged clothes, and a decadent appearance. He was drunk with a bottle of Urquatu in one hand. This stuff is left over from the sea and is now much cheaper than water. Yan Dong looked around and said, but, we are not dead yet. It's too late to die now, the official said. We should prepare for the worst, and now is the time to think about it. The priest nodded and said, this is the last and greatest artistic creation of mankind. As an artist, what could be more joyful than participating in this creation? This is all FG redundant. The long-haired artist waved a bottle and said, tombstones are built for future generations. If there are no future generations, why would we need to erect a bird tombstone? Pay attention to the name, this is a monument. The minister became more serious, smiled and said to Yan Dong, although he said so, his idea is still good. He suggested that people all over the world take out a tooth, and use these teeth to build a huge monument. Each tooth is engraved with a word, enough to engrave the most detailed history of human civilization. He pointed to a model that looked like a white pyramid. This is a blasphemy against humanity, shouted another bald artist. The value of a human being lies in his brain, but he wants to commemorate it with his teeth. The long-haired artist shook the bottle again and took a sip. Teeth are easy to preserve. After seeing this, the audience from all over the world finally understood. After 5 consecutive years of drought, the earth has stopped raining and producing water, leaving humans close to despair. They even prepared a tombstone for it. Most people on earth seem to have given up. But most people are still alive. Yan Dong repeated seriously. But how much longer can we live, said the long-haired artist, and once he got to the subject, his speech became sharp again. It has not rained, the rivers have dried up, the agricultural harvest has been completely lost for 3 years, 90% of the industry has stopped production, how long can the remaining food and water last? This bunch of rubbish, the bald artist pointed at the person in charge and said, I've been busy for 5 years. So far, I haven't been able to get a piece of ice from the sky. The official just laughed at the bald artist's criticism, it's not that simple. With the current technology available to humans, it is not difficult to land a piece of ice from orbit, or even 100 or even 1,000 pieces of ice, but landing all 200,000 pieces of ice orbiting the Earth in space is another matter entirely. If we use traditional means and rocket engines to slow down the ice and return it to the atmosphere, we need to manufacture a large number of reusable superpowered engines and send them into space. This is a huge technical project. According to the current technological level and resource reserves of mankind, there are many insurmountable obstacles. For example, if we want to save the Earth's ecosystem from now on, first of all, it needs to land half of the ice in 4 years, so it needs an average of 25,000 pieces of ice per year. In a year with the sea, the weight of rocket fuel exceeds the gasoline consumed by humans. But this is not gasoline. It is liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, nitrogen tetroxide, and asymmetric dimethylhydrazine. The energy and resources consumed to make them are hundreds of times that of gasoline. This alone makes the whole plan impossible. The long-haired artist nodded, so it's not far from extinction. After hearing this, audiences around the world seem to understand the despair of the Earth at this moment. This is the artist's art after the impact of the Earth's low temperature. A civilization with severe water shortage makes it impossible for it to survive. The end of the world, disasters, these things are piled on all mankind, bringing them a heavy burden. At this time, Yan Dong suddenly said. That's why I'm here. Everyone put down their work and looked at Yan Dong. No matter what you ask me to do, I am here for my own purpose. He pointed to his big bag and said, please take me to the marine recycling department. Yan Dong successfully persuaded the group of artists and asked the person in charge to take him to the marine recycling department. The Ocean Recovery Department, as the name suggests, is a department that strives to study how to take the ocean down from the sky for the survival environment of all mankind. The atmosphere here is completely different from that in the Monument Department. Everyone is working hard in front of their computers. There is a water dispenser in the middle of the office where people can get water at will. This is simply the treatment of a king. But when you think about the fact that all the hopes of mankind are concentrated in these people, it is not surprising. After meeting the chief engineer of the Ocean Recycling Department, Yan Dong said to him, I have brought a plan to recycle ice. 055. The ocean recycling plan proposed by Yan Dong is a very thoughtful one. He proposed that as long as a parabolic reflector with a diameter of about 20 meters is used in the universe, a light spot with a temperature of over 3000 degrees Celsius can be obtained at the other end of the light guide, thereby pushing the ice back to the Earth through the steam generated by the ice. In fact, the Marine Recycling Department had already thought of this solution and they had already optimized it. During these 5 years, the Marine Recycling Department has perfected the technology and produced the necessary equipment. The reason they have not implemented it yet is that during the high-temperature dissociation process, the ocean will lose up to 18% of its water. In fact, the best way is to use a nuclear fusion engine, but humans cannot currently achieve controllable nuclear fusion on the ground. So, after a long hesitation, the Earth is finally ready. All of humanity will fight to the death for survival. A month later, humanity's project to recycle the ocean began. In just 1 week, 800 large launch vehicles were launched from major launch bases around the world, sending 50,000 tons of payload into Earth orbit. Then, from launch sites in North America, 20 space shuttles carried 300 astronauts into space. Due to frequent launches along the same route, each base formed a persistent rocket trail. From orbit, it appears that several spider webs have been pulled into space from different continents. These launches increased the scale of human activity in space by an order of magnitude, but using technology that was still in the early 20th century, they made people realize what could be achieved if the world worked together to do one thing. 3 astronauts landed on the ice. Only then could they feel how amazing the huge ice block was. The 3 of them seemed to have landed on a small crystal planet. In the strong sunlight of space, the icy ground beneath their feet seemed unfathomable. In the black sky, there are countless such crystal planets floating far and near, some of which are still rotating. The ice, which may or may not be spinning around, reflects and refracts the sun. On the ice where the 3 astronauts stood, they constantly changed dazzling light and shadow. It's like 3 little ants watching a crystal skyscraper collapse again and again. After that, the operation begins. An astronaut starts the drilling vehicle. The drill's head turned. Flakes of ice flew outward in cones, sparkling in the sunlight. The drilling vehicle broke through the invisible filter on the ice surface and drilled into the ice like a screw, leaving a circular drill hole. As the drill hole penetrates deeper into the ice, a white line becomes faintly visible in the ice. The drilling vehicle bored 4 holes into the ice, all of which intersected at a single point deep within the ice. Next, the astronauts inserted 3 light pipes into 3 of the boreholes and then inserted a jet tube into a 4th borehole with a larger diameter. The nozzle of the spray pipe is pointed in the direction of the ice. The astronauts then used a thin tube to fill the space between the light tube, the jet tube, and the whole wall with a fast-setting liquid to create a good seal. Finally, they opened the parabolic mirror. The astronauts adjusted the protruding end of the light pipe so that the light receiving end coincided with the focal point of the mirror. At the intersection of 3 drill holes deep in the ice, a bright spot appeared. It is like a small sun, illuminating the mysterious miracles in the great ice sheet. Silverfish and seaweed dancing with the waves. All of these are kept in realistic poses when frozen in time, and even the strings of small bubbles coming out of the fish's mouth are clearly visible. In another ice block being recycled more than 100 kilometers away, sunlight introduced into the deep ice layer by a light pipe casts a huge black shadow. It is a blue whale more than 20 meters long. This is the ocean of mankind's past. Steam soon obscured the bright spots deep in the ice. Scattered by the steam, they turned into a white ball of light. As the volume of melted ice increases, the photosphere gradually expands. When the pressure reaches a predetermined value, the cover plate on the injection pipe nozzle is washed away and turbulent steam is rapidly injected. Because there is no resistance, it spreads out into the distance in a sharp cone and finally disappears in the sunlight. Another part of the steam entered the shadow of another ice block and condensed into ice crystals, like a large group of fireflies sparkling in the shadow. The deceleration propulsion system on the first 100 ice blocks is activated. Because of the ice's enormous mass, the thrust generated by the systems is relatively small, so they would have to operate for at least 15 days or more than a month to slow the ice down to a speed where it would fall into the atmosphere. Before falling, the astronauts will land on the ice again to retrieve the light guide and mirror. To land 200,000 pieces of ice, these equipment should be reused as much as possible. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the perspective of the audience from all over the world finally returned to the Earth. They returned to Yandong, and as a spectator, they observed all of this. The ocean floor plains of the past were all white, reflecting the strong sunlight. The weather is terribly hot. The ground temperature is close to 50 degrees Celsius. The hot wind blew up salt dust, which made people's faces hurt. There is a 100,000 ton tanker in the distance. The huge hull stood tilted on the ground, and the propellers and rudders several stories high below were covered with salt. Looking further away, the endless white mountains are underwater mountains that humans have never seen before. At this time, the audience only heard a burst of cheers. They all looked in the direction that everyone was pointing. So, the audience saw it. There was a bright red spot on the silvery ring of ice in the sky. The bright spot floated out from the ice ring and expanded into a fireball. There was a white trail behind the fireball. The vapor trails are longer and thicker, and the color is thicker and whiter. Soon, the fireball split into dozens of pieces, and each piece continued to split. Each piece has a long white tail. The white trail covered half of the sky. It looks like a white Christmas tree. There is a lamp on each branch. More ice meteors appeared, and supersonic booms reached the ground like rolling spring thunder. The old steam trails in the sky are gradually disappearing, while new ones continue to appear, so that the sky is covered with a huge and complex white network. Now, trillions of tons of water are returning to Earth. Most ice meteors break up and evaporate in the air, but a large piece of broken ice falls directly to the ground, about 40 kilometers away from where people live. There was a huge shaking sound on the submarine plane, and a tall white mushroom cloud rose between the mountains in the distance. This large amount of water vapor emits dazzling white light under the sun and gradually spreads with the wind, becoming the first cloud in the sky. Later, the clouds increased and for the first time blocked the Earth's scorching sun, covering the entire sky and making people feel cool. Later, the clouds became dark and thick, shining red. I don't know if it was the light of lightning or a falling ice meteor. A drop of rain hit Yandong's face, as if hitting the hearts of all the audience in the heavens and the world. The long-lost feeling of cold seemed to excite everyone present. It's raining. This was a rare storm, even when there was sea. Yandong and others were hurrying in the rain. They felt their souls melting in the rain. But then everyone had to hide in cars or helicopters because people would suffocate in such an incredible rain. The rain didn't stop until dusk. There are many puddles on the seabed plains, shining golden light from the clouds at sunset, like the eyes of the earth just opened. Yandong followed the crowd, stepped on the thick salt slurry, and ran towards the nearest puddle. He picked up a handful of water, sprinkled the saturated salt water on his face, let it flow with his tears, and said with a sob, "Oh see, RC." The video ends here, and the curtain falls. After watching the entire video, the feeling brought to people in all the worlds is no longer shock at the technological strength of a civilization. This is a shock that cannot be described in words. When they saw the emergence of cryogenic artists and their amazing skills and abilities beyond human imagination, they were also shocked. But they can also feel the misery of the earth. When facing the manipulation of cryogenic artists, all mankind is so powerless. It is not difficult to see that this may be because this time, the audience's perspective shifted to the human being Yandong. Yandong has no power. His only power is art, but this power is useless when facing the cryogenic artist. Cryogenic artists brought art but also destroyed civilization. And they finally understood why this time, the inventory video of the cryogenic artist fell on a human named Yandong and was viewed from their perspective. Because he is Yandong, he is Yandong. Yandong, severe winter. There is a severe winter in Yandong's heart. Yandong is obsessed with ice and snow, and is infatuated with it. The severe winter wrapped in ice and snow is like a dream. But this severe winter is only and can only be a severe winter for mankind. The cryogenic artist from the dark matter cloud also loves the harsh winter. But in this severe winter, the temperature is close to absolute zero, which is minus 273 degrees Celsius. The cryogenic artist took away all the seas on Earth and created the Sea of A Dreams. The sea became a river of ice surrounding the Earth. It's so beautiful, like God jumping through the air. However, humans, including artists, have lost almost all of the water on Earth. Humanity will perish. Artist Yandong returns to his original profession and becomes one of the thousands of engineers working to save the Earth. Other artists stopped talking about art and no one talked about art anymore. The only monument to mankind involving art was denounced by a long-haired artist as there are no descendants. Why erect a bird monument? All people care about is water and survival. Fortunately, humanity still has a glimmer of hope. When I see scientific researchers working hard on researching the ocean of space, the fate of countless human beings is bound to these scientific researchers. When people all over the world are waiting for the ice in the sky to turn into rain and return to the world. At this moment, all the audiences from all over the world were moved. In the videos of cryogenic artists, they saw the indifference and ruthlessness of advanced civilizations. But they can also see the cohesion of lower civilizations in it. Regardless of whether these humans were once common enemies. But when facing a crisis for all mankind, they united together and demonstrated a cohesive force that no one could ignore. Perhaps when facing cryogenic artists, humans are weak. But they never give up. At the end of the video, viewers can see Yandong standing on the frozen river surface in winter. Thanks to the efforts of engineers like Yandong, humans finally recovered 82% of the ocean. However, the Earth re-entered the Ice Age. On the bank of the Songhua River, Yandong gathered with ice and snow artists again and thought of the words of the low-temperature artist. So they talked about art. Art is the only reason for the existence of civilization. With the development of civilization, art flourishes if civilization is in danger. Art will die first when civilization escapes danger. Art will be reborn in that omniscient voice. The video finally ended. Perhaps many years later, the video inventory has ended. And when the audiences from all over the world look back on the past, they will remember this moment forever. Inventory of science fiction civilizations in the universe, the top 10 most perverted science fiction civilizations. 6. Artists of cryogenic sculptures, cryogenic artist civilization. Over. 056. As the video came to an end, all the audiences from all over the world withdrew from this world of discussion about civilization and art. As the sixth civilization in the universe, cryogenic artists demonstrated to the audience the level of technology that they should have. Whether it is molecular extraction or molecular conversion, these are technological levels that the audiences in all the heavens and worlds cannot understand. From an artistic point of view, the sixth position of cryogenic artist is absolutely well deserved. At this point, the top 6 to 10 in the universe have finally been counted. They are respectively 10 Three-Body Civilization 9. Singer Civilization 8. Marginal World Civilization 7. Mirror Civilization 6. Low-Temperature Artist Civilization. The emergence of one powerful civilization after another constantly refreshes the audience's shocking perception. This even makes the audience look forward to the top 5 civilizations even more. If the top 6 are already so terrifying, how much more terrifying are the top 5? The heavens and myriad worlds are indeed filled with all kinds of powerful and mysterious beings. Emperor Shishin. If it weren't for the video review of the universe, I would have naively thought that the way of martial arts was the pinnacle of the world. Alas, in front of these advanced civilizations, am I not just an ant? Zhang Sanfan. The Sophon engineering that blocks civilization's cognition, the two-dimensional foil that can squeeze dimensions, the immortal inorganic creatures and their black hole dimensionality reduction technology, the mirror civilizations playing sun, and the molecular conversion of the cryogenic artists, these are truly more powerful than the last. Bruce Wayne. I'm afraid the only two worlds that can be compared with these technological civilizations are the primitive and fantasy worlds, right? Zhang Holan. Ha 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 ha, don't forget, there is also a mythology ranking list above it. That is the most powerful world ranking recognized by all the heavens and worlds today. The first emperor as the last barrage appeared, the audience fell silent. They can discuss the strengths and weaknesses of other civilizations or worlds, but only the mythology rankings are recognized as powerful. That's right. Nowadays, even though there are many rankings, people on both sides of the fantasy world are discussing who is stronger and who is weaker every day, and they also occasionally mock the audience on the technological side of the world. But there is only one list that no one dares to compare. That's the myth list. There were also 10 people on the myth list, but the audience didn't even dare to mention the names of those 10 people. I dare not speak loudly, for fear of disturbing the gods in heaven. Each of the 10 people on the mythology ranking list seems to have mastered the power of cause and effect. They are like true immortals in the world, immortal forever. And these 10 people have never appeared in the live broadcast room to chat. It seems that in their eyes, the chats in the live broadcast channel are just like children's quarrels. Therefore, no matter whether it is primitive or fantasy, no one will compare it with the mythology list. At this time, the omniscient and omnipotent voice from the universe network of all heavens also sounded. Countdown of the top 10 most perverted science fiction civilizations in the universe, the top 6 to 10 have been counted, and the top 5 will begin counting in 5 days. The audiences from all over the world are not unfamiliar with this voice. In fact, viewers who have watched the previous review of the heavens all have some understanding of this. This is the case every time, for any video inventory in the world. After counting the top 6 to 10, the universe network would take a 5-day break. These 5 days are meant to provide a buffer for the audience, allowing them to digest the shock of these 5 videos as much as possible. At the same time, we are also preparing to rank in the top 5 of the list. The audience knew it all. There seems to be a watershed between the 5th and 6th place. The last 5 videos and the first 5 videos cannot be said to be in the same league at all. The power of the top 5 is beyond everyone's imagination, because it means that the top 5 are already standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Their strength is more rigorous and reasonable, and truly impeccable. At this moment, the audience's hearts were also filled with curiosity. Even an extremely powerful being like the cryo artist is already ranked 6th, so what kind of amazing beings will be in the top 5? Energy conversion? High-dimensional technology? Well, my impoverished brain can't imagine their power at all. I can't wait to start watching the video. The cryogenic artist is indeed powerful. I wonder if the father of a certain son is afraid. Hong Wang Daipen. What a joke. Would I be afraid? I have my son Wang Teng. With his talent, he is not afraid of a mere cryogenic artist. My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor. I just don't know what kind of high-level civilization it would be to be on the top 5 list. Holy Hexir Intelligent Engineering Robot Civilization will definitely have a place in the top 5. Intelligent Engineering Robot Civilization. I find this list more and more interesting, so why not add me to the top 5? Li Bai Wenming. To me, your civilizations are like ants in dust. Lan, if it's not for the universe, it will be meaningless. -0 Civilization. Everything will be for the order of the universe. Cosmic Troublemaker Civilization. Haha, I see this bunch of useless scum talking about how powerful they are again. Super God Universe, Demon Nebula. Morgana sat in her special seat, watching coldly the bragging conference attended by people from all over the world. She admitted that even from her own perspective, these civilizations were still quite powerful. But facing their own demonic civilization, they are useless. Empty the Earth's oceans? She could do it by simply sending out her demon fleet. The power to destroy stars? Morgana has destroyed countless planets. Morgana looked disdainful until another comment appeared on the barrage. The first must be our Galactic Empire civilization, the great emperor is immortal. The arrogant speech of an ant. Morgana had seen the comment about the Galactic Empire long before. At first, she didn't care. There were so many powerful civilizations in the universe. How could a Galactic Empire that she had never heard of dare to keep shouting? But from time to time, residents of this civilization would come out and say that their civilization was number 1, which even made Morgana feel annoyed. No, it's not just Morgana, but many people in the universe are unhappy. So, this time, after this barrage of messages from the Galactic Empire was sent out, a lot of people are criticizing. Among them, Morgana struck hard. Galactic Empire? How dare a rubbish civilization that I've never heard of dare to shout in front of me? Morgana from the demonic civilization. 057. As Morgana sent out this barrage of comments, almost all the audience present were confused. What kind of civilization is this demonic civilization? It looks very powerful. At least the other party jumped out directly in front of countless users of the All-Union Network and called out the Galactic Empire. Even if this demonic civilization is not ranked in the top 10, its strength may be stronger than most of the audience present. After sending this barrage, Morgana seemed unsatisfied and typed another line of words and sent it. A shabby civilization whose name I haven't even heard of, doesn't even dream of being number 1 on the world list. I don't care whether your Galactic Empire is qualified to rank first. I can just blow up your planet. We, the demon civilization, also have the technology to destroy planets. After sending this barrage, Morgana finally calmed down and looked at the barrage she sent with satisfaction. Is Morgana stupid? Of course she is not stupid. She knew that her demon galaxy could not even rank in the top 10, let alone her. Even Keisha's BCH angel civilization could not make it in. But she still chose to call for help on the internet of all heavens and worlds. There are many reasons. On the one hand, Morgana knows that the civilization of her own world is quite powerful, at least compared with other low-tech civilizations, the technological strength of the Demon Nebula is strong enough to dominate other worlds. The other side is much simpler. There is no cost for talking big on the internet. As a channel that only provides chatting and publishing chart videos, the only function of the All Heavens and All Worlds network is to allow people from other worlds to communicate through a platform. So that these audiences can clearly understand that there is another world outside of their world. But they just knew it. Even though people know that there is another world outside this world, they still cannot transcend the world and leave the secondary world to enter another world. Dimensions cannot be crossed, which is why Morgana talks so casually. Not to mention that she didn't believe that the Galactic Empire, which she had never heard of, could be ranked first on the list. Even if the Galactic Empire is really qualified to be ranked first, so what? Can they cross dimensions and reach her world? That's impossible. So from the very beginning, Morgana had no intention of apologizing. She has been like this for a long time, why should she indulge others? Unlike Morgana's arrogance, at the same time, the atmosphere in the entire Galactic Empire was extremely cold. In the vast and boundless central galaxy of the universe, above millions of planets, here live trillions of inhabitants of the Galactic Empire. Seeing that someone on the All Heavens and All Worlds network dared to mock their Galactic Empire for being useless, the residents of the Galactic Empire were furious. People outside simply cannot understand how powerful the Galactic Empire is. Damn outsiders, they have no idea how powerful the Empire is. If the Empire wants, these civilizations are like ants. It's ridiculous that this civilization still claims to be powerful. In the eyes of the Empire, they are just like the barbarian civilization in the pastoral period. Every resident of the Galactic Empire always maintains awe and pride in the Galactic Empire in their hearts. They revere the Emperor and everything in the Galactic Empire. No civilization in the vast universe can transcend the laws of the Empire, even the most powerful technological civilization ever. In the minds of the people of the Galactic Empire, even though the Zushan network has counted so many videos of technological civilizations, this group of civilizations cannot be compared with the Galactic Empire at all. They are no longer on the same level. In the eyes of the Imperial people, the two-dimensional foil of the Singer civilization is a toy that everyone can own. The technology of stellar performance and supernova explosion has been outdated for a long time. Every Imperial can easily use the interior of a black hole as a storage space. This is a level of civilization that other civilizations dare not even imagine. In the eyes of the Imperials, other civilizations cannot be compared with the Galactic Empire. The strength of the Galactic Empire lies in the technology it possesses, which is a technology that cannot be replicated. Even the technology currently mastered by the civilians of the Galactic Empire is already the most advanced technology found in the entire universe. In the minds of the Galactic Empire, the so-called demonic civilization has been blacklisted by the Empire. In the eyes of the Empire, the demon civilization is simply a lowly and dirty existence. Song Pei lives in a dirty place. The Galactic Empire has regarded all those demon civilizations as ants bright. In this universe, there is only one advanced civilization, and that is the Galactic Empire. Haha. What kind of demonic civilization dares to mock our Galactic Empire? How dare you call yourself a civilization with such rubbish and put on airs in front of us? You are worse than ants. A chorus of curses filled the entire universe network, and countless residents of the Galactic Empire were full of contempt for the demonic civilization. The demon civilization in the super god universe is naturally even more unwilling to watch other civilizations wantonly abuse their own civilization. In the super god universe, demons are known for being lawless, and they only respect one person. That is their queen Morgana. As a result, this group of lawless demons began to insult and curse with foul language. Galactic Empire? What kind of shit is in your brain? How dare you use the word galactic as the name of your empire? Ha 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 ha, stupid residents of the empire are just as stupid as your empire. How can lowly ants call a more noble civilization ants? I really don't know what your impoverished brains imagine. When it comes to cursing, these demons are not afraid at all. It didn't take long for the residents of the Galactic Empire to become furious. Morgana cheered and laughed as she watched her demons scolding so happily. Ha 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 ha. Great scolding. I didn't raise you idiots in vain. At this moment, even other viewers in the universe were aware of the unpleasantness between the two civilizations. This is an epic war of words between two civilizations. Many viewers watched it with great interest. Especially those who are interested in fantasy and primitive times. They all realized that it was simply a civil war on the technological side. How could they not take a good look at such a good thing? At this time, an extremely eye-catching barge suddenly appeared in the network of all heavens and worlds. That's enough, Morgana. Put away your contemptuous attitude. Holy Keisha. Morgana also saw this eye-catching comment, and her expression suddenly turned cold. Because the person who sent this barge was the one Morgana hated the most. Holy Keisha. That BCH actually thought of stopping me. I just said a few words on the Zushan website. Why can Keisha control me? When Morgana thought of this, she seemed to recall the grievance of being beaten by Keisha. She had never listened to Keisha before, and this time, it was even more impossible for her to listen to Keisha. Why do you want me to stop? As the King of Angels, do you believe the nonsense of the so-called Galactic Empire? Number 1 on the list? Ha 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 ha. This is really making me laugh to death. Morgana, the Queen of Demonic Civilization. Whether it's true or not, the Myriad Worlds Network is not a place for you to run wild. Stop now and you won't lose anything. Holy Keisha. No way. Where is that pretentious Keisha? Are you still the Keisha I know? Are you scared? Ha 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 ha, you are actually scared of an unknown civilization. Morgana, the Queen of the Demon Civilization. After seeing this, the audience from all over the world finally understood a little. This person named Morgana knows the person called Holy Keisha. From the looks of it, the two people might be some kind of enemies. I am not afraid of this civilization, but I believe there is always someone better. Holy Keisha. What a joke. I only believe that I can conquer nature. Morgana, the Queen of Demon Civilization. You have crossed the line, Morgana. I have sent angel troops to capture you. If you resist, I will come personally and take you back to the angel civilization. Holy Keisha haha, BCH, I just cursed a civilization and you're so hostile. Let's not talk about whether this civilization is pretending or not. Even if it's not, what does it matter if I cursed it? The dimensional channel cannot be opened. I dare to curse people. Morgana, the queen of the demon civilization. Morgana sent out another barrage of comments, and this one was even more irritating. Even the monks on the prehistoric side seemed to be scolded by Morgana. Afterwards, Morgana seemed to feel unsatisfied and sent another barrage on the Zushan Wanjin network. It would be even better if the dimensional channel is opened. I will let this Galactic Empire know what will happen if I anger my demon civilization. Queen Mo Morgana's arrogant words continued to circulate throughout the entire network of the universe, and her words even shocked countless audiences present. For a moment, many viewers couldn't help but wonder how powerful this so-called demon civilization was and how they had such amazing confidence. Could it be that this demonic civilization is a technological civilization that can be ranked in the top 5? However, Morgana's words also made countless audience members present react. Until now, the dimensional channel cannot be crossed. No matter what world it is, it cannot cross the world channel to reach another world. So, Morgana really said something right. The dimensional channel cannot be opened, so even if you are a saint, what can you not scold? Could it be possible that a saint could crawl over to me along the network cable? Just when the audience from all over the world had this thought at the same time, the appearance of a barrage of comments caused a brief silence among those watching this war of insults between civilizations. What if we could cross the dimensional channel? Military commander of the Galactic Empire. As this barrage appeared, the audience who were still at the scene, no matter who they were like a duck with its throat strangled, unable to make a sound. This name is very familiar, and many people have even seen this man called the military commander of the Galactic Empire. This name had appeared in the universe network long before. But at that time, people didn't pay much attention to his existence. This time, because of Morgana's angry abuse, the Galactic Empire completely entered the audience's sight for the first time. Only then did the audience realize that there was such a technological civilization in the universe. However, no one knows the technological capabilities of the Galactic Empire. Because the Galactic Empire does not appear on the list. Perhaps the might of the Galactic Empire will indeed appear in the top 5, but at least for now, there is no any audience believes how powerful the Galactic Empire is. And crossing the dimensional channel? Don't even think about it. After a brief silence, Morgana jumped out again and sent an extremely harsh and sarcastic barrage. Hey? Crossing the dimensional channel? You guys really dream too much. You think your dreams will come true just by talking in your sleep, right? Why do you think you can do something that even Shengren can't do? Can you do it? Just because you are the Galactic Empire? Don't be ridiculous. In my eyes, your Galactic Empire is just like a child playing house, which is really funny. Morgana, the queen of demonic civilization, based on what you just said, can I conclude that the demon civilization is declaring a space military war with the Galactic Empire? The Galactic Empire's military commander? Oh? Hey? What annoying ants, think whatever you want, you cowardly bugs. 10 Demon Civilization Queen Yanguna. After sending this barrage, Morgana directly closed the barrage on the Zushan Wanjin network, simply out of sight and out of mind. As for whether the so-called Galactic Empire can really cross the dimensional channel? Ha, who would believe this nonsense? At the same time, across countless dimensions of the distant universe. In the Galactic Empire. In a universe as vast as the ocean, there are millions of stars all around, and each star is about the same size as the sun known to humans on Earth. The heat is even enough to completely melt the entire universe. And above that sea of a stars, a woman with long silver white hair was standing on the surface of a star. The temperature of the stars could no longer affect her frosted face. Her expression was terrifyingly cold. She was clearly in the universe and there was no wind at all. But her long silver white hair still fluttered with the energy of the universe. A pair of eyes as bright as stars are like a star exploding. Her rage caused millions of stars around her to tremble. Suddenly, the huge star under her feet shattered and turned into nothingness in an instant. And the billions of stars and millions of planets behind her disappeared the moment she got angry. The entire universe turned into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Long silver hair, cold face, noble body, and powerful strength. If someone from the Galactic Empire saw her, they would immediately recognize her identity. Roche, the chief military commander of the Galactic Empire, is known as the Galactic Valkyrie. Rumor has it that she was made from the stars in the universe, and any of her emotions can affect the matter in the universe, from billions of stars to cosmic dust. Her long silver white hair fluttered in the air, and her star-like eyes were free of any emotion. There was only endless darkness in her eyes. Above Luo Xi's palm, a black hole constructed by dark energy was slowly rotating. As the black hole slowly rotated, countless black energies continued to pour out of it, and outside the black hole they began to condense continuously, eventually forming 10 tiny energy rays. When these rays of light are combined together, they become countless dark energies. Dark energy formed black holes and reshaped the universe. Black holes continuously emerge from the darkness, swallowing up the universe around them. The black hole's rotation is getting faster and faster. Finally, the black hole's rotation reached its extreme. The black hole suddenly exploded. A huge shock wave swept across the entire universe. Whether it is stars, the sun, or the universe, they are constantly annihilated under the shock wave. Under the shock wave, the silver-haired woman seemed not to feel the shock wave and was still suspended in the air. Around the silver-haired woman, the sun was pitch black. There is no light. There is no matter, no energy. All that was left was an annihilated universe and nothingness. After doing all this, Luo Xi's eyes once again returned to the star-like eyes they once were. If anyone in the universe network saw this scene, they would be so shocked that they would be speechless. And this was just a casual action that Luo Xi made just now to vent his emotions. In a moment of anger, the universe was annihilated. This is a power that no one in the universe can even imagine. To insult the Galactic Empire is to insult the Emperor. Luo Xi's voice was like an icy cold current, carrying a bone-chilling meaning. Not long after, a stream of white light particles slowly gathered into a female figure, appearing in front of Luo Xi. Luo Xi knew her. She was the intelligent AI Liulai of the Galactic Empire. She was invisible and soulless, but had her own thoughts. At the same time, in the Empire, nothing can escape Liulai's surveillance. She knew that the fact that she blew up the universe was bound to escape Liulai's observation. Luo Xi, you have destroyed this independent universe again. The Emperor placed you here so that you can manage this universe. For the future plan to retake the heavens, this galaxy is necessary. Luo Xi ignored Liulai, she only listened to the Emperor's words. The Emperor once told her that if she wanted, it didn't matter how many stars or galaxies she blew up. Liulai knew Luo Xi's character well, and since she couldn't persuade him, she stopped talking. And she also knew the reason why Luo Xi was angry. In fact, as an intelligent AI that can monitor the thoughts of the people of the entire empire and has mastered the technology of millions of galaxies civilizations, how could it not know the existence of the network of all heavens and worlds? Even when she saw the arrogant words of other civilizations in the network of all heavens and worlds insulting the Galactic Empire, she was very angry. Not to mention Luo Xi. For Roxy, the Galactic Empire is the symbol of the Emperor, and the Emperor is everything to her. Roche has existed for the Emperor since his birth in the universe. She is the Valkyrie of the Galactic Empire, symbolizing the military strength of the Galactic Empire. Therefore, she would never allow anyone to insult the Galactic Empire. Liulai knew about this matter, so she took the initiative to speak. I came to you to bring you good news. The construction of the dimensional channel has been completed. As long as the coordinates are clear, you can transfer to another world through the dimensional channel at any time. Liulai took the initiative to remind Luo Xi, and Luo Xi's starry eyes lit up slightly, as if she understood something. As an intelligent AI, Liulai has the ability to communicate with the Emperor. Even Luo Xi does not have such treatment. She is in an independent universe, outside the universe of the Galactic Empire. If she wants to contact the Emperor, she must go through Liulai. Therefore, Liulai's arrival was completely for another purpose. Galactic Empire Military Commander Rashi asks for instructions from the Emperor. I am willing to fight for the expansion of the Galactic Empire and for the honor of the Galactic Empire. Ask the Emperor to issue war orders for Rashi. As Luo Xi finished speaking, Liulai's eyes became empty. Her voice sounded mechanically. Galactic Empire Military Commander Rashi, your message has been sent, the Emperor will handle it as soon as possible. Then, Liulai stood in the universe, raised her head, and her whole body sparkled with bright light like stars. Accompanied by the silence between the empty universe. After a long time, an eternal breath seemed to descend upon this universe. This breath is vast, boundless, magnificent, and spectacular. Like a supreme ruler. It seems to be looking down on all living things. It seems to be looking down on all life. That kind of majestic momentum, that kind of supreme invincibility, that kind of pressure that looks down on the world and all living beings, that is a kind of supreme and overwhelming spirit that looks down on all living beings. If anyone were to sense that breath, they would probably be deeply shocked by it. Their hearts would be filled with awe, fear, submission, worship, fanaticism, and other emotions. The arrival of this pressure made Luo Xi both surprised and happy. That was the breath she was most familiar with and the existence she admired the most. Finally, a towering silver-white palace seemed to appear above that breath. A golden sphere is suspended above the palace. The sphere emits a dazzling light. And in the very center of the light was a figure standing on the throne. The figure was wearing a white robe, standing tall and straight, with long hair draped over his shoulders. Although he didn't open his eyes, he exuded a suffocating pressure. This figure. His hands were clasped behind his back. His feet were outside the palace. His whole body. It exudes an unparalleled aura of dominance, sharpness, and nobility. He is the Emperor. The Emperor did not make any unnecessary movements, only the illusory figure waved his hand. In an instant, it seemed as if thousands of stars were moving in this empty universe. The galaxy that was destroyed by Roche was revived again as if it had just begun to live. Then, in that universe, a dimensional door opened. It only makes people feel a terrifying aura emanating from the void, which makes people feel an urge to worship. After doing all this, the figure did not open his eyes, but just left behind a minister. Quasi. This word seems to penetrate the universe and step on all the stars in the world. It's terrifying. Mythical world, follow the camp. This is a small world created by gods, between a number of Taoist temples. And in this dojo, there was only an old man riding a green bull. The old man had his eyes slightly closed, sitting cross-legged on the green ox, with a furnace in front of him. The fire in the furnace continued to burn, and the old man seemed to be doing some kind of meditation. Suddenly, the fire in the furnace dimmed slightly, and he seemed to realize something. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. The old man's cloudy eyes gradually became clear. In all the worlds, there are only a few who can perceive the changes in them. And he is one of them. The dimensional channel is open. Afterwards, the voice of the old man sounded easily from his mouth. The changes in the heavens are irreversible. Forget it, what does it have to do with an old man like me? Having said this, he picked up the crutch in his hand again. Once you pick it up, you will never put it down. At the same time, within the web of all heavens and worlds, that omniscient and omnipotent voice suddenly rang out. Ding! The Supreme Administrator of the All-World Network has connected to the network. The Supreme Administrator initiated a live video broadcast. Live broadcast location, Super God Universe. The Supreme Administrator of the Universe. Live video. Super God Universe? The appearance of a series of words made countless viewers confused. The Supreme Administrator of the Universe Network initiated a live video broadcast? Who is this Supreme Administrator of the Universe Network? He sounds very powerful. Hong Wang Daipen, no matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than my son Wang Teng? My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor. I don't want to know how powerful your son Wang Teng is. I just want to know why did ZushanWag.com suddenly initiate a live video broadcast? Duobeo Taoist, could it be that the destiny has changed? I saw Master trying to calculate, but he couldn't figure out anything. Master Suandu, even a saint can't figure out who this Supreme Administrator is. Bai Xiao Saint? Could this be another disciple of a saint? Indra, what are you afraid of? The dimensional channel cannot be opened anyway. Can this Supreme Administrator cross the heavens and myriad worlds network and slap you and me? Zhang Hul in the audience had no idea what was going on. Who is the Supreme Administrator? What happened? Where is the Super God Universe? But no matter what, since there is a video to watch, viewers from all over the world will definitely want to join in the fun. At this moment, after the previous big event happened, almost all beings in the heavens and the world entered the live broadcast room and began to watch the live broadcast. So they saw the demon civilization in the video. At the same time, among the demon civilization, Morgana was also affected by the inexplicable aura for a while. At this moment, she just felt a huge headache. BCH Keisha, you actually sent an angel to arrest me. And the audience all saw the image of Morgana, the demon queen. For a moment, the audience was extremely confused. Could it be that this demon queen is the legendary Supreme Administrator of the heavens and myriad worlds? The live video was still playing. Morgana looked out into the stars. Then, she saw countless white angels holding flaming swords, aiming at the battleship she was on. Heavily surrounded. Sure enough, that damn Keisha really sent an angel to catch me. Morgana cursed angrily just as she was about to control the battleship to escape. The next second, she just stood there in a daze, as if she had forgotten to even move. She saw a huge creature leaping out from the universe. At this moment, not only Morgana, but countless viewers who were watching the live video broadcast all noticed it. It was a ship, perhaps one could call it a battleship. It was like a space battleship the size of a star, emerging from the water amid the ripples created in the universe. A silvery white light bloomed from the 100 battleship. The silver light formed a huge flower bud in the space. The flower buds formed by these lights were like fine silk threads intertwined, forming strange pattern. And as time goes by, these buds become brighter and brighter. Gradually, a silver eye formed at the top of the flower buds. This silver eye seemed to be observing everything around it, and it also seemed to be attacking its enemies. Same. It appears at the top of the universe. It seems like he is the master of the entire universe. Morgana froze in place. What kind of technology is this? BCH Keisha, just to catch me, you even built such a huge space battleship. Suddenly, a signal rang in Morgana's ears. This voice resounded throughout the entire universe. Hello, Demon Civilization. Galactic Empire, accept your request for space war. An extremely cold mechanical voice resounded throughout the universe. It seemed to bring about an extremely shocking doomsday. In an instant, the entire universe was plunged into extreme shock and madness. 058. The Galactic Empire accepts the challenge from the demonic civilization? The meaning and information contained in this sentence are enormous, so enormous that it even shocked all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds. At this moment, even saints and emperors are not immune. Because the universe here is obviously the universe of other places. Even when the live broadcast started, that omniscient and omnipotent voice had already given this world a name. Super God Universe, and obviously, the Galactic Empire does not exist in the Super God Universe. So, where did this Galactic Empire come from? Could it be that the Galactic Empire possesses the technological power to cross dimensional channels? Tony Stark, no. How is this possible? Opening a dimensional tunnel? That is something that even saints and emperors cannot do. Emperor Shishin, maybe it's just the prehistoric and fantasy worlds that can't do it. The dimensional channel itself is a technology related to the technological side. What if only the technological side can do it? The Singer civilization, it's chaos, the world is going to be in chaos. The dimensional channel cannot be opened, it is closed to protect the civilizations of other worlds from being invaded. Once the dimensional channel is opened, doesn't it mean that the powerful civilizations of other worlds can attack and invade the weak civilizations of other worlds through the dimensional channel? Zhang Hulanhum? So, can I travel to that guy's father's world and beat him up? Hong Wang Daipen, ha ha ha. You want to hit me? Then first ask my son Wang Teng if he agrees. My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor. I have a guess, which may not be correct. Could it be that this dimensional channel was opened by the Supreme Administrator of the universe? Is it just to let the Galactic Empire and the demonic civilization resolve their personal grievances? Spider-Man Parker, well, maybe this makes sense. Otherwise, it would be too scary for a civilization to be able to open a dimensional channel at will, right? Logi, I wonder if this Supreme Administrator of the universe can let me return to my old world. The King of the Undead. As the audience discussed the issue one after another, they came up with an answer on their own. That is, the dimensional channel was opened by the mysterious administrator of the heavens and all worlds. They simply could not believe that the Galactic Empire possessed such powerful technological power that it could ignore all rules and laws of the universe and open dimensional channels to other worlds. Unless, this Galactic Empire is truly the #1 technological civilization in the universe. Is this really possible? In fact, no one in the audience dared to believe it. Even Morgana couldn't believe it. When she learned that the space battleship in front of her was sent by the Galactic Empire, she couldn't believe it at first. Her second thought was, could it be that God Keisha that BCH built this huge star-level battleship to capture her? And using the name of the Galactic Empire is just to scare her. There is some truth to this idea. After all, Morgana has studied it many times. It is impossible to open the dimensional channels between the heavens and myriad worlds. The only possibility she could think of was the angel civilization. And when she stood on the demon battleship and saw the holy angels around her holding flaming swords and looking at the space battleship with shock and vigilance, Morgana's thoughts could not help but waver. Could it be that this space battleship was really sent by the Galactic Empire? She quickly opened the network of all heavens and worlds, and at this moment, she was shocked to find out. At this moment, the Zushan Wanjin network started live broadcast at some point. The content of the live broadcast room is the universe she lives in. At this moment, the huge star-like battleship of the Galactic Empire is standing above the Demon Nebula. The sense of oppression brought by the huge warship is unique. Even Morgana couldn't help but feel cold sweat running down her face and trembling all over. And when she noticed the comments in the live broadcast room, she was sure of it. The Galactic Empire is unstoppable. The majesty of the Galactic Empire cannot be insulted. Wherever the Galactic Empire goes, everyone submits. She could clearly see countless barrages of comments sent out by residents of the Galactic Empire, one after another. There are nearly 10 trillion residents in the Galactic Empire, and only a small number of viewers come out to send barrages. The amount of barrages from these viewers can flood the entire live broadcast room. At this time, the battleship in the space once again made a cold voice. This is my final warning. If the demon civilization surrenders and joins the Galactic Empire, the Galactic Empire will forgive its past mistakes. If you don't comply, it will be regarded as a signal of war, and the Galactic Empire will then launch a total attack on the universe. A cold mechanical voice then sounded, representing the attitude of the Galactic Empire. No surrender, or war. This sentence also shocked the audience, who were speechless and shocked at the confidence of the Galactic Empire. You know, the Galactic Empire is not talking about facing the demonic civilization. It faces the entire universe. Although the audience does not know how many powerful technological civilizations there are in this super god universe, if even Morgana's demon civilization has this level of power, then this world is obviously not weak. But the Galactic Empire still declared war on the entire universe. Obviously, the only one who really offended the Galactic Empire was Morgana. Is this the spirit of the Galactic Empire as a top civilization? At this time, Morgana finally confirmed that the huge galactic battleship in front of her was the civilization called the Galactic Empire. Really? I was just talking nonsense, but you actually came to my door. Morgana gritted her teeth, but even if the Galactic Empire showed up, she had no fear at all. Who knows how the civilization of the Galactic Empire came to this universe? At worst, we can just have a fight. Just to see who is stronger. Morgana had seen space battleships of this size before. As early as when the video counted the marginal civilizations, the Singer civilization in that video had already had this kind of star-scale warship. And the number of space battleships of the Singer civilization is much greater and more spectacular. Annihilate the galaxy with one shot and sweep across the universe. And looking at the battleship of the Galactic Empire, she was not overly worried. This battleship doesn't look like a space battleship. Apart from its stellar size, the rest of its appearance is just horrible. There is something like a flower bud, and on the top of the bud there is an eye. Who are you trying to scare? Morgana is not someone who can be frightened. Morgana was not willing to be outdone. She stood on the demon battleship and waved her hand. Demons, Demon Star is fully armed. Enter combat readiness. Get my Star Destroyer ready. Suddenly a demon came to Morgana and asked in embarrassment. Queen, then, what about those angels? Morgana was so angry that she kicked the demon and pointed at the huge battleship in the sky. Take this thing down for me. As long as that holy Keisha BCH has any brains, these angels won't be able to attack us. Yes. Your Majesty. In an instant, countless demons poured out. The entire demon nebula seemed to be covered with a layer of armor. The sophisticated machinery and technology were constantly running, turning the entire demon nebula into a black war fortress. Then, there were war machines standing in the universe like a mountain, and the muzzles of countless fighting machines were flashing with faint green light. The war machines were enormous, each one was over 10 kilometers long and wide, and over 3,000 meters high. They stood quietly in space like huge cities, seeming to make the whole world tremble slightly. Moreover, these huge war machines are still running rapidly, emitting strong light every time they run, making the entire star field look like daylight. At this moment, countless people were shocked by the technological power displayed by the demon civilization. At this moment, Holy Keisha and the angel civilization was also watching this live broadcast. When the Galactic Empire actually appeared, she immediately realized that something was wrong. A civilization that can cross the dimensional channel, even if it is not the most advanced civilization, is definitely an existence that cannot be stopped in her entire universe. Then, after seeing the new technology that emerged from the demon civilization, she couldn't help but frown. She had never seen these technologies before. Could it be that this is a new type of weapon that Morgana created based on her own understanding after watching the inventory of the 5 technological civilizations? It has to be said that Morgana is indeed a rare genius in scientific research. But, is this the reason why Morgana is not afraid of advanced civilizations? Let me see what kind of surprise you will give me. Holy Keisha sat back on the throne and relaxed. She planned to help Morgana later. At the same time, the audience was even more shocked. They were all shocked by the level of technology brought by Morgana's demon civilization. The various war machines are enough to amaze many technological civilizations. Is this the defensive force of the demonic civilization? As expected, an existence that can be called a civilization is indeed powerful. Tony Stark, even if the demon civilization is not among the top 10 technological civilizations in the universe, based on this kind of war power, the demon civilization must be one of the advanced civilizations in the universe. Octopus, it's hard to comment before we see the power of these weapons. If their power can surpass the Trisolaran water droplet battleships, they may really be able to reach the level of an advanced civilization. Luoji, it feels just so. It doesn't seem as shocking as the other civilizations on the list. Bixiao, of course. The top 10 civilizations that can enter the ranking are definitely the 10 most powerful civilizations in the entire universe. The universe network will definitely rank them more rigorously. As for the demon civilization, it is indeed very powerful, but with just this level, it is probably not qualified to enter the top 10. Dr. Agaza, the technological level is very good, beyond the level of insects. Three-body civilization, I am more curious about the technology of the Galactic Empire and hope that it can bring me surprises. Singer civilization, the audience was all discussing what kind of sparks would be created when the two major civilizations collided with each other. But somehow, after the Galactic Empire civilization in the sky warned the demonic civilization to surrender, it stopped talking. It was as if it had taken a break, it had completely stopped. This made the audience very confused. At the same time, the armed forces of the demon civilization have been fully displayed in front of countless audiences. When a star destroyer with a barrel as long as 10,000 meters was fired from the bottom of the warship of the demon civilization when it appeared, countless audiences were shocked. Morgana really didn't lie about a star destroyer of this level. The demonic civilization really has the power to destroy a planet. Morgana aimed the star destroyer directly at the Galactic Empire battleship in space. Then, the guns of countless war machines simultaneously aimed at the battleships of the Galactic Empire in space. Shoot that iron shell down from the sky for me. Let these worms know what real firepower is. Morgana on the battleship pointed at the Galactic Empire battleship in the sky and roared. Behind her were hundreds of demon soldiers in black armor. The aura of each of them is extremely powerful, and the murderous intent and terrifying aura emanating from them is enough to suffocate ordinary people to death. Under Morgana's command, this group of demons all controlled the muzzles of the war machines and fired shells into the sky. Boom 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 boom. The gunfire roared. The endless artillery fire seemed to be about to completely blow the entire universe to pieces. When these shells flew into the air, they turned into dense artillery rain. Dense artillery fire fell in all directions of the Galactic Empire's warships, like a downpour, completely submerging the area. Countless star fragments flew everywhere, and countless dust rose into the sky, forming a thick smoke that covered the entire universe. The surface of a huge planet surrounding the Galactic Empire's battleship was instantly covered by countless dusts, and countless dusts swallowed up the huge planet. In the dust, all the stars were destroyed like fragments. Countless stars were shattered by the artillery fire, and even on that planet, no one knew what kind of creatures could survive. They were completely destroyed in this intensive artillery fire. This intensive attack almost completely tore the entire universe apart, without distinguishing between friend and foe. The demonic civilization only wants to wipe out everything that appears before its eyes. And when the demon civilization launched such a shocking attack, the surrounding angels did not move. At this moment, an angel with long golden hair and a cold face was watching all this happening coldly. She is the angel Yan, who was sent by Queen Keisha to capture Morgana. She also knew about the feud between the demon civilization and the Galactic Empire. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the space battleship that was completely covered by artillery fire. No one knows how powerful the Galactic Empire civilization is. But Angel Yan understood one thing. Once the Galactic Empire civilization really survives the artillery fire of the demon civilization, then the Wei Shi civilization will also have to join the war between the Galactic Empire. This does not mean that Angel civilization must help demon civilization. But it is because, in this war, the Galactic Empire civilization is in the position of an aggressor. Even though there are many grievances between the Angel civilization and the demon civilization, the two sides will fight each other fiercely. Angelic civilization has the right to protect this main universe. Therefore, the Angel civilization must launch an attack on the Galactic Empire. An angel came to Angel Yan, and the angels all knew who the target of this war was. From the moment the Galactic Empire appeared, the mission of capturing Morgana changed. Yan, when do we take action? Yan's eyes were looking at the sky, at the battleships of the Galactic Empire that were enveloped by endless artillery fire. If observed with the naked eye, the Galaxy battleship would have been buried somewhere unknown under the cover of artillery fire. Even the Angel civilization may not be able to withstand such amazing firepower. She didn't believe the Galactic Empire could survive such an attack intact. Finally, the artillery fire of the demon civilization slowly subsided. This battle almost used up all the energy accumulated by the demon civilization over time. Morgana looked up at the sky, which was still shrouded in smoke, and burst into laughter. Shouting? Aren't you good at yelling? Ha 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 ha. I don't care about your bullshit Galactic Empire or Space Empire. If you piss me off, this is it. Suddenly, Morgana's laughter stopped. Not only her, at the same time, Angel Yen also felt a sense of danger coming, and she suddenly clenched the angel sword in her hand. Prepare for battle. Accompanied by an order from Angel Yan. In the space, the smoke gradually dissipated. Countless viewers from all over the world saw the scene clearly. The space battleship was intact. At the same time, the flower bud in the middle of the space battleship seemed to be constantly expanding. It looks like new sprouts are about to sprout. The terrifying artillery fire of the demon civilization was like hitting a ball of cotton. This scene. The whole world fell into silence. 059. Sure enough, Morgana's attack had no effect on the galaxy battleship. City of Angels, inside the Angel Palace. There was an extremely serious look in the eyes of Holy Keisha. Holy Keisha was not surprised when she saw in the live broadcast room that the attack of the demon civilization had no effect on the galactic battleship. She had long believed that Morgana's defeat was inevitable. There was no way she could penetrate the galaxy battleship's defenses. Although Holy Keisha admitted that Morgana's new weapons and technologies were something that even her angel civilization was a little afraid of. But how could a civilization that could freely cross dimensional channels and enter the universe where she existed be as weak as Morgana thought? Although most of the viewers in the live broadcast room speculated that the dimensional channel was opened by the unknown administrator of the heavens and all worlds. But Holy Keisha doesn't think so. It was normal that the two civilizations were quarreling with each other 1 second ago, and the next second the Galactic Empire couldn't help but open the dimensional channel to actively attack the demon civilization. Ever since she saw so many powerful civilizations in the ranking list of technological civilizations, Holy Keisha had long since put away the arrogance in her heart. As she puts it, Holy Keisha fully believes that there is always a higher level. But Morgana didn't think about it. After a long time, Holy Keisha sighed. Morgana, you've become accustomed to not using your brain to think about problems. Has your brain finally gone mad after being the Demon Queen for so many years? Holy Keisha didn't think anymore. The Galactic Empire is definitely not an existence that the demonic civilization can defeat. If one wants to at least have the ability to confront the Galactic Empire head-on, the two great civilizations of angels and demons must at least join forces. But even if the angel and demon civilizations join forces, they may not have any chance of winning. At most, it can only fight against the Galactic Empire. In fact, even after watching the live broadcast for so long, Holy Keisha still didn't understand what material the Galactic Empire's battleships were made of. In the more than 100,000 years of history of angel civilization, she has seen many things. But I have never seen that galaxy battleship. That star-sized vessel, which looked like a battleship but was not a battleship, actually withstood the endless artillery attacks of the demonic civilization without suffering any damage. What kind of substance is that? Is it metal? Or some kind of creature's bones? Or something else? Holy Keisha really couldn't think of anything to explain this, which filled her heart with shock and confusion. She even thought that if the shells of the demon civilization could penetrate the galactic battleships, it would mean that the technological level of the Galactic Empire was at most equal to that of the angel civilization. This means that the Galactic Empire poses no threat. But the Galactic Empire still defended itself as a matter of course. But this also confirms half of Holy Keisha's 377 thinking. The Galactic Empire is definitely a high-level civilization. At least the technological level it currently demonstrates should be compared with that of the three-body civilization, which is on the list. Whether you have a chance of success or not, you have to try it once to know. Holy Keisha looked deeply into the live broadcast room. Then she issued an order. Attention all angels, the City of Angels has entered the first level of defense. Activate the space-based cannon, activate the City of Angels Defense Force, activate the antimatter weapons, activate the highest authority of the Flame Sword, and recall all angel warriors in the universe. All angels are ready to fight. What we have to do is to protect the universe until the last moment. A series of orders were issued by Holy Keisha, and in an instant, the entire angel civilization began to run continuously like a rotating gear. At the same time, after giving all the orders, Holy Keisha found Holy Hexi. She wanted to tell Hexi a very confusing question. Perhaps, in this angel civilization, only the Holy Hexi can answer the questions she wants. After Holy Keisha gave the order to the angel civilization, not only the angel civilization, but all the civilizations in the entire universe took action. Because the power of the Galactic Empire has exceeded everyone's imagination. It is a truly powerful and advanced civilization, and when it appears in this universe, no matter if it comes with good intentions or bad intentions, all civilizations in the universe must treat it with caution. What's more, the Galactic Empire has already stated its intentions. If the demon civilization does not surrender and apologize, the Galactic Empire will launch a general attack on the entire universe. This is almost a threat to the entire universe, and it has blatantly slapped all civilizations in the face. How can they just sit there and wait for death? However, no matter how well prepared these civilizations are, it will be of no avail. Even the powerful demonic civilization cannot penetrate the Galactic Empire's defenses, so what is the point of the emergence of other civilizations? At the same time, in the super god universe, in the dark world, This is one of the highest level civilizations of the main biological civilization under the super god universe. The highest civilization can cross huge galaxies and have a very intuitive grasp of the entire cosmic galaxy tree, and can travel through each other through the highest technology. It possesses the highest eternal energy system, namely stellar energy, as well as many other energy sources such as antimatter energy and dark energy, and has opened up the eternal era of life. Obviously, simple stars and planets are no longer enough to bind such a civilization. Their lifestyle and way of existence are both at the nebula level. In other words, their world belongs to the dark nebula. And within this dark nebula, there is a ruler of the dark world. His name is Karl. A person who once served as a mentor at the super seminary and researched the concept of ultimate fear. And what is the ultimate fear? Karl once put forward an idea. No matter how the main biological civilization develops, it will always encounter stronger irresistible forces that cannot be overcome under the main biological technology. Simply put, the universe cannot accommodate the highest wisdom. If wisdom cannot break through the universe, it cannot be understood. They define it as the ultimate fear, an insurmountable obstacle to wisdom. In a state of ultimate fear, all cognition may be completely wrong. For example, the development of science and technology has explored the edge of the universe. When the wisdom of civilization explores toward the edge, it will find that no matter what kind of scientific and technological theory, or the knowledge accumulated over the past hundreds of thousands of years, it cannot define the edge of the universe, but it does exist. Therefore, there must still be a kind of knowledge that is beyond the reach of civilization that can decipher all of this, decipher everything that even the highest wisdom cannot penetrate. The god of death, Karl, defines it as the ultimate void. And the knowledge of this world will surely surpass all known wisdom. Because of his research on the concept of ultimate fear, Karl was even driven out of the main world. Therefore, in order to continue studying the ultimate fear, he came to the dark world and became the supreme wise man of the dark nebula. Respectfully called, Karl the god of death. Like everyone else, death god Karl would watch videos of all the heavens and worlds when he had nothing to do. He is also interested in the cosmic civilization of the heavens and all worlds. Karl is an absolute wise man. When he learned that there was no civilization related to angels in the top 10 of the list, he knew that angel civilization was not the most powerful existence in the universe. Of course, Karl also knew that the angel civilization itself thought so too. The network of all heavens and all worlds gave them too many surprises, enough to make Karl himself think that he was a bug. When facing the huge group of the heavens and myriad worlds, his personal strength is indeed as weak as a bug. But Death Karl believes that as long as he can research the ultimate fear and discover the world of ultimate fear, by then, the door of the void will be wide open and everyone will embrace the void. Death Karl looked at the Galactic Empire in the live broadcast room in the video with empty eyes. Even the emergence of the Galactic Empire did not shock him. In the eyes of the Grim Reaper Karl, as long as the ultimate fear appears, all civilization will vanish. The theory of the world will be completely overturned, including all existence. Now, other civilizations have appeared in this world, which means that his theory is correct. The universe was born 13.7 billion years ago. It is impossible that the angel civilization is the only ancient civilization that exists in the universe. There are many clues that show that the void does exist and that there are void-level civilizations. Just like, the civilization of the Angel Nebula developed for 100,000 years. When they thought they had reached the pinnacle of wisdom and could be eternal, it is undeniable that they could not be the first such civilization. The universe was born 13.7 billion years ago. Even if it went forward 10 billion years, a comparable civilization might have appeared. They were eternal and passed down to the present. However, they were completely unable to discover it, and neither were the wisest angels. Even the Shenhe civilization's great clock, which can perfectly communicate and solve the entire cosmic tree, cannot capture the existence of older civilizations. This does not conform to the logic of the universe. Well, if they exist, they must not be mainstream creatures, or even more likely, they exist as some kind of cosmic concept. Therefore, the ultimate fear becomes what the wisest people truly fear. The more a person knows, the more ignorant he is. Thus, the concept of ultimate fear came into being. Will the angels regret it? Regret that the concepts they once didn't want to face, finally, actually exist. Looking at the content in the live broadcast room of all heavens and myriad worlds, Karl couldn't help but talk to himself. However, Karl also knew that he could not research the ultimate fear by his own strength alone. At this time, his eyes were on the Galactic Empire. I wonder what kind of vast knowledge reserves this alien space visitor possesses? Can their existence bring him the knowledge to solve the ultimate fear? Karl has no way of knowing for the time being. Perhaps it's time to travel to the universe. After saying this, Karl's figure seemed to disappear into the void, without a trace. Only the voice from before remained, echoing in the dark world. The main world is civilized because of its convenience. At this time, Holy Keisha had already arrived at He Xi's palace. In front of her was a beautiful angel with long silver hair, fair skin, and beautiful appearance. This is Keisha's good friend, Holy Hexi, who is also the king of Tianji among the three kings of the angel civilization. As soon as they met, He Xi said to Keisha with some surprise. Keisha, why are you here at this time? This is a very urgent situation. Although Holy Hexi didn't say it, Keisha understood what she meant. From the live broadcast room, the entire Super God universe is completely clear. Now is a critical moment for the survival of the Super God universe. As the strongest person in the universe, Keisha shouldn't be here. What she should do is to lead the angels to resist foreign enemies in time. In Demon Civilization and the Galactic Empire, after an unsuccessful confrontation, civilizations throughout the universe became very aware of the threat posed by the Galactic Empire. If such a civilization were to successfully invade their universe, it would cause great chaos throughout the universe. We must not let the Galactic Empire invade like this. Keisha did not answer Hexie's question, because since she came to Hexie, she came to get the answer she wanted. She asked Hexie directly. Let's not talk about that for now. Do you think the battleships of the Galactic Empire are a little strange? Not only did Morgana's attack fail to cause any damage to it, it also caused the battleship to change its form. With the known matter in the universe, it is impossible for such a thing to completely destroy it. A material body that can withstand all attacks from star destroyers. Keisha's words immediately made Hexie fall into the same confusion. She thought about it for a moment and blurted out the answer. Could it be that the Galactic Empire has deployed some kind of defensive measures? Or is it that the material used to make that galactic battleship is something we cannot understand? This is not impossible. After all, the Galactic Empire is a civilization from another dimension. Having said that, Hexie shook his head and rejected this idea. This shouldn't be the case. No matter what kind of substance it is, it violates the law of conservation of energy. The demonic civilization has poured in so much energy, but the Galactic Empire has been able to resist it all. This ability doesn't seem to be able to resist, it's more like absorbing all the energy attacks. Thinking of this, Hexie raised his head and said to Keisha. I need to run a supercomputer through it, maybe I can come up with some useful conclusions. Just maybe, after finishing speaking, Keisha and Hexie both felt a little heavy-hearted. They knew nothing about the Galactic Empire. The appearance of such an unknown enemy in the entire universe posed a huge threat to the entire universe. I hope Hexie can find out something, so that at least they won't be so powerless when facing the Galactic Empire. But, how can we find out the opponent's strength? Just as Keisha was waiting, suddenly, she felt the power of dark matter appearing in the City of Angels. This is the power of the big clock. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter the City of Angels through an ordinary wormhole. Carl isn't that strong yet. Then, Keisha's voice sounded faintly from behind. Death Carl. What's the matter? She turned her head and resumed her superior attitude. And as Keisha's voice fell, a mass of dark matter continued to condense in front of Keisha, and then condensed into a human figure. Death Carl. He looked as if he was afraid of being seen in public, wearing a long robe with a hood that completely covered his face. Queen Keisha, you are worthy of being called such a person. You can still detect my presence so easily. Perhaps your understanding of the super gene code has become more profound. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for why I came to the City of Angels at this time, you will be the one to die in the next second. Holy Keisha looked at the god of death Carl without any hesitation. Carl still had that expressionless look on his face, not afraid of death at all, and spoke directly. I am here to help you, Queen Keisha. Holy Keisha raised her eyebrows, as if she had heard some joke, and looked at Carl jokingly. Help me? Just you? How do you want to help? Although Carl is powerful, facing the powerful and mysterious Galactic Empire, even Keisha herself is helpless, let alone Carl. Carl did not respond, but stretched out a finger and pointed toward the sky. That is the direction of the universe. At this time, a warship of the Galactic Empire was confronting the demonic civilization at the center of the universe. I have my own way to launch a Star Blast level attack on that battleship. But I need help to buy time for my plan. Keisha's expression was calm, without any change. Stellar explosion? Is it useful in the face of such a powerful and mysterious civilization? Keisha considered what Carl had said. To be honest, she didn't think a stellar explosion could defeat a civilization that could easily cross dimensions. But it seems that the method Carl mentioned is their only way at the moment. Attack the galactic battleship with stellar explosion level energy. She also knew that this was just an attempt. Just a hope for their universe. The other party is a civilization that can cross the dimensional wall. At this time, the angel beside him spoke coldly, Carl, would you be so kind as to save the universe? Carl didn't look at Angel Ling, he just said it lightly. I am only doing this for the higher pursuit of science. At this point, a ray of empty darkness seemed to flash across the eyes of the Grim Reaper Carl. Deeper than any shadow. Keisha spoke lightly. No matter what, it is only possible if our universe is good. So, for the existence of the universe, I'll fight for this time. At the same time, in the demonic civilization, Morgana's eyes were fixed on the silver battleship in the space. She tried to see any damage, even a little bit, on the galactic battleship. But this made her extremely disappointed. Because there was no trace of the silver battleship at all. It seemed that only the flower bud of the silver battleship showed some changes. It became a little bigger, as if it was expanding. The huge eyeball above the flower bud seems to be observing everything in the world. The attacks of the demonic civilization had no effect on it. At this moment, it's not just Morgana and the demon civilization. Even the audience in the universe were completely stunned. What kind of amazing and powerful defense is that? Even under the astonishing energy tilt of the demon civilization, it can remain intact. Even the hardest material in the world can't do this. Is the technology of the Galactic Empire really that amazing and powerful? At this moment, the audience from all walks of life were all shocked. They kept sending barrages of comments, trying to calm their shocked emotions in the live broadcast room. Yes. Galactic Empire, it turns out that the Galactic Empire is really not bragging, they are really very powerful. Tony Stark, the defensive power of this technology alone is estimated to be able to completely surpass the star battleships of the Singer civilization, not to mention the water dropships of the three-body civilization. Bruce Holy Grace, in that case, perhaps only the special warships of the marginal civilization can confront the powerful defense of the Galactic Empire's warship. Thanos, if the technological level of the Galactic Empire has surpassed that of the Singer civilization and the Trisolaran Civilization, doesn't that mean that the Galactic Empire will definitely be on the list? Zhang in the inventory of videos ranked from 6th to 10th has ended. If the Galaxy Empire can still make the list, even if it is the lowest level, it will definitely be in the top 5. Emperor Shishan, has the technological power of the Galactic Empire surpassed that of the Mirror Civilization and the Cryogenic Artist Civilization? Oh my god! Aren't those two artist civilizations able to crush stars with their bare hands and ignite super? Does Nova exist? So, the Galactic Empire can do it, too? Spider-Man Parker, I think I have begun to believe that the Galactic Empire possesses the technological power to cross dimensional channels. The Galactic Empire is immortal. The Emperor is immortal. The rule of the Galactic Empire will last forever in the long river of time. Amid the audience's constant discussions, they seem to finally understand the power of the Galactic Empire. The Galactic Empire is not just talking big, they really have a technology level that ranks among the top 5. Because he possesses the technological power to cross dimensional channels, based on this alone, the Galactic Empire can definitely surpass the Cryogenic Artist Civilization and the Mirror Civilization. The audience has even gradually realized that the technological power displayed by the Galactic Empire will definitely not be as simple as it is now, with just one battleship. You know, until now, the Galactic Empire has only been issuing warnings but has not launched any attacks. The Galactic Empire has never shown its means of attack. This aroused endless curiosity among the audiences from all over the world. Just when countless viewers were wondering what means the Galactic Empire would use to attack the demon civilization. Suddenly, in the universe, in front of the star-sized galactic battleship, a complicated and intricate ray of light particles constantly overlap and merge, until the light particles transformed into the figure of a woman with long silver white hair. With her appearance, it seemed as if the entire universe fell into complete silence. The endless planets seemed to have fallen into complete tranquility, and even the dust in the universe seemed to be surrendering to her. What kind of figure is that? No one can fully explain it. It was as if a highly intelligent creature had appeared before everyone, making it completely impossible for them to understand the creature before them. This figure that suddenly appeared seemed to be such a mysterious existence. She stood in front of the silver battleship, tall and slender, like a mysterious Valkyrie. Independent of this universe. For a moment, countless audiences were all stunned. Including Morgana, who was still surprised that her previous attack didn't work. How did this silver-white figure appear? What is her identity? Including the audience in the heavens and myriad worlds, they knew nothing about it. Suddenly, the Valkyrie opened her eyes. Right in this universe. Her eyes seemed to be filled with stars, as bright as starlight. In an instant, the endless sense of oppression seemed to crush the entire universe. This momentum even transcended space and was transmitted to every audience member who was watching the live broadcast. Wonderful, powerful, unparalleled. Even though this feeling of oppression quickly dissipated, it still took the audience from all over the world a long time to recover. The figure in the sky simply opened his eyes. It can bring such an endless sense of oppression. How powerful is her true strength? At this moment, even the audience from all over the world could not contain their shock. Who on earth is this powerful being that can actually pass through the live broadcast room and let me, who exists in the prehistoric world, feel this pressure? It's so terrifying. I feel like my whole body is shaking. Fighting power, stage 3. Who on earth is she? I feel as if I saw the annihilation of the universe in her. Death Star Lord, you all feel that sense of oppression? It sounds so mysterious. Why don't I feel the same as you do? I feel not as good as my son Wangtang. My son Wangtang has the potential to be an emperor. The more powerful the existence, the more obvious the oppression will be. As for why you can't feel it? Haha, maybe it's because you are not strong enough. Bayadaran, could it be that even humans are affected by this sense of oppression? This shouldn't be possible. The audience from all the heavens and worlds had no idea whether the saint was affected. However, they actually felt the crushing pressure from the Valkyrie in the universe through the live broadcast room. Who is she? Why did she appear in front of the battleship of the Galactic Empire? At this moment, the audiences from all over the world already had the answer in their hearts. However, most people dare not admit it and are unwilling to face it. Because, once her identity is confirmed, that would be an unacceptable result for the entire universe, especially for the prehistoric and fantasy cultivators. 060. The audience from all over the world was not disappointed. In other words, it was the Valkyrie standing in space who did not let them down. I am a representative of the Galactic Empire. Galactic Empire Military Commander Rashi sends greetings to all civilizations in the Super God universe. Although the audience did not want to guess her identity, the other party had already taken the initiative to announce her identity in front of all the heavens and worlds. Above the sky, the Valkyrie-like figure spoke in an extremely cold voice. The sound seemed to spread throughout the entire universe and to every corner of the universe. At this moment, most of the audience in the heavens and the worlds fell into shock and silence. Military Commander of the Galactic Empire, many people in the universe recognize this title. After all, it was she who appeared after the conflict between the Galactic Empire and Morgana of the Demon Civilization in the network of all heavens and worlds and asked Morgana whether to start a war. At first, many viewers regarded this as a joke. It was not until the battleships of the Galactic Empire actually appeared in this universe and resisted all attacks of the demon civilization with a super strong defensive posture. The audience finally understood. The Galactic Empire does have a level of civilization that is impressive enough. Therefore, it is not wrong for this commander of the Galactic Empire to be calm and look down on the universe. She was just interpreting a fact. After reviewing various videos, people can clearly realize that when advanced civilizations get along with lower civilizations, the advanced civilizations will subconsciously treat the lower civilizations as insects. This does not mean that advanced civilizations are very arrogant and do not take humans seriously. It's because this is the norm in advanced civilizations. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, lower civilizations are not even as good as children who have not yet learned to walk. If there is a gap, it is like a human seeing a group of ants. Humans may observe the actions of ants and be amazed by their amazing racial solidarity. But other than that, an ant is still an ant, and it will never be able to make humans look up to it. Ants and humans are not on the same level. Ants can never understand humans, just as two-dimensional creatures can never imagine three-dimensional creatures. Likewise, the strength displayed by the Galactic Empire is that of humanity. And this human being has the right to call the civilizations that are close to 8,000 or even 9,000% of the heavens and myriad worlds ants. This is why, in the eyes of the audience, Luo Xi's arrogance is not a problem at all. She has the capital to be proud, because the Galactic Empire stands behind her. In the eyes of the audience, this Valkyrie who calls herself Roche is like the mirror civilization and the cryogenic artist civilization. Their form and appearance are just what they want to show to creatures of other civilizations. Just like the mirror civilization, it uses the mirror as its own form. The cryo artist civilization transformed itself into a ball of ice. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, form is just a manifestation. Therefore, no matter how much this Valkyrie with long silver white hair conforms to the aesthetic tastes of most humans, in the eyes of the audience, she is not necessarily a human being. Maybe it's something else? At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing intensely and sending barrages. 23 faced with such an existence, they may not be able to do anything other than sending barrages. Military commander of the Galactic Empire. My god, the Galactic Empire is absolutely a civilization that I can't imagine. I'm already looking forward to seeing him on the leaderboard. Tony Stark. Fortunately, this military commander has a human form. I thought that all the advanced civilizations in the universe would grow into other strange shapes. Zhang Hulan. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, form is just a manifestation. They don't care what they look like. However, this Galactic Empire is indeed interesting. Their appearance is actually shaped by humans on Earth. Could it be that the Galactic Empire is a civilization built by humans? Cosmic troubleshooter civilization. What? Humans? So humans also have such a powerful civilization. Three-body civilization. It's not impossible. There are so many civilizations in the universe. Even the fantasy and ancient monsters will transform into human form after practicing to a certain extent. It is said that this will make it easier to practice. Moreover, the human form is indeed coordinated, at least much stronger than some inorganic creatures. Singer civilization. But I should be able to confirm that the woman in space is definitely not a human. Hong Wang Deipen. Haha, how can you be so sure? If she is not human, then is she from your demon race? I think she is a human. My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor. The weak are always weak. With just a little sense, you can understand that there is no human breath on her. I feel that she has some connection with the universe around her, but I can't be sure. After all, I don't know much about the universe. Hong Wang Deipen. She gives me a very dangerous feeling. I have never felt this kind of aura, even from my master. 1A 1/4 by Xiao. I have a guess, which may not be correct. Could it be that the strength of this commander of the Galactic Empire can be compared with that of a saint? Kaiyang Xiao. What? Could it be that her strength can surpass that of a saint? That's impossible. As an individual of technological civilization, how can she be compared with a saint? Duobao Taoist. After an individual's development reaches a certain extreme, their strength will be roughly the same. If the technological strength of the Galactic Empire is truly at the top of the universe, then her strength is not necessarily worse than that of a saint. Pluto. The saint's invincibility theory will finally be broken. Battle power, stage 3 in front of my Onlin, they are all just ants. The live broadcast room discussed for a long time, but to no avail. As for Luo Xi's ability, the audience admits that it is a mystery. However, the moment she appeared, the sense of oppression she brought to everyone in the heavens and the world was real. Therefore, almost no one dares to underestimate this military commander of the Galactic Empire. After all, a battleship of the Galactic Empire can withstand extremely powerful attacks in this universe without any damage. This kind of technology had already appeared in the 9th rank Singer civilization. If the Galactic Empire could really rank in the top 5 of the marching rankings, no matter how powerful the Galactic Empire is, it will become much more reasonable. After all, even cryo artists and mirror civilizations can easily blast stars apart. As a military commander of the Galactic Empire, his strength should be at least at the stellar level, which shouldn't be too much, right? While the audience was engaging in a heated discussion, Morgana, standing on the demon battleship above the demon nebula, was already feeling a surge of emotions in her heart. Morgana had become numb long before she realized that the attacks of her demonic civilization would have no effect on the galactic battleship. After Luo Xi appeared, Morgana was even more shocked. At this moment, she regretted why she was so talkative and had to be so mean. But Morgana herself had never thought of this. I just said something mean, but it brought me such a disaster. Morgana now just feels very wronged. There are so many civilizations on the Damsushan Wanjin network saying they are number 1 on the rankings, how come I just picked a civilization and said a few bad words to it, and it actually came up with a civilization that is number 1 on the rankings? However, before the rankings are updated, no one can say who will win the final crown. However, the technological level of this Galactic Empire is clearly qualified to compete for the first place in the ranking list. She never thought that she would provoke such a civilization. Now, Morgana is in a dilemma. Morgana is very afraid of death, so she keeps hiding from Keisha and the Angel civilization. But in front of this woman who suddenly appeared on the galactic battleship, she suddenly felt that no matter where she hid, even in the corner of the universe, she would be dragged out by this guy. This woman who seems to be more arrogant than Keisha. Before Morgana could say anything, the woman in the sky finally responded again. Luo Xi's eyes, as bright as stars, swept down slightly, and his gaze was completely locked on Morgana. Following this gaze, Morgana felt as if her entire body was completely imprisoned. Can't move. She couldn't understand what this feeling was like. It's like being in the deep ocean, wanting to escape but being tightly entangled by water plants. I wanted to break free, but it was no use. But she had never experienced what it felt like to drown. Then, Morgana's eyes widened. The audiences from all over the world widened their eyes. They seemed to see a scene that was totally unbelievable in their lifetime. I saw the silver-white figure in the sky waving his hand. Suddenly, it seemed as if the entire universe was moving at her command. Countless tiny planets with no living creatures gathered together as if they had heard some kind of call. This even includes various kinds of cosmic dust. They seemed to be constantly converging in the universe, gathering madly towards the point in the center. Soon, a dark cloud formed in the entire universe, and black mist filled the space, as if it was about to explode at any time. The cosmic dust here has gathered and is continuing to move closer to the center. In the darkness, the audience could vaguely see that they were constantly gathering and shrinking, becoming clearer and clearer. It was like a giant that was shrinking, but it seemed so unreal. Buzz. 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 Strong forces of attraction came out from the black spherical object, and some of the originally motionless planets began to rotate on their own as if stimulated by something. This attraction even stimulated countless stars around it to shine amazingly. Even Morgana, who was standing on the Demon Nebula, seemed to feel that the Demon Nebula under her battleship was ready to move. It was as if the entire Demon Nebula was about to completely escape Morgana's control, and was about to completely separate her from entering the dark matter light ball that absorbed the Wei Zhao Feng Zhou star. But the Demon Nebula did not move. Perhaps it is because the Demon Nebula is too huge, such attraction cannot completely absorb the Demon Nebula. But this moment was enough to bring endless shock to Morgana. What on earth is that? At this moment, in the center of the universe, endless cosmic matter is gathered. It seems to be a planet in the universe, cosmic dust, including various microorganisms. And in these gatherings, it should have become even larger. But this is like a bottomless pit that is never full. In this bottomless pit, an astonishing amount of matter is absorbed. But it does not a black hole. This is what shocked countless viewers the most. The dark matter at the center of the universe is not absorbed and condensed by black holes. It is like absorbing all the matter in the universe and compressing and shrinking it completely. But no matter how small its size is, it still absorbs the same amount of substances. The audience could only watch as it was gradually absorbed into a dot. That's right, it's just a dot. When the attraction of the universe completely stopped, the cosmic energy that absorbed countless amounts of matter eventually turned into a black dot. What kind of precise quality control is this? That is even more shocking than the method used by cryogenic artists. Even a cryogenic artist can only transform and extract matter. And the commander of the Galactic Empire just waved his hand. It completely changed the appearance of most of the matter in the universe, and even shrunk it to an extreme point. If you don't look carefully, no one can see what it looks like. This existence, which is extremely inconsistent with the laws of energy, shocked countless viewers. At the same time, Luo Xi's methods also completely shocked Morgana. What shocked Morgana the most was Luo Xi's obviously arbitrary methods. It was as if the entire universe was born because of her and died because of her. As long as she waves her hand, the planets and matter in the universe will be attracted to her. As long as she is angry, the planets in the universe will be destroyed because of her. Morgana seemed to gradually understand this feeling. It's like humans meeting a cryogenic artist, who they don't understand at all. But Morgana is not a human being, she is a more advanced being than humans. Roche is not a cryogenic artist either, she is from the Galactic Empire. At this moment, all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds realized it. The so-called advanced civilization is nothing but the result of comparison. Without the comparison with lower-level civilizations, higher-level civilizations would be nothing more than obviously ordinary civilizations. In the eyes of Earth civilization, the three-body civilization, the Singer civilization, and even Morgana's demon civilization are all advanced civilizations. In the eyes of these advanced civilizations, the low-temperature artist civilization and the mirror civilization are also advanced civilizations that are higher than their own level. When faced with a high-level civilization, a low-level civilization can only be powerless. Before Roche even launched his attack, the people in all the heavens and worlds have already fully realized this. Because Roche has demonstrated the means of an advanced civilization. This method is something that even their low-level civilization cannot understand. Everyone was shocked and everyone was curious. How on earth did she manage to hold the matter together without exploding? What kind of amazing technological power is this? Just with this extremely free method of condensing the planets in the universe, the Galactic Empire has completely surpassed the cryogenic artists. Tony Stark perhaps in front of the cryogenic artist, the Galactic Empire is also a powerful and advanced civilization. Spider-Man Parker, the technology of the Galactic Empire is totally incomprehensible to us. Trisolaran Civilization, this is really amazing. With countless substances in the universe gathered together, these amazing substances that cannot even be fused together are completely compressed into a point. There is no energy leakage. Is this really the limit of technology? Dr. Doom, in the universe, nothing is impossible in any technology. Maybe the technology of the Galactic Empire is not the end. It's just that we can't understand it at all. Korea, I have a question. If these things are put together, will they really not explode? Jongholen explode? Oh, explosion? Suddenly, all the audiences in the world realized a problem. In this way, countless matter from the entire universe is gathered together to form a point. If an explosion occurs, what kind of terrifying and astonishing energy will be created? At this moment, no one could calculate its power. Because the explosion of this mass has completely exceeded the numbers that can be achieved by precise calculations. At this moment, digitalization has become a concept. When this point explodes completely, the power it creates may completely affect the universe. Suddenly, the audience realized another problem. Why didn't Roche detonate all the planets around the universe at the same time? Instead, he took great pains to collect the planets in the universe and shrink them into a precise point? Wouldn't this also achieve the effect of bombing the universe? Shrink, shrink. Angel Yan, who was surrounding the demon civilization, suddenly realized something. She widened her eyes and raised her head instantly. All angels, stay away from the Devil Nebula. Just after Angel Yan gave this order. In the space, Luo Xi stretched out a white right arm. She opened her palm and pressed down lightly. The black spots gathered on the surface of the universe were actually moving slowly downwards. Until, it landed on the Demon Nebula. At this moment, all the demons' eyes were focused on the entire black spot. Including Morgana, and everyone in the live broadcast room of the 10,000 worlds. The next second, countless angels escaped. A dripping sound seemed to be heard in the universe. The black spot suddenly lit up with an astonishing white light. In an instant, the entire universe was filled with brilliant light, as if illuminating the endless darkness. A shocking explosion enveloped the sky above the Demon Nebula, and a huge energy storm swept in, bringing with it a destructive aura. The center of this energy storm is the black spot at the core of the Demon Nebula, which is emitting amazing light. The Black Nebula has been completely covered by the energy storm, and the same is true for the black spots on the periphery. At this moment, countless audiences from all over the world were stunned. Morgana, who was standing on the demon battleship, was also stunned. She seemed to have seen something completely unbelievable happening right in front of her. However, this is just the beginning. Boom! The roar of the explosion resounded throughout the universe, and at this moment, the entire Demon Nebula seemed to have suffered a super disaster. All the demons were shattered, and the breath of death filled the air, covering the entire planet. Energy storms swept in all directions, and all the energy contained in the Demon Nebula poured out. This terrifying energy storm swept through everything. Everything turned to nothingness, even the ashes disappeared, as if they had never existed. All the demons on the entire demon planet turned into a pool of blood mist and dissipated somewhere in the universe. The entire nebula was completely shattered, everything turned into ruins. The energy storm generated by the black spot wiped out all life in the Demon Nebula and destroyed all wisdom at that moment. At this moment, everything in the Demon Nebula was annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Only death and destruction remained. Countless viewers could only stare with their eyes open at this stunning spectacle that shocked them to the point where they could hardly utter a single sound. No, this can't be called a landscape. This is destruction. The demonic civilization is obviously incredibly huge, and in the eyes of the audiences in all the heavens and worlds, it is also a powerful civilization. But in front of the Galactic Empire, in front of Luo Xi, it didn't even have a chance to resist. She simply gathers the planets and cosmic dust around the universe. It's just such an easy method. The entire demon civilization will be completely wiped out. In the eyes of the audience, this can't even be called a war. One person destroyed a civilization. This is the power of the Galactic Empire, and this is the foundation of the Galactic Empire. At this moment, the audience seemed to understand everything. An advanced civilization can easily destroy a low-level civilization. Moreover, destruction was so easy. At this time, the figure in the sky made a cold voice. Morgana, since you have insulted the laws of the Galactic Empire and destroyed the harmony between civilizations, I will follow the laws of the Galactic Empire and arrest you and bring you to justice. Because of your resistance, the demon civilization was destroyed. Now, you can remain silent. Because from now on, the Galactic Empire will contain this universe. As Luo Xi's voice sounded, the audience was stunned for a moment. What? Morgana is still alive? Morgana was still alive after such an attack? No, the audience suddenly realized that their focus was wrong. Suddenly they realized it. The emergence of the Galactic Empire was not just as they thought, coming to this world just to seek revenge on the demon civilization. At this moment, the true colors of the Galactic Empire were revealed. Until now, the audience finally understood. The Galactic Empire never considered itself a civilization from the beginning. They are an empire, they are a nation. So they have dimensional channel technology. They should have thought of it earlier. Why is it that no one in the universe can cross dimensions and reach another world? It is precisely because of the existence of higher world civilization that it will cause unpredictable dimensionality reduction attacks on lower world civilization. But the Galactic Empire ignored this. They can cross the dimensional channel and come to another world. It means the Galactic Empire is able to accomplish things that civilizations in other worlds cannot. At this moment, there seemed to be no comments from other viewers in the live broadcast room of Zhu Tianwanji. Only countless barrages of comments were left, continuously sent by the residents of the Galactic Empire, completely filling the live broadcast room of the universe. The Galactic Empire is unstoppable. The majesty of the Galactic Empire cannot be insulted. Wherever the Galactic Empire goes, everyone submits. Invasion, conquest. They are strong, so they conquer. This is the true purpose of the Galactic Empire. At this moment, countless angels gathered together and appeared in front of Luo Ai. If it weren't for Angel Yan's alertness, perhaps this group of angels would have died completely in the explosion of the Demon Nebula. However, after Luo Xi showed his amazing strength, no angel believed that they could stop this powerful Valkyrie. However, there is still no turning back. When the amazing warships of the angel civilization appeared in the sky above the universe, the holy angel, wearing a helmet of gold and silver, sits on the throne. At this moment, countless civilizations in the super god universe felt the arrival of hope. Because he is the most powerful person known in the super god universe. Holy Keisha. 061. It was an incomparably magnificent fleet, created using the most core technology of the angel civilization. Countless angels wearing armor and with silver white wings spread out accompanied them, each holding a sacred flaming angel sword. And among the angel warships, Holy Keisha was leaning on a flaming sword in one hand and wearing gold and silver armor, like the master of the universe. With the emergence of Holy Keisha, all civilizations in the super god universe gradually fell silent. Holy Keisha appeared. This means that this war has completely transformed from a conflict between two major civilizations into a war of aggression against the world. The Galactic Empire is the invader, and Holy Keisha is there to protect the safety of the universe. With justice in her heart, the appearance of Holy Keisha is inevitable. In fact, apart from the appearance of Holy Keisha, no other civilization has the qualifications to stop this war. This brings us to the theocracy practiced by the angel civilization. Every civilization will experience countless disasters, from meteorite landings, to volcanic eruptions, to wars and plagues, followed by nuclear technology, nuclear wars, biological and chemical warfare, human decline, and planetary falls. The sun is drying up, a supernova is exploding, and so on. Eventually there will be a civilization that can hold on to the end, and they live in the remains of stars and cosmic nebulae. When civilization reaches its final form, the number of higher life forms has become extremely scarce, while resources are highly concentrated, so that in the end, the one with the most concentrated resources is elected as the highest deacon of civilization, and is called God. Then, this God should be the most authoritative, fair, and objective existence, that is, the will of God. Because this God is elected by the highest wisdom of civilization. Simply put, a country with a population of 100 million needs a parliamentary group of 1,000 people, but a country with only 1,000 people may only need a leadership of dozens of people, or even just one leader. But these 1,000 people possess the highest wisdom in the universe, so the leader they choose must be the one with the highest wisdom. In fact, he only needs to judge the right and wrong of 1,000 people. However, perhaps there are still other inferior civilizations under his rule, and the highest wisdom's knowledge and understanding of the inferior civilizations must surpass that of anyone in the inferior civilizations. Then, this supreme wise man is God, and the judgment he makes will surely be the most fair and in line with the logic of civilization development. This is God's will. This is the theocracy of Holy Keisha. God can judge and decide anything about lower civilizations if he is interested. But Keisha has her own philosophy, the philosophy of civilization, that is, justice defeats evil and angels punish demons. Keisha uses this concept as a guideline, spreads it to all civilizations in the universe and uses it as spiritual guidance for the progress of civilization, but does not directly intervene in the management of civilization. The beauty and holiness of angels are often the driving force behind the crazy beliefs of lower civilizations. The actual number of angels that the angel civilization possesses is not large, only about tens of thousands of angels. Among them, the higher angels are often the gods believed in by other lower civilizations. This is also why Yin civilization is the most powerful civilization in the super god universe. Apart from this, no other civilization can have the same status as the angel civilization. When the Holy Keisha appeared, the audiences from all the heavens and worlds were also shocked. Mainly, the moment when nearly tens of thousands of angels appeared following the amazing angel battleship, the visual experience brought about was undoubtedly shocking. In addition, the angels of the angel civilization all have delicate bodies, soft skin, fair faces, beautiful faces, and long legs, which naturally attracted the attention of many viewers. Is this the angel civilization of the super god universe? Are these angels all female angels? Tony Stark, I think the answer is obvious. This civilization is simply a paradise. Spider-Man Parker, if we were to rank civilizations based on appearance, the angel civilization would definitely be ranked first. Zhang Holan, but it seems that the angel civilization is also very powerful. They should be here to stop the invasion of the Galactic Empire. Luoji, but can the angel civilization really stop the Galactic Empire? Dr. Doom, the battle between technological civilizations is really interesting and shocking. It really feels amazing. Even the battles between us cultivators are not this exciting. Bai Xiao, so what? They are not as good as my son Wang Teng. My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor. Haha, you should be more careful when you say this next time. In the past, everyone knew that the dimensional channel could not be opened, so you just said it casually. But now think about it carefully. Even if your son Wangteng is an emperor, can he really resist the invasion of the Galactic Empire? What's more, your son is not an emperor yet. Hong Wang Daipen, you know, there has only been one military commander in the Galactic Empire from beginning to end. Where are the others? There are so many Galactic Empire viewers on the internet. It's impossible that the Galactic Empire only has one battleship and one person, right? Misunderstood, misunderstood, I meant that he is not as obedient and sensible as my son Wangteng, haha. My son Wangteng has the potential to be an emperor. After so long, I finally saw this old man showing off his son every day on the internet become scared, Zhang Hulan ha 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 ha. I never thought that you would become a coward one day. Now that you realize how powerful others are, you finally stop being so arrogant, right? Hong Wang Daipen. The audience chattered and discussed in the live broadcast room. In fact, after the Galactic Empire showed some of its strength this time, many viewers from the primitive and fantasy sides have become scared. Because the destructive power displayed by Luo Xi, in their eyes, is almost no different from that of a saint or an emperor. Of course, whether Luo Xi can compare with a saint or an emperor remains to be considered. The most important reason why saints and emperors can become the top fighting forces in these two worlds is not just their destructive power. When the sage opens his eyes, all things come to life. When a sage closes his eyes, all things fall asleep. To some extent, saints are almost beings that transcend the laws of the world. The same is true for the emperor. Therefore, if Luo Xi were to be compared with the emperor or the saint, the audience would really not know how to make the comparison. But the outrageous thing is that there is not only one person in the Galactic Empire. The mere appearance of Roche alone can mobilize the mass of all things in the universe and easily detonate it, completely destroying an entire and powerful civilization. What if there are other people in the Galactic Empire? And what if the appearance of other people may be more powerful than Roshi? In the eyes of all audiences, the strength of the Galactic Empire is a mystery. They thought they had completely seen through the Galactic Empire and that the Galactic Empire had demonstrated its full strength. But what the Galactic Empire has shown is probably not even the tip of the iceberg. This is the supreme foundation of a powerful, God-level civilization. Anything that can rank on the list, especially in the top 5, is not easy. It is better to imagine the Galactic Empire as extremely powerful than to imagine that the Galactic Empire has already demonstrated its full strength. Because it's simply impossible. So can the Angel Civilization defeat the Galactic Empire? This is almost impossible in the eyes of the audience. But they admired the courage of the Angel Civilization. Because the Angel Civilization is the most powerful civilization in this world, when the universe is threatened, they finally choose to appear and face the powerful Galactic Empire head-on. At this moment, in the Super God universe, all the audience saw this scene. On one side are endless angel fleets and countless angels with powerful technology. The leader is the most powerful person known in the Angel Civilization and even in the Super God universe, Holy Keisha. On the other side was the commander of the Galactic Empire, Roche, whose body was floating in front of the star-sized space battleship. At this moment, it is not just a collision between two great civilizations. It is between the universe. Holy Keisha is the most powerful god in the main biological universe. She has a perfect appearance, the best genes, and the most intelligent mind. The audience knows all of this. Because as early as the moment the live broadcast room was opened, the Zushan Wanjin network had already thoughtfully posted detailed information about the most powerful civilization in the universe, the Angel Civilization. Holy Keisha is the strongest person in this main universe. When the Galactic Empire's war is defined as aggression, it means that Holy Keisha must appear and stop the Galactic Empire. However, even Keisha herself does not think this is a winnable war. The strong have their own definition standards. The more powerful a person is, the more he can see. She would not be as arrogant as Morgana. Holy Keisha understood that the fact that the Galactic Empire could appear in this universe had already confirmed that the Galactic Empire was extremely powerful. Before she arrived, she had already seen the scene in the live broadcast room. The Valkyrie-like existence in front of him just stretched out a hand. It created a huge and shocking explosion. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert sees the details. Countless viewers in the heavens and the worlds only saw that Roche gathered countless matter in the universe together and caused an astonishing explosion that completely annihilated the Demon Nebula. But only Holy Keisha sees more clearly. Luo Xi used a more sophisticated method. She used compression technology to compress not only the matter of the universe, but also the scope of the explosion. Roche compressed the cosmic matter into a point, and at the same time, the explosion range was precisely controlled by her within the Demon Nebula. Because of this, the other angels were not affected by the shocking explosion before they left. Apart from destroying the entire Demon Nebula, this explosion had almost no impact on the universe. Of course, although compression technology compresses the range of the explosion of cosmic matter, it does not weaken the energy of the explosion. On the contrary, because the matter of the universe was compressed into a point, the explosion within this range was enough to completely destroy any existence within the range. If it was just an ordinary explosion, it would be impossible to destroy the entire Demon Nebula. Fortunately, because Roche compressed the matter of the universe, the explosion did not spread to the entire universe and cause unnecessary impact on the universe. This made Holy Keisha realize that Luo Xi might be someone with whom she could communicate. If possible, Holy Keisha doesn't want to fight Rashi. So, when the angel battleship came in front of the galaxy battleship, Saint Keisha took the initiative to speak. This time, She put aside her pride as the most powerful person in the universe, and faced Luo Xi calmly and even lowered her posture, and took the initiative to speak. Hello, being from another dimension. As you can see, I am the manager of this universe. I think the conflict between the Galactic Empire and the Demon Civilization is just one of civilizations. Since you have already destroyed the Demon Civilization, why can't we sit down and talk? Hearing the words of Holy Keisha, Luo Xi's eyes also turned to Keisha. When the two looked at each other, Keisha felt as if she was being watched by some astonishing existence. It was as if her entire existence was being analyzed from top to bottom, directly through the gaze of her soul. And she seemed to see some of the most mysterious understanding from the universe in Luo Xi's star-like gaze. This made Keisha feel extremely surprised, and she didn't know where this feeling came from. But the feeling was fleeting. As Luo Xi's gaze left, Keisha felt her body become much more relaxed. Under Luo Xi's gaze, Keisha felt as if a heavy stone had hit her body, making her unable to move. Can't understand. This was the first thought that came to Keisha's mind when she saw Luo Xi for the first time. She could not understand Roche at all, and she could not understand the Galactic Empire at all. Keisha saw countless shocking things in Luo Xi, but she could not understand them at all. It's like an ant directly observing a human being. Ants cannot understand what humans do because their knowledge reserves are not at the same level as humans. This sense of gap made Keisha feel uncomfortable, but she had no way to deal with it. At this moment, she finally understood the situation in the previous videos where lower humans were completely unable to understand higher civilizations. The Galactic Empire is too powerful to resist. At this time, Luo Xi took action. She raised her head, and her eyes, as bright as stars, completely enveloped the entire angel civilization. At this moment, every angel seemed to feel that his or her existence was being completely analyzed like a string of data. After doing all this, Luo Xi's gaze returned to Keisha. But this time, Keisha did not feel that amazing sense of confinement. At this time, Keisha was finally able to observe Luo Xi carefully. Her long silver-white hair reached her heels, and she was wearing the same silver-white clothing, which looked like a body-shaping spacesuit made of some kind of material, outlining her figure like a painting. That extremely delicate face seemed to be natural, without any unnecessary flaws. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and it seemed that her eyes were not eyeballs but two stars. She still had that expressionless look, as if nothing could move her. An existence of a higher level that is incomprehensible. This was the only comment left in Keisha's mind. Finally, Luo Xi spoke. It was still that indifferent voice, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. Is that so? I understand. You are the strongest in this civilization. Angel civilization practices theocracy, so the civilization of this universe has long been completely controlled by the angel civilization, but the angel civilization will not interfere with the management of civilization. Luo Xi finished speaking word by word, and Holy Keisha did not refute anything. However, Keisha's heart was in turmoil. Sure enough, Luo Xi's observation just now was definitely not an ordinary observation. It was like putting them in full digitization in front of each other for observation. Under the technology of the Galactic Empire, all their secrets are just decorations. There is no escape. Soon, Luo Xi spoke again, okay. Then I can exercise the laws of the Galactic Empire and incorporate the angel civilization into the Galactic Empire. You still have the highest level and management rights in this world and universe. Similarly, the Galactic Empire will not interfere with this world in any way. The Galactic Empire will not interfere with the management of the angel civilization. The Galactic Empire will only require the angel civilization to develop in accordance with the laws of the Galactic Empire. In addition, the Galactic Empire will provide imperial technology for the angel civilization to learn and develop. So, will the angel civilization accept the Galactic Empire's assimilation? The Galactic Empire extended an olive branch to the angel civilization. This is what the numerous viewers from all over the world have realized. After hearing Luo Xi's words, all the angels looked at each other in confusion. Holy Keisha was slightly stunned and looked at Luo Xi as if she didn't understand. Can the actions of the Galactic Empire really be called aggression? She asked with some confusion. Why do you want to recruit the angel civilization? Luo Xi's voice sounded as cold as always. Angel civilization is the strongest civilization in this world and the upper management of many civilizations. It only needs to recruit one angel civilization to achieve the effect of recruiting other civilizations. Therefore, the Galactic Empire only needs to recruit one angel civilization. As for the demonic civilization, it insulted the Galactic Empire, which meant it insulted the Emperor, so the demonic civilization must be destroyed. Do not interfere with the autonomous development of civilizations, do not interfere with the management rights of civilizations, and only require civilizations to abide by the laws of the Galactic Empire. And he will also share the technology of his empire. Is this the incorporation of the Galactic Empire? At this moment, the entire angel civilization. It also includes countless audiences from all over the heavens and worlds. Everyone was stunned. Holy Keisha opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. And at this moment, tick-tock. It was as if the sound of some kind of clock was ringing between the universe. Keisha suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened slightly, and the sound of the clock stopped completely. The next moment, two huge stars suddenly appeared in front of Roche and the galactic battleship. Stars, explode. 062. 062, stellar explosion. Feel the real power of technology. What kind of amazing scene would it be when two huge stars that are emitting amazing heat appear together at the same time and are about to collide? At this moment, the audiences from all over the world saw in the live broadcast room an astonishing scene that they had never seen in any video review. Accompanied by some magical ticking sound in space. It's like the ticking of a clock, completely erasing all traces of time. No one could detect it, but at that moment, two huge superstars suddenly appeared in the universe. They appeared in front of the Galactic Empire and the Angel Civilization. The two huge, heat-filled stars seemed to cover the two major civilizations present. What kind of amazing force will these two stars create when they suddenly appear and are about to collide? Nobody knows. At this moment, Holy Keisha felt the danger coming for the first time in a long time. Carl actually took action at this time. She had never expected that this was the method Carl was talking about. What terrible things would happen if stars collided? The collision or merger of stars of different types results in the formation of stars of different types, masses, temperatures, and radii. They may form violent stellar explosions called supernovae. When they finally come together, if the mass is close to or exceeds the limit, carbon combustion will begin, causing the temperature to rise sharply. In fact, stars in the universe do collide. If two stars collide, there are many possible outcomes. If the collision speed is greater than a special critical speed, such as 480 km per second, enough kinetic energy will be transferred to the two stars to cause the stellar material to dissipate into a huge expanding gas cloud, never to recombine into a new star. If the collision speed is low, the two stars will merge into a new star with a larger mass. The merger of two stars will mix new hydrogen fuel into the core of the new star, and the star will be rejuvenated with new life. Blue stragglers are such an example. In some old globular clusters, there are some very bright blue young stars, which are probably the result of collisions of old stars. But no matter what, whenever two stars collide with each other, a violent explosion is inevitable. The audience had actually already known this point in the video inventory of the three-body civilization. I've seen this happen before. The three-body civilization is composed of 3 stars. And precisely because of the physical civilization, living on 3 stars, once the star moves away from the other 2 stars, the seasons on the planet will change and the temperature will not change. Because of this, it took 90,000 years for life to appear in the three-body civilization. And that's just the beginning. The three-body civilization has been constantly extinct and revived. And all this happened because 3 stars collided with each other. So when the 2 stars collided with each other, Holy Keisha in particular was facing an explosion that was extremely close to her. Even the smallest possibility would almost completely destroy Holy Keisha and all the angel civilizations behind her. And these 2 stars are not ordinary-sized stars. They are almost as big as the sun, just like the huge battleships of the Galactic Empire. Holy Keisha didn't even know where Carl got the 2 stars from. Perhaps in the normal course of the universe, these 2 stars would never meet, but Carl used magical means to transport these 2 stars here. The energy generated by the collision between these 2 stars will make the entire universe tremble. At that moment, not only the angel civilization and the Galactic Empire would suffer the impact of this energy. Even the civilizations closest to the universe are very likely to be reduced to ashes by the high temperature burning of the 2 stars in this stellar collision. But they didn't have much time left, and no one could continue thinking in such an emergency. She already understood what Carl meant, so the next thing she had to do was to cooperate with Carl. No matter what, stopping the Galactic Empire is the first goal. Holy Keisha does not fear death, and in fact, she cannot die. She is a being with a sacred body. A sacred body, not afraid of stellar explosions. The divine atom is a conceptualized existence, so it cannot be destroyed by brute force. Concepts can only be changed through concepts. There is no force in the universe that can destroy the holy body, not even supernovas and black holes, because Holy Keisha can instantly aggregate and reorganize her body. The conceptual data of Holy Keisha can depend on the existence of holy atoms, and each holy atom records all the conceptual data of Holy Keisha. Furthermore, as long as the concept is indestructible, the sacred atom cannot be destroyed. Even if it is struck into an energy state, it will automatically return to a material state under the right conditions. Holy Keisha does not exist in a material form, but is a void life that exists in the form of energy and concept. Keisha is a divine form, and can see the entire known universe in a thought, just like reading the lines on the palm of your hand. Because no matter how violent the explosion is, her body will only be broken down into molecules, and when the molecules gather together, Holy Keisha will be resurrected. But this time will be very long. She needed her own death to prevent the Galactic Empire from leaving. But Keisha also knew that if she did not immediately stop the explosion caused by the collision of 2 stars after the star exploded, it won't be long before the explosion of this star will spread to countless star systems in the local galaxy cluster. And these stars will inevitably detonate each other due to the explosions produced by these 2 huge stars. One wave has not yet subsided when another wave comes, and after a long time, they will even spread to the universe beyond this galaxy. To the edge of the universe. By then, the civilization of an entire galaxy will be completely unable to withstand the horrific radiation erupting from this amazing cosmic star. Perhaps the only ones who could survive at that moment were the angels with divine bodies. At this moment, Holy Keisha's gaze was extremely determined. All angels, obey my commands. Here, all the advanced combat forces of the angel civilization gathered. What Holy Keisha has to do is to try her best to prevent the Galactic Empire from escaping and let the explosion caused by the 2 stars completely annihilate the Galactic Empire. Let the angel civilization surround the entire nebula so that the stellar explosion will not affect the civilization outside the universe. Evacuate quickly, activate the encirclement and extreme defense technology. Radiation from the explosion must not leak out. She had to do it before the radiation from the supernova's burning burst completely out of this galaxy in the universe. Completely resist the explosion caused by this star. As Holy Keisha uttered these words. At this moment, everyone in the heavens and all worlds can see it clearly. Above the star, a vague human figure with flames burning all over his body appeared and gradually approached the star. Just as countless viewers were wondering who this figure was. Finally, even the audience from all over the world didn't have time to react. This flaming figure actually touched these two bright stars in an instant. The next second, the stars touched each other. The explosion began. The light was so dazzling that it was like daylight, and it suddenly lit up, as if it would completely illuminate the entire universe. At this moment, the temperature of the entire universe rose to the extreme, like purgatory. The intense temperature seemed to be constantly impacting every corner of the universe. At that moment, the scorching temperature of the supernova explosion brought with it astonishing radiation, which continuously impacted the outside world at a terrifying light-year speed. The cosmic planets close to these two stars were even completely shattered by this impact. Countless cosmic dust and countless tiny creatures in the universe cannot even withstand this terrifying impact force. As the guardian of the universe, the angel civilization is fearless and unafraid of death. At this moment, countless angels who obeyed the order quickly set out. They evacuated the exploding nebula in an instant at astonishing speed. Tens of thousands of angels surrounded almost every corner of the universe. Similarly, hundreds of angel warships instantly burst out with astonishing light. This light gradually connected countless angels, making the light barrier completely isolate the nebula. In the radiation leakage of the supernova burning explosion. At this moment, even the angel civilization used its amazing technological power, but it was still unable to stop this horrific radiation outbreak. Even countless angels tried to use their lives to cover the amazing radiation emitted by these two stars. If someone were to ask, is it really worth it for them to do this? Then there is only one answer in the angels' minds. It's all worth it to protect the universe. In the hearts of angels, they have their own standards of justice. They will swear to death to follow the justice they want. Want to stop this outbreak? Then you have to pay with your life. We will even use everything from angel civilization to stop it. Hundreds of space-based warships of the angel civilization even risked being completely melted, and fearlessly resisted the impending explosion. When countless angels flapped their wings, holding flaming swords, they used their bodies to resist the astonishing radiation. At this moment, even the audience from all over the world were deeply moved. This can no longer be called a shock. The angel civilization is really resisting with their lives, they are really using their lives to defend their own justice. This is the righteousness that exists in the hearts of angels. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. When facing the invasion of the Galactic Empire, it was the angel civilization that stood up. Even though they knew that their technological strength was far inferior to that of the Galactic Empire, they still bravely negotiated in order to resist the outbreak of this war. And when this crisis caused by the outbreak between the stars occurs again, it is the angel civilization that takes risks and uses their lives to prevent the disaster from happening. Even Holy Keisha showed no fear. Adhering to the justice in her heart, at this moment, she fully opened her sacred Keisha god-killing arsenal. She spread her wings and stood at the center of the stellar explosion, facing the battleships of the Galactic Empire and Roche with amazing willpower. Luo Xi's cold eyes, as bright as stars, looked at the Holy Keisha. In Luo Xi's gaze, Holy Keisha seemed to understand what Luo Xi meant. Do you think you deserve to do all this for the universe? Holy Keisha held up the sky blade. At this moment, facing the most powerful being in front of her, her will was incredibly astonishing. The universe cannot be affected. As she moved, the sky blade sword seemed to absorb all the explosive power of the star. This moment is sacred Keisha herself has also turned into an unstoppable explosive body. Holy Keisha is a holy body, she is not afraid of explosions at all. When her amazing energy completely explodes, Holy Keisha can even use herself to detonate and enhance the explosive power of the star. The conflict between the two energies will cause everything around to explode violently, and completely destroy all living things nearby. In other words, once Keisha completes her self-destruction, it is indeed possible that she will annihilate the Galactic Empire in front of her. Because Keisha understood that the explosion of a star would not necessarily defeat the Galactic Empire. That's why she had to stand here alone, not only to stop the Galactic Empire from leaving, but also to achieve the effect of a secondary detonation through the power of her sacred body. And once this method fails to have any effect on the Galactic Empire, then the Galactic Empire will be truly invincible. The universe cannot be affected. This sentence deeply affected the audiences in the entire universe. Holy Keisha said this coldly, and the wings behind her fully spread out. At this moment, in the face of supernova radiation, she seemed like an extremely holy angel of justice. Holy, sacred, and full of the light of justice. At this moment, the audience from all over the world have long forgotten to send barrages. To what extent must a civilization be just and selfless in order to exchange its own life for the stability of the entire universe? This is the justice that angel civilization holds in its hearts. Although sometimes this justice can become extremely extreme. But the angels still exercise the justice in their hearts and are driven by justice. When Holy Keisha flew between the two stars without any fear of death, her body was filled with heat. At that moment, all civilizations in the super god universe, including all kinds of people in the heavens and all worlds, appeared. They all seemed to understand what a heroic act Holy Keisha was going to do. End this war with your own life. At this moment, countless audiences were extremely shocked and moved. What kind of amazing sense of justice is this? Just to prevent the invasion of another civilization, they chose to perish together. Anyway, this time, I support maintain angelic civilization. Tony Stark, the Galactic Empire is indeed powerful, but the angel civilization really moved me. The feeling I got from this live broadcast is not much worse than the video review. Logi, if the universe of all heavens and worlds were to take stock of the most righteous civilization in the universe, I think the angel civilization would definitely be on the list. Spider-Man Parker, although the strength of the angel civilization is not as strong as the existences in the ranking list of the heavens and the worlds, it is also a rare existence. Such existence will defend the safety of the universe with the entire civilization. Danger, the angel civilization almost broke my understanding of advanced civilization. Lu Paiqiang, only by upholding justice in your heart can you use faith as a sail to sail further and further. Pluto, Queen Keisha is so charming, and the angel civilization, this entire civilization moved me deeply. Zhang Hulan, but why is the galactic battleship not moving? Isn't the Galactic Empire afraid of the attack of two kinds of star explosions? Bruce Wayne, it's hard for me to say, but, if this amazing explosion can't do anything to the Galactic Empire's battleships, then, the Galactic Empire is really invincible, right? Hong Wang Daipen, as the audience from all over the world exchanged and discussed the barrage, they suddenly realized a problem. That is, the battleships of the Galactic Empire seemed to have no intention of escaping at all. Even under the power of the explosion caused by the collision between these two stars. The Galactic Empire commander, Roche, remained calm. It was as if she didn't take the explosion attack seriously at all. So bland. At this time, a strange feeling seemed to arise in the hearts of the audience in all the heavens and worlds. Could it be that the Galactic Empire is really not afraid of the power of this stellar explosion? Just as the audience of Jotian Universe fell into endless reverie, at this moment, in the dark, Carl was still wearing the robe, but this time, he completely exposed his face. He stood on the ruins of the Demon Nebula and looked up at the beautiful scenery created by the stellar explosion. The endless radiation seems to be mixed with certain colors, reflecting every corner of the universe. Once ordinary people come into contact with this radiation, they will be instantly exhausted and die. However, since Carl dared to appear nearby, it proved that he had the means to escape from here and would not be affected by the explosion. An angel acting in the spirit of justice. So beautiful. Thank you, Queen Keisha. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Carl's voice was still as calm and composed as ever, and he seemed to be looking for something on the ruins of the demon civilization. It's a pity, Morgana, my old friend, I don't want you to sacrifice. At this moment, Carl's voice finally showed some slight fluctuations. But this fluctuation soon came to an abrupt end, because at this moment, Carl instantly looked up at the universe in the sky. He instantly felt some amazing force that completely blocked the explosion. It was not just Carl who felt this moment, but also countless angels from the angel civilization and all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds. The impending explosion of the two stars stopped at this moment, at this instant. At this moment, it seemed that everyone instantly remembered the star-sized galactic battleship that they had just completely ignored. Because at this moment, the galaxy battleship burst out with iron light. And the next second, the light gradually converged into a silver-white line. Just like when this galactic battleship just appeared. The inverted silvery white line seemed to paint a beautiful portrait. It's like a series of fine silk threads interwoven together, and this line seems to wrap up the entire star. Finally, it's not just the audience from all over the world. Even Carl's eyes widened in shock, staring at the scene intently, not daring to forget even the slightest detail of this amazing technology. Carl's eyes widened. He had never felt so shocked before. But this time, Carl was stunned. What kind of powerful force was that? Carl couldn't describe it, he couldn't even understand it, he couldn't believe it. That is something that has never been seen in the entire universe. It was as if time had stopped and radiation no longer leaked. Finally, Carl stared at the huge galactic battleship. The next second, among the intertwined white lines. It's as if the painting has become a galaxy. The Milky Way in space encompasses these two stars. It's like a beautiful painting. And then let the entire super god universe civilization. A scene occurred that even shocked the entire civilization of the heavens and the worlds. Just when the two stars were about to produce the most amazing, shocking, and violent explosion. The picture scroll of the Milky Way suddenly shrank. It kept shrinking and shrinking, even leading to an entire galaxy. This galaxy envelopes two stars and the holy Keisha within them. In full view of everyone, even in the eyes of angel civilization. The star's explosive radiation gradually weakens. Because the star can no longer emit any radiation. They were shrunk, they were trapped in this galactic circle. Two-dimensional galaxies. Could this be the two-dimensional foil technology? This is what all civilizations in the entire super god universe and all the audiences in the heavens and worlds suddenly thought of. But if it were just this kind of technology, it would not be able to shock the audience in the entire universe. Because this feast of technology could be even more shocking than they imagined. The next second, it was just as all the audience thought. The Milky Way painting formed by white lines began to shrink, shrink, and shrink continuously. At this moment, the audience finally realized that this was not dimensionalization at all. But it was a tactic that the Galactic Empire had already demonstrated before. Why was the demon civilization destroyed? It was because the commander of the Galactic Empire used a certain technology to reduce the mass of the universe, and the 10 kinds of explosions that completely created the mass of the universe fruit. As a result, the demon civilization could not even hold out for a moment before being completely annihilated. At this time, in the eyes of the audience, the technology used by the Galactic Empire is the same as before. But this is even more amazing than before. Because at that time it was just gathering the mass between the universes together and shrinking it into a point. This time, what the Galactic Empire did was to place the entire galaxy under the control of a series of galactic scrolls. Through this galaxy scroll, they are constantly shrinking. Capture system. At this moment, the entire universe was shocked. They were so shocked that they were completely speechless. They were clearly in the live broadcast room, and they could send out a barrage of comments as long as they thought about it, but at this moment no one could come up with a complete sentence. This is a technology that no one in the universe has ever seen. They couldn't even understand how this happened. You have to know that even the two-dimensional foils of the Singer civilization have understandable concepts. But what the Galactic Empire showed was completely incomprehensible to them. It's like treating an entire galaxy in the universe as a picture, then cutting out a piece from the picture and compressing it completely using compression technology. And the mass between the universes will fill that gap. So wonderful, so amazing. Finally, along with the silver galaxy drawn by this long silver-white line, the entire galaxy with 2 stars shrank again and again. It was shrunk to a bead visible to the naked eye that could be seen in the palm of one's hand. And this bead was held in Luo Xi's hand. She turned over her palms, and the beads in her spotless hands seemed to be painting the ecological turmoil of the entire galaxy. She seemed to be the creator of this entire galaxy, holding the beads and looking at all living beings. In my hand, I hold a whole galaxy. If the Galactic Empire had not emerged, no one in the universe would have thought of it. What kind of technology could shrink an entire galaxy into a bead and hold it in your hand? Observation in. Neither Carl nor Holy Qin nor anyone from the angel civilization can do so. The audiences in all the heavens and worlds cannot do it either. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire universe was silent. At the same time, the bead in Luo Xi's hand seemed to explode. A crack appeared on the edge of the bead. A tiny radiation, which couldn't even cause any ecological impact on anyone, floated out from it. This moment is soul-stirring. 063. When the audience from all over the world thought that completely compressing the matter in the universe and producing a violent explosion was already an extremely powerful technology in the Galactic Empire. The Galactic Empire can come up with more sophisticated and powerful technology to smack them in the face. Just like the galaxy scroll just now, it completely enveloped an entire galaxy and compressed it into a bead. This kind of technology is no longer something that the civilizations in the universe can understand. Even no civilization can figure out what kind of amazing technology it is. This compression technology is obviously more amazing and shocking than the last one. Because this time, the Galactic Empire compressed more than just an entire galaxy. There are also explosions caused by the collision of 2 stars between galaxies. And the radiation that is enough to affect the entire nebula is completely compressed into this bead. The Galactic Empire's actions not only demonstrated its amazing and powerful technology in front of the heavens and the world. It also used the safest way to block the entire radiation and incredible heat generated by the stellar explosion. Holy Qin wanted to use the technology of angelic civilization to wrap the periphery of the galaxy to prevent the radiation generated by the star explosion from leaking to other galaxies and civilizations. But even the angel civilization would be at great risk when facing the explosive radiation produced by the 2 stars. But what the Galactic Empire did was to completely turn this risk into a problem that even a 3-year-old human child could solve. This is enough to prove the technological power of the Galactic Empire. For a moment, the audience from all over the world were shocked beyond words. The technological experience brought by the Galaxy Empire is intuitive, which is obviously different from the feeling of having a bed in other video inventories. Because the technology of the Galactic Empire is more powerful than those civilizations that appear in the video inventory. This has almost become an established fact that the Galactic Empire will definitely be ranked in the top 5 of the ultimate existence. The power of God. After seeing the Galactic Empire, I realized that the previous inventories of civilizations were just a bunch of minor things. I can no longer understand how the technology of the Galactic Empire could shrink an entire galaxy into a bead. Tony Stark dimensional technology? Or is it technology that can directly change the matter of the universe? I can't even figure out its principle. What is it? How did he shrink the universe that was moving together? A1/4 Ti. This technology has surpassed our technology. My civilization cannot understand it at all. Singer civilization. When I saw the mirror civilization and the artist civilization, I thought that these 2 civilizations were already the most advanced in the universe. However, I found out that I was totally wrong. There is absolutely no end to scientific research and technology. Dr. Agaza, what? What happened? Why do you all seem to be saying that this thing is very powerful? Well, although it is indeed very powerful. But I think a saint should be able to do the same. Hong Wang Daipen perhaps. Perhaps we cannot imagine how powerful a saint is. But if we describe it from a technological perspective, I estimate that he will definitely make it impossible for more than 90% of the civilizations in the heavens and the worlds to understand and analyze him. Luo Ji, well, the emperor should be able to do this, so my son Wang Teng can also do it. It's not that he is not as good as my son Wang Yang. My son Zhou Teng has the potential to be an emperor. Wonderful, powerful, outstanding, extraordinary, Death Star Lord. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, and I told her there were gods in the universe. Ji Zilun, yes, the results achieved by this technology can also be achieved by saints. It is nothing more than compressing an entire space and shrinking it into an extreme point. But what a saint relies on is his own cultivation and his understanding of the whole world. But what the Galactic Empire has achieved is just technology. This means that the Galactic Empire has the technology to mass-produce saints. Means If we compare them only from this aspect, then the power of the Galactic Empire will be beyond anyone's imagination. You know, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Galactic Empire. Who would believe that this was the full display of the technological strength of the Galactic Empire? The shock of the audience in all the worlds cannot be expressed by barrage alone. At this moment, the primitive world. Inside the Baiho Palace, a Taoist priest was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the Taoist temple. Above his head, there seemed to be a primordial purple aura rising. If someone saw it, they would probably be amazed and shout, "It's a fairy who has descended to Earth." He is one of the most top-notch beings in the prehistoric world. The leader of Zhejiao, the leader of Tongtian. Master Tongtian is a saint, so his status is naturally higher than that of the gods in the ancient times. After a long while, he seemed to have finished meditating and exhaled a breath of foul air. And this foul air seemed to turn into a breath, then into a cloud, flying towards Baihuan. It is incomprehensible. Master Tongtian sighed slowly. If Tongtian's other disciples saw him in this state, they would probably be extremely shocked. Is there anything in this world that Master Tongtian cannot comprehend? You know, he is a saint. Among the few saints in the ancient times, almost all of them are well known on the list. And Master Tongtian is ranked among the top 5, with amazing strength. After all, his Xuxian sword formation would even make other saints feel afraid. Powerful, extraordinary, and unparalleled. Of course, what Master Tongtian wants to comprehend is not the simple Taoism in this world. What he wanted to comprehend was the universe, as well as the technology of powerful civilizations in all the heavens and worlds. As the leader of Zhejiao, Tongtian is by no means corrupt or stupid. He would not be like the two Western saints who looked down on technology and thought that technology was just a toy for the weak. He is certainly not as pure and inactive as his senior brother, Laozi. Even the appearance of the network of all heavens and worlds did not alarm his senior brother. From the very beginning, he has been so calm, comfortable and relaxed. When was the last time you saw your senior brother look shocked? Or it was the moment when the myth ranking list appeared. But at that time, his senior brother Laozi also just raised his eyebrows. I continued to review the list nonchalantly. Tongtian Jiazu recognized Laozi's tranquility and inaction, but he would never be like Laozi. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recruit so many disciples, earning the Zhejiao the reputation of all gods and immortals come to pay homage. It is even criticized as a religion with mixed qualities. It was precisely because he advocated teaching without distinction and opened the door wide that all living beings could listen to his teachings that he had the largest number of immortals under his tutelage, but their quality was mixed, as most of them were animals and birds that had achieved enlightenment through cultivation and transformed into human form. Therefore, he was often considered unauthentic. Therefore, it is often called by the Chanjiao and others, a mess, a mixture of good and bad, and unorthodox. No distinction is made between people with hair and horns, or those who are born from moisture and eggs, and all can live together in the same group. Because of this, Master Tongtian is more open-minded compared to other saints. He is not as pure and inactive as his senior brother, Laozi, but just like another senior brother. Only accept disciples with excellent qualifications. Nor will they be like the two saints in the West, who look down on this and that. As early as when the ZuxianWag.com began to take stock of science fiction civilizations, Tongtian Jiazu had been paying attention to the ZuxianWanja.com science fiction inventory. It's just that the technology introduced in the previous video inventory is indeed not very powerful. For the world he lives in, those technologies cannot even threaten ordinary monks. Among these civilizations, the only one that could give Tongtian Master some interest was the vast universe. It was not until the later videos that existences like the Mirror Civilization and the Cryogenic Artist Civilization appeared. He gradually became interested in the technology of these science fiction civilizations. Finally, the Galactic Empire emerged. He was shocked by the amazing technology of the Galactic Empire, the extremely powerful shrinking technology. Of course, it is just as the comments in the video said. Saints are also able to do this, and what they do may be more perfect than these technologies. But what shocked Master Tongtian? That's really because it's relaxing. That kind of technology could shrink a galaxy that was about to collapse completely in the blink of an eye. And its power has also been considerably reduced. As a saint, Tongtian Jiazu could clearly feel that if the two stars collided with each other, a complete explosion would occur. How powerful will it be? If we use the evaluation of Master Tongtian, it would be, only the golden immortal can block it with the physical body. However, such astonishing power was easily taken over by the Galactic Empire with its technology. For the first time, Tongtian Sect Master showed amazing interest in these technologies. Is this the technology that the disciples have been advocating? It's amazing. Although there are treasures in the ancient times that can achieve this effect. Such as his senior brother Laozi, holding a jade bottle and a purple gold-red gourd in his hands. To a certain extent, they can achieve the same effect as the Galactic Empire's technology. However, treasures are rare, not to mention the jade bottle and the purple gold gourd, which are born naturally. Even if you search all over this vast land, there is probably only one. But what is the technology of the Galactic Empire? It is mass production. Once Master Tongtian has mastered this powerful technology, doesn't that mean he can pass it on to his disciples as magic weapons to a certain extent? A sect where a person holds a purple gold gourd? What a beautiful thing this is. When he thought of this, Master Tongtian actually felt that he had abandoned all the 7 emotions and 6 desires since he became a saint. It actually came back a little bit. It's just a pity that he couldn't understand how it was done. Because he was in the primitive world, there was no technology at all, let alone thinking about the principles of how these technologies were achieved. This made Tong Qian, who had never had any distressed thoughts, feel the hardships of life for the first time. Even if he were to go to the Zhu Tianhuangji website to ask, he wouldn't be able to do it. After all, he was once one of the top 5 strongest people in the prehistoric list of the world rankings. As a result, Master Tong Qian was in extreme confusion at this time. The great catastrophe is approaching, and he must do something for his disciples. Thinking of this, Master Tong Qian gradually fell silent. It would be even better if we could establish direct contact with the Galactic Empire in a more covered way. As for now, he should just wait and see. Think of this. The Baihe Palace gradually fell into silence. Only outside the Baihe Palace, the countless Taoist temples were still filled with the shocked voices of his Zhijiao disciples. Perhaps no one among the audiences in the heavens and the worlds would have thought that the saints would also become interested in science and technology. In the impression of the audiences in all the heavens and worlds, saints are very aloof. They don't care what happens in the world. At the same time, they have their sights set high. In the eyes of a saint, everything is lowly. Such as the 2 saints of the West. The Taoists Sun Ti and Jia Yian have shown disdain for technology. So no one would think of it. It turns out that Master Tong Qian is also interested in technology. Who would have thought that a saint would want to switch to science fiction? Of course, let's not talk about this matter for now. At this moment, everyone is still shocked by the amazing technology brought by the Galactic Empire. Among them, Carl was the most shocked. He was originally full of confidence, but was almost completely frightened. How is this possible? The big clock, I can't understand the technology of the Galactic Empire at all. At this moment, Carl could only hear the ticking sound in his ears. However, the ticking sound brought him little help except silence and shock. Even if he was given another 10,000 years, he would still be completely unable to understand the principles behind the Galactic Empire's technology. Because in the entire Super God universe, such technology has never appeared. Not to mention the analytical principles. Even if Carl used a large clock to analyze it, it would be almost impossible to analyze it. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had thought everything was too idealistic before. He wanted to spy on the technology of the Galactic Empire and gain knowledge of the Galactic Empire. That's why he used Holy Keisha to delay time so that he could get enough time. And why is Carl so confident that he can obtain the technology and knowledge of the Galactic Empire? Because he possesses the great clock of the Shenhe civilization. The Shenhe civilization clock can simulate the entire universe. According to the Big Bang theory, the entire cosmic framework is calculated from various mechanical systems from the main material plane to the dark matter plane. It starts from an explosion core and spreads out to form a tree-like particle structure diagram. It has a huge diameter, forming a spherical celestial body suspended in the universe. There are countless luminous particles around it, each particle is a galaxy, and each galaxy particle can be unfolded again to show the state of the entire galaxy. All in each galaxy, it can continue to expand until it reaches their planets, the planet's geology, topography, temperature, and so on. The data it calculates is relatively accurate unless a civilization changes those planets or even stars. And the big clock has the ability to transfer any object to any corner of the known universe. Because the universe calculated by the big clock also combines the dark energy theory, space theory, and wormhole theory, therefore, the cosmic wormhole tree has also been clearly analyzed. Although the algorithm becomes less accurate the closer you get to the edge of the big clock, it is still relatively accurate in unimaginable space. Therefore, there is no need to make a breakthrough in speed, and the target can be sent to the designated location in the known universe directly through the space wormhole. All data are real, and the accuracy varies according to the different degrees of damage to the universe caused by local civilizations. Space wormholes do exist, just like any substance will have wormholes. That's why. Only then could Carl move the 2 stars into the universe. But at this moment, Carl realized that he was extremely wrong. The comparison between the Galactic Empire and the real world is just like what was shown in the video. When humans first saw the cryogenic artist, they were completely unable to understand it. The higher dimensional creatures were crushed by the lower dimensional creatures, making Carl like a worm. He thought he could use the great clock of the super god universe to analyze the technology of the Galactic Empire. But the mere emergence of this technological power that can fix and shrink galaxies has completely shattered Carl's confidence. No one could understand the technology of the Galactic Empire. The angel civilization doesn't work, Carl doesn't work, and the great clock of the Shenhe civilization doesn't work either. The big clock is not able to analyze everything. As a scholar, at this moment, Carl's scholarly heart has been completely shattered. Even when studying the ultimate fear, he would make some progress in the ultimate fear. Request flowers. But when studying the Galactic Empire, Carl felt helpless. At this moment, he seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the sky. That existence, saw him. At this moment, Carl only felt a chill on his back, and cold sweat instantly broke out. How is this possible? He used the big clock to conceal his figure, but even so she couldn't see him? How powerful is the Galactic Empire? To what extent will it crush the understanding of this universe? Carl immediately thought of escaping. He wanted to use the power of the big clock to escape from here. He had to escape. If he had left a little later, Carl would most likely have died here. But just as the thought arose in his mind, Carl's body suddenly froze in place. Unable to move. He raised his head suddenly, and felt as if there were some star-like eyes staring at him from above the universe. At this moment, he seemed to see the truth of the universe, which was completely incomprehensible. The ticking sound of the clock is still ringing beside my ears. But at this moment, Carl seemed to have fallen into some kind of madness. He is constantly understanding the truth of the universe, constantly acquiring and madly absorbing the knowledge of the universe. Finally, he seemed to see the ultimate fear, as if he saw an even more shocking secret. He jumped out of this universe, and his soul seemed to fly outside the universe. Finally. After countless times, Carl finally felt as if he had transcended the universe and understood the whole meaning of the world. But in the end, these understandings of the universe are like empty dreams, which last for a long time. 12. Carl's consciousness was lost in the universe. The tick sound of the clock still echoes in my ears. But Carl could no longer hear it. His consciousness merged into the universe. Spiritually speaking, he is not dead. Instead, it completely melted away and became a part of the universe. Carl's death did not affect the entire universe. Even the various civilizations that were not super gods were not aware of the departure of Carl, the god of death. All they could see was that Roxy, standing in front of the huge galactic battleship, seemed to be glancing down. Then, she looked away. In those eyes as bright as stars, there seemed to be an extra line like a clock hand. Luo Xi flipped her palm, and an exquisite small clock appeared in her hand. This is the big clock of the Qin civilization, but its original appearance was not so delicate and small. Roche simply made it smaller. A little toy. The big clock of Qin civilization is called a small toy in Luo Xi's eyes. In fact, in Luo Xi's eyes, this thing is really no different from a toy. Because Roche easily analyzed the big clock with just one glance. Luo Xi's eyes are no longer ordinary eyes. Li Yuli's analysis is stronger. Li Yuli analyzed the entire super god universe in just a moment, and said that Luo Xi alone was needed to completely conquer it. So she believed it, and she was alone with a warship. Single-handedly, he turned the entire super god universe upside down. And she also didn't expect that the experience that the super god universe brought her was extremely weak. She only used the simplest universe circularization and reduction technology of the Galactic Empire to easily destroy the most powerful means in the universe. This technology is even just what the residents of the Galactic Empire use to collect their luggage when traveling on interstellar trips. For Roche, as long as there is matter in the universe, she can easily change the energy, size, and even dimension of these substances. The galactic painting that the Galaxy battleship just displayed was actually produced using Roche's ability as the main research object. This technology has the same origin as Roche, so it is a technology that no civilization can research. In order to analyze this technology, these civilizations must first analyze Roche. But Roxy is a unique existence in the Galactic Empire. She is not a human being, nor is she any biological species. She is just a star that was born autonomously in the main universe of the Galactic Empire. Eventually, he was given consciousness by the Emperor. Therefore, from the moment Luo Xi gained consciousness, he was loyal to the Emperor until his death. However, there are still some good guys in this universe. She pinched the small bead revealed by the galaxy scroll with her fingers, and everything inside was shrunk. If a human on Earth were to observe this bead with a microscope at this moment, he could even see the microscopic universe inside the bead. And when Luo Xi picked up the bead to observe it, all the audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds felt their hearts tremble. This even includes the many angels in the universe that completely surround this place. They still remember how the demon civilization was destroyed. By reducing the mass of the universe and using the explosion generated by the mass of the universe, the demon civilization of the super god universe can be easily destroyed. Then, could this bead also contain the amazing power of the explosion of 2 stars? Unlike the audience in the heavens and all realms, the many angels of the angel civilization felt a sense of sadness in their hearts when they saw Luo Xi's action. Their Queen Keisha left them forever. Even the angels knew that Queen Keisha could be resurrected, but this was just a luxury. Will the Galactic Empire let Queen Keisha go? What's more, even that kind of stellar-level attack could not affect the Galactic Empire. Does the super god universe really have a future? And at this moment, Luo Xi seemed to have discovered something. Interesting quality. She discovered that in the galaxy inside the bead, there were some atoms floating that were completely indestructible by physics. Through analysis, Luo Xi easily discovered that this kind of atoms, as long as they were combined, would be able to resurrect the angel. Although this low-level resurrection technology is nothing compared to the technology of the Galactic Empire. But a civilization that possesses this kind of resurrection technology can already be considered a decent civilization. Li Yulai didn't lie to her. The angel civilization is indeed the only civilization in the super god universe that is qualified to be incorporated. Her voice sounded faintly, but under the live broadcast of the All Heavens and Myriad Worlds network, her voice almost echoed throughout the universe. Is this the appreciation and recognition of a lower civilization by a higher civilization? The audiences from all over the world were puzzled. The angel civilization felt even more desolate. In this war, they completely lost. A complete loss. Even, they lost their Queen Keisha. Even at the end, he still couldn't escape the result of being recruited. Just as the angels were thinking this, Luo Xi opened one palm, as if absorbing some substance out of the beads. This substance gradually merges and reorganizes. Soon, it turned into a human shape. At this moment, the audience from all over the world were confused. The entire angel civilization widened their eyes. Although they had never seen this process before, they were very familiar with it. Because this is the state in which the holy body is being resurrected. Queen Keisha is resurrecting. Big. 064. At this moment, All the audiences in the heavens and the world stared with their eyes wide open, watching this scene unfold. They are afraid of missing out on even the smallest detail by blinking. Because it is simply too shocking. Roche extracted some kind of proton that was shining with golden light from the shrunken galaxy in the bead. When countless golden sacred protons continued to merge and fuse together, the fusion of these protons gradually turned into a human figure. And this kind of proton is like constantly outlining the shape of a human figure. Finally, the next moment, the audience could all see clearly. That holy angel that shines like holiness. After proton fusion, it returns again. Holy Keisha appeared in the universe again as if she was not affected by anything. It was as if two stars had just exploded between galaxies. The astonishing cosmic force created did not cause any damage to Holy Keisha at all. But the audience knew it all clearly. Holy Keisha was blown into a proton in the universe by the explosion between the two stars. The radiation produced by a stellar explosion can completely decompose any living thing in the universe. And Holy Keisha is no exception. Just now, Holy Keisha did die, she experienced death. But Holy Keisha possesses a holy body, and what this holy body brings her is that she doesn't have to worry about death at all. But the angels are very clear that even if their Queen Keisha can be resurrected. But how long will that take? After Holy Keisha died, her holy protons unconsciously attracted each other and slowly merged, and the speed of this fusion was extremely slow. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years? All in all, this requires a staggering number. Once Holy Keisha completes her autonomous resurrection, I'm afraid the entire world's cosmic civilization will change drastically. However, the Galactic Empire actually resurrected Queen Keisha, which was something the angels had never expected. Aren't they enemies fighting each other? Similarly, audiences from all over the world are also thinking about this question. It's just that they will be more shocked. The audience in all the heavens and worlds are not aware of this. If Holy Keisha wants to be resurrected, she only needs to fuse her own holy protons. The substance that Roche had just extracted from the bead filled with galaxies was the sacred proton of Holy Keisha. This is also the medium through which Holy Keisha can be resurrected. But in this scene, in the eyes of the audience in all the heavens and worlds, it seemed as if the commander of the Galactic Empire had used some miraculous means to resurrect the Holy Keisha, who had been completely decomposed into protons. This scene was enough to shock the audience. However, the shock was just the beginning. The next second, the audience's shock turned into shock. Roche in the universe just stretched out a hand. Immediately afterwards, a ray of light shot out from Luo Xi's 510 hand and exploded into the ruins of the demon civilization below. At this moment, something shocking happened to the audience. Along with Roche's movements, countless molecular substances seemed to appear above the demon nebula that had been completely destroyed, and they continued to rise. Among these molecules, the vast majority are extremely black, and they seem to be the dirtiest existence in the world. They are all the beings who died in the demon nebula. Because they are demons, even after death, when they are decomposed into molecules, they still look like demons. Therefore, when the audience saw these dark molecules appear, they felt an uncontrollable feeling of disgust in their hearts. But this is also very normal, after all, they are demons, and demons are despised by people. And the people in this super god universe are even more vicious. They do everything, burning, killing, looting, and even plundering the resources of a civilization. Relying on their own strength, they will burn, kill, and massacre an entire civilization. They deserve to die, they deserve to die. This is a common idea among the civilizations of the super god universe. But why did the commander of the Galactic Empire extract these molecules? When all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds were confused, Luo Xi just waved his hand, and thousands of demons were turned into powder in an instant. Completely dissipated in the universe. This scene also shocked the audience from all over the world. It's not because of Luo Xi's cruelty that he annihilated all the molecular substances of this group of demons in a single thought. After all, Luo Xi had already killed these demons, and what she did was just to kill the demons 3 more times. Even completely erased from the spiritual aspect. But what Luo Xi did was too easy. It was as if she completely ignored the physical level. As long as she wants, she can do anything easily. The audience didn't know how to describe it. No matter how long they thought about it, they could only come up with one word to describe Luobian. Finally, among the hundreds of millions of molecules, only a tiny molecule remained in front of Luo Xi. This molecule continuously emits a holy and beautiful light. It seems to be an extremely holy existence in this world. But above that holiness, it seemed to be stained with many grey stains. This made it difficult for the audience to tell for a moment whether it was a villain or an angel. But the next second, the commander of the Galactic Empire, Roche, gave the audience an answer. Morgana, you have insulted the Emperor and the Empire. According to imperial law, you must stand trial. From now on, I will escort you back to the Galactic Empire. I will meet with the Emperor and deal with you according to the law. Luo Xi's cold voice sounded faintly. And at this moment, the audience was all excited. Isn't Morgana dead? Wasn't she destroyed by the Galactic Empire like the demonic civilization and became one of the garbage in the universe? But before the audience could ask questions or send comments, finally something they didn't understand. It happened again. At this moment, Luo Xi got Morgana's molecular substance. This molecule was held in Luo Xi's hand, and it kept emitting white light. It's like gradually removing the stains on the white same. Finally, the molecules once again flashed with holy light. Just like its original appearance, so holy, with a beautiful glow. Just when the audience was still confused about what Luo Xi wanted to do, Roche placed Morgana's molecules in the universe. And behind Luo Xi, the galaxy battleship once again shot out a white line as before. This long silver white line seemed to be constantly entangled with Morgana's soul. Morgana's molecules were completely entangled in this white line. The white lines kept overlapping and eventually turned into a white cocoon. But until now, the audiences from all over the world are still confused. And at this moment, the audience from all over the world widened their eyes. I stared at the scene carefully, not wanting to miss any details. It is like a white egg in the universe, as if some kind of life is being nurtured within it. 30%. The sound of some kind of life beating continued inside the entire cocoon. What's this? At this moment, Xi, who was observing all this on the space-based battleship, widened his eyes. As the most intelligent researcher in the Angel Civilization, she widened her eyes. She had also wondered why the Galactic Empire would collect the molecular matter of the dead Morgana. Before this, Xi thought that the Galactic Empire just wanted to bring the dead Morgana back to the Empire as a victory. But now she seemed to understand something. How could the Galactic Empire have such a superficial plan? Just as Luo Xi himself said. She wants to bring Morgana back to the Empire to meet the Emperor. Let's not talk about who the Emperor is that Xi is most confused about. But now that Luo Xi has said this, can she bring back a dead person? Obviously not. Could it be that she wants to revive Morgana? At this moment, Xi only felt a chill on his spine. You know, Roxy's ability to speed up the resurrection of Holy Keisha has made the entire Angel Civilization feel the crushing power of science and technology. Because Holy Keisha's Holy Proton is conceptual, there is no means that can help Holy Keisha accelerate her resurrection. But the Galactic Empire can do it. Roxy seemed to ignore the conceptualization and fused the Holy Protons of Holy Keisha together as if with the ability of materialization. From this moment on, Xi felt extremely shocked. In an instant, all of Holy Keisha's Holy Protons were gathered together. This is something that no being in the Super God universe can do. And now, Luo Xi seems to be trying to revive Morgana again. You know, Morgana doesn't have a sacred body. Without a sacred body, it means that if she dies, she will really die, and Morgana has no chance of resurrection. That's why Morgana is so afraid of death and keeps running away because she's afraid that Kessa will kill her. If, Xi means if. If the Galactic Empire could really resurrect Morgana, it will completely overwhelm the understanding of the audiences in all the heavens and worlds. Because this is beyond their ability to bear and understand. At this moment, Xi's mentality actually changed slightly. She used to not believe that technology was omnipotent. But after seeing the Galactic Empire, she seemed to believe it. In front of the astonishing behemoth of the Galactic Empire, perhaps any existence, any theory, is completely vulnerable. Finally, what the audience expected finally happened. The white cocoon that completely enveloped Morgana's soul finally began to emit white light. At the same time, the entire white began to particle. It was like a ray of daylight, completely lighting up the entire galaxy. The molecular particles are just like the Holy Keisha just now, constantly reorganizing and merging. Her fusion speed has even surpassed Holy Kessa. Finally, the audience all saw it clearly. First, there was a pair of pure white wings, which continued to merge and reorganize in the light and appeared before the audience's eyes. Almost all the audience were stunned when they saw the pair of wings. Shouldn't Morgana be a demon? Why does she have a pair of angel-like wings? Even many angels of the Angel Civilization were confused and totally puzzled. Only Xi said he was not surprised by this. Because Morgana has another name. Cold Ice. She was once Keisha's sister and best friend, but everything changed because of the concept of ultimate fear. Liang Bing turned into Morgana and left the Angel Civilization with a group of mortal demons, and established a demon civilization that was opposed to the Angel Civilization. So, she had been an angel. This is not contradictory. Meanwhile, Morgana's resurrection is not over yet. The particles continued to reorganize and transform, and finally reorganized Morgana's body proportions to be much more exaggerated than those of a normal human female. Finally, it was her face. In the eyes of the audiences in the heavens and the worlds, demons are very ugly. Morgana has always been very ugly because of her smoky makeup. But when Morgana was resurrected and her stunning, angelic-looking face was revealed, the audience was stunned. What is this called? One thought is an angel, one thought is a devil? They suddenly felt a little confused. White wings and an angelic face, is this really what a demon should look like? Of course, only a few viewers pay attention to this part. Most viewers don't care about how Morgana looks after her resurrection. Because at this moment, apart from being in shock, they had almost no other thoughts. At this moment, the audience found it difficult to describe their shock in words. Living dead flesh and bones? Resurrecting two people in a row? Even if one searches the entire universe, no audience would have imagined that the Galactic Empire actually has the power to bring the dead back to life. This moment not only shocked the audience from all over the world, but even made them crazy. Birth, aging, sickness and death are common occurrences in this world. And the audience from all over the world who were devastated by the death of their relatives and friends. Almost countless. If there really was a way to resurrect people in the world, this group of people would probably flock to it. Even those who had never thought of resurrecting others were shocked when they saw that the Qin Empire had the means to resurrect people. Why do people pursue immortality? Why do people fear death more as they become stronger? Isn't it because after they die, there is nothing left? Similarly, why are there so many people pursuing the primitive and fantasy world? Even many viewers who are interested in technology have thought about joining the ancient or fantasy world to seek a path to immortality. Because cultivating immortals is so cool. For most low-tech civilizations, these technologies are of no help other than satisfying their spiritual and material needs. And what about cultivating immortals? Be strong and healthy, prolong your life, and rub fire with your hands. Who wouldn't want to learn a very powerful Taoist technique to set off fireballs in front of friends and family? Prolonging life is the need of most audiences in the heavens and all realms. Except for those who are already invincible in the world. Cultivating immortals can really bring them effects. But at this moment, the civilization of the Galactic Empire showed them more. It's not just the incredibly powerful, crushing technological power. What made the audience even crazier was the Galactic Empire's resurrection technology. This has transcended birth, aging, sickness and death, and broken the rules of reincarnation of heaven and earth. How could the audience not go crazy for this? Not to mention most of the technology-oriented audience. Even countless cultivators from the fantasy and prehistoric worlds are eager to take the initiative to enter the heavens and myriad worlds to join the Galactic Empire and directly carry out a technological transformation. Because technology and cultivation are completely different. It is enough for science and technology to be studied deeply, and then all people will be able to enjoy the benefits to the world and society. The road to becoming an immortal is long, and halfway through you might even encounter an enemy and be killed. Therefore, technology that has been developed to its extreme is the real truth. However, the cultivators of the immortal cultivation and fantasy cultivation sides could only say these words in their hearts. Excluding the words of those traitors who already have rebellious intentions. If they were really asked to betray their own world and their own ideals, they would not be able to do it. Of course, if these viewers knew that even Master Tongtian wanted to switch to technology, would they be even crazier? Resurrection technology? How? How is this possible? How can the power of technology be able to resurrect others? Hong Wang Daipen hiss. I originally thought that the previous video was the end of technology, but it turns out there is such a big surprise waiting for me here. It's so terrifying. Fighting 13th section. Can technology really bring people back to life? Tang San resurrecting the dead, although Master can do it. But, this is technology. Using technology to break the cycle of life and death, this is really something that technology can do. Baguio, I can't say for sure, but does this resurrection technology count as snatching people from the hands of the god of death? Spider-Man Parker snatching someone directly from the hands of the god of death? This is like snatching someone directly in front of the king of hell. Zhang Hulan, ha 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 ha, I wonder who will look down on our technological civilization in the future. Tony Stark, I have a guess, which may not be correct. Since the Galactic Empire can create a means of resurrection, could it be that they have already achieved immortality through technology? Emperor Shishin immortality? So, the immortality I have been pursuing requires technology to achieve. The first emperor, oh my god, the first emperor is going to start researching technology. Zhang Hulan, if it's just for simple longevity, then our hex deck can do it. A 1/4 mechanical pioneer. The Galactic Empire is so powerful. If the Galactic Empire, with its technological level, cannot reach the top, I can hardly accept it. Luoji, if the Galactic Empire can't even be ranked first, then I can't imagine how terrifying the first place is. Hong Wang Daipen, why haven't any saints come out to mock civilization and technology recently? Are they all scared silly? My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor. Haha, I don't know what the saint is like, but why don't you continue to brag about your son? Duobeo Taoist, I've thought about it carefully. The Galactic Empire is too strong. My son Wang Teng should not be able to compete with it. However, my son Wang Teng still has the potential to become an emperor. My son Wang Teng has the potential to become an emperor. Dense, the Galactic Empire is the most powerful. Everything will eventually become a subsidiary of the Galactic Empire. This time, the audience was completely shocked and speechless. The technological means of resurrecting people are so shocking that it is almost impossible for the audience to understand it through any principle. Even in ancient times, if one wanted to revive a dead person, one had to first go to the underworld to get the soul back to prevent it from entering the cycle of life and death. The Galactic Empire's methods are simply brainless, brutal, simple and effective. It's just a matter of extracting the molecules that a dead person is decomposed into, and then using technology to revive this being. How can the audience understand this? How can the audience understand this? This is already a super-level technology. The audience was so shocked that in the live broadcast room, when they saw the barrage of comments sent by the residents of the Galactic Empire, they didn't want to pay any attention to it at all. The reason why people were annoyed with the Galactic Empire before was because the residents of the Galactic Empire were always bragging about how powerful and awesome their civilization was. And they claim every day that their civilization will definitely be the best in the world. Because of this, the audience will gradually feel bored. Until the Galactic Empire really appeared in front of countless audiences. The audience then realized that the Galactic Empire had never lied. They really have the ability and qualifications to be number one on the list. With this kind of technological power, why can't they be number one? This is what makes the audience most frustrated. Everyone thinks that you say it every day in the live broadcast room barrage and that you are bragging. Turns out that he really isn't. What people say is just the facts. I'm very angry, but there's nothing I can do. Just as the audience from all over the world were shocked by the power of the Galactic Empire. At the same time, the resurrection of Holy Kessa and Morgana was finally completed. At this moment, all the audiences in the world can see the scene in the live broadcast room. Two extremely holy angels spread their white wings at the same time, as if they were holy beings here. The audience has a very good impression of angel civilization, because they can fully see the angel civilization's contribution to the universe and its justice for the universe. Even though the theocracy pursued by the angel civilization seems to have some flaws in the eyes of the audience, if you put these aside, the angel civilization is simply an extremely perfect civilization. They are all a group of guardians who uphold justice in their hearts. Angels will protect the universe for its safety and even sacrifice their own lives for it. How could such civilization not move the audience? Therefore, when Holy Keisha ordered the angels to completely block the radiation of the star, and single-handedly stopped the Galactic Empire and filled the gap of the star with her flesh, almost all the audiences from all over the world were impressed by this great angel of justice. As for Morgana, in the eyes of the audience in all the heavens and worlds, Morgana should just forget about it. She really can't do it. Why did the Galactic Empire open a dimensional channel to invade the super god universe? Wasn't it Morgana who attracted him? If the Galactic Empire hadn't wanted to bring her back to the Empire for interrogation, Luo Xi probably wouldn't have resurrected her at all. In fact, the first thing the Galactic Empire had to do was to conquer and expand all the heavens and worlds after opening the dimensional channel. Morgana's nonsense was just a fuse. But this is really related to Morgana 5.0 series. Because if Morgana hadn't talked nonsense, the Galactic Empire would not necessarily choose the super god universe as the first expansion site and conquest object. And now, the audience is waiting. They understood that what was coming next was the real highlight. When Holy Keisha completed her resurrection, she slowly opened her eyes and gradually felt the existence of the surrounding universe. Before Holy Keisha's resurrection, she was unconscious. So, at this moment, how many years has the universe been developing? How much time has it been developing? Has the Galactic Empire been repelled? All this will only be known after she is resurrected. Then, the supercomputer of the angel civilization told Holy Keisha from inside her brain. It only took her a long time to die and be reborn. Less than half an hour on Earth. This made Holy Keisha slightly stunned. Then, she finally discovered what existed in the universe around her. The angel civilization surrounded this galaxy, and tens of thousands of angels spread their wings and floated in the universe. And in the galaxy where she was just now, the two stars had completely disappeared. What was even more surprising was that she saw Morgana beside her. Morgana at this time seemed to have not yet woken up and was still in an unconscious state. Didn't she die in the Demon Nebula? Holy Keisha was very sure that at that time, Morgana's life signs had completely disappeared. But why, Morgana is here? Because she was between galaxies, Holy Keisha was completely unaware of what was happening. But the supercomputer of the angel civilization told her everything that happened in the universe. Just as Holy Keisha was heading into the stars alone, the galaxy she was in was collected into a picture scroll by the galactic battleship with a white line. The scroll kept shrinking and turned into a bead. This completely absorbs the radiation produced by the stellar explosion. And this is just the beginning. After this, the Galactic Empire resurrected Morgana, which made Holy Keisha feel truly astonished. At this moment, Holy Keisha was completely stunned. What kind of amazing technological means is this? The angel civilization was so helpless when facing the Galactic Empire. No, not just angel civilization. Even if we add any civilization in the super god universe, or even the ultimate fear that has not yet been discovered, there is no civilization that can surpass the Galactic Empire. At this moment, Holy Keisha finally accepted the reality. In front of the Galactic Empire, I am like a low-dimensional creature. Facing Luo Xi, she no longer had any pride. At this moment, Keisha finally lowered her proud head. Angel civilization is willing to be incorporated into the Galactic Empire. 065. At this point, the angel civilization officially joined the Galactic Empire and accepted the Galactic Empire's incorporation. The current angel civilization should no longer be called angel civilization. From now on, angel civilization should be a subsidiary civilization of the Galactic Empire. And the Galactic Empire only exists in the super god universe. It incorporated the angel civilization and incorporated this civilization. Because other civilizations in the super god universe do not need to be incorporated by the Galactic Empire. Under the theocracy of angel civilization has become the most powerful civilization in the entire universe. The angel civilization has been incorporated into the Galactic Empire, and other civilizations will naturally follow the angel civilization and become affiliated civilizations of the Galactic Empire. Under the theocracy of the angel civilization, all civilizations under the angel civilization will obey the orders of the angel civilization. The Galactic Empire also advocates three major elements. First, after conquering the civilization, the angel civilization will serve as the agent civilization of the Galactic Empire in this universe, spreading the prestige of the empire and the prestige of the emperor throughout the super god universe. Second, it requires that the incorporated civilization and the entire universe abide by the laws of the Galactic Empire. The laws of the Galactic Empire will be implemented throughout the universe. The third point is the most important one, and also the one that is most envied by the audiences from all over the world. The Galactic Empire will provide the angel civilization with the knowledge and technology of the Galactic Empire for the angel civilization to learn. The Galactic Empire has said from the beginning that even if the angel civilization is incorporated, the angel civilization will still have supreme management rights in the super god universe. However, the angel civilization must do its best to spread the reputation of the Galactic Empire. In fact, when the audience from all over the world heard such conditions, they almost couldn't believe it. Not to mention angel civilization. Especially Holy Keisha. When the commander of the Galactic Empire, Roxy, took the initiative to tell Holy Keisha about the various projects after being incorporated, Holy Keisha's expression gradually changed from confusion to shock. Because such conditions are tantamount to doing charity. To conquer a civilization is just to gain a title of conquest, just to gain ownership of the super god universe. However, the management of the universe is still handed over to the angel civilization, which does not require civilization song to spread the news of how powerful the Galactic Empire is throughout the universe like a fanatic cultist. The management of the angel civilization will not cause any conflict with the Galactic Empire. In addition, the technology and knowledge of the Galactic Empire will be passed on to the angel civilization for research and understanding. If one had to give a description, some viewers thought of a word. The angel civilization has become the spokesperson for the Galactic Empire in the super god universe. When the Galactic Empire Commander Roche stated these conditions, the audience from all over the world was still in a state of disbelief. Even a civilization as powerful as the Galactic Empire, their expansion is just to develop their own technology, expand their own territory, and establish their own reputation? They didn't even plunder any resources, and even helped the super god universe block the explosion caused by the star collision. Is there really a civilization in the world that does charity like this? Not only the audience from all over the world, but also 23 Holy Keisha looked incredulous. So she took the initiative to ask the Galactic Empire Commander Roche. Why would the Galactic Empire cross the dimensional channel to incorporate a civilization like ours? The issue of Holy Keisha is also of concern to the audience in all the heavens and worlds. At this moment, every audience in the heavens and the world pricked up their ears to listen, for fear of missing the answer of the Galactic Empire. Luo Xi's cold voice sounded faintly. Just by the way. Just by the way? This answer shocked all the audience in the heavens and the worlds. They couldn't even imagine that Luo Xi would answer like this. Just by the way. In the angel civilization, He Xi standing by also expressed his doubts. Luo Xi responded calmly to the doubts of all the heavens and worlds. Morgana insulted the Galactic Empire, which means she insulted the Emperor. My main purpose in coming to the super god universe is to bring Morgana back to the Galactic Empire, and secondly, to incorporate this entire universe. At this moment, the audience from all the heavens and worlds, including the angel civilization, finally understood. The Galactic Empire's incorporation operation. It is not aimed at a certain civilization, but at the entire universe. As for why he came to the super god universe, he only incorporated one angel civilization and then stopped. It is precisely because it is only necessary to recruit the angel civilization to achieve the same goal of controlling the super god universe. This actually makes things easier for the Galactic Empire. However, the super god universe is indeed unlucky. Just because Morgana said that, the huge existence of the Galactic Empire discovered the super god universe. In the end, it was even incorporated into the Galactic Empire. For a proud civilization like the angel civilization, their homeland was occupied by other civilizations, and even their own civilization had to become a subordinate civilization of other civilizations. They must be very unconvinced. But apart from being unwilling to accept it, they had no other choice. He could only secretly curse Morgana, who had not yet fully woken up. Of course, knowing this answer did not completely resolve the confusion of the angel civilization and the audiences of the heavens and myriad worlds. At the same time, He Xi asked again. Will the Galactic Empire colonize the super god universe and plunder its resources? Luo Xi's star-like eyes were fixed on He Xi and he answered seriously. Resources? Once you leave the third-class civilization, you will no longer need them. Her tone was always so calm, but it sounded very curious to the audience in the heavens and all the worlds. Third-class civilization? Is this how the Galactic Empire classifies civilization? According to the Galactic Empire, both the cryogenic artists and the mirror civilization should be beings that surpass the first-class civilization. So what level of civilization does the Galactic Empire rank it? At this moment, the audience from all over the world were very confused. So, why did the Galactic Empire want to incorporate our super god universe? He Xi asked a question, which was also a question that all the audiences in the heavens and the world wanted to know. And Luo Xi did not disappoint the audience from all over the world. She responded calmly. Because the Emperor likes it. A simple answer, but it seems to contain some supreme truth. Because the Emperor likes it, so he did it. Simple yet willful. At this moment, the audience from all the heavens and worlds, including the angel civilization, were like those lower humans seeing the cryogenic artist and the mirror civilization. They couldn't understand it at all and they looked confused. It seems that all advanced civilizations have this extremely willful practice. Because the mirror civilization wanted to spread his music to every corner of the universe, he went above the earth and destroyed a supernova. He used the supernova as the beat and played with the stars to play a beautiful song. The strength of the mirror civilization allows him to be so willful. The same is true for cryogenic artists. It just wants the whole universe to appreciate its beautiful art. So the cryogenic artists completely extracted all the oceans on Earth, including the ocean molecules, and transformed them into ice cubes, moving them into the Earth's space. Although the art is indeed beautiful and moving. But it was precisely because of the willfulness of the cryogenic artist that the civilization of the Earth was almost destroyed. Advanced civilizations are all willful. Just like human civilization will never understand mirror civilization and cryogenic artists. Audiences from all over the world. The angels of the angel civilization could not understand Luo Xi's answer. Just because the Emperor likes it. He Xi asked another question unwillingly. So why does the Galactic Empire want to conquer the universe? Because the Emperor likes it. Why would the Galactic Empire provide us with technology and let us develop it on our own? Because the Emperor likes it. Why did the Galactic Empire choose our universe first? Xi's last question stunned the audience from all over the world. The other angels of the angel civilization were also stunned. Also includes Holy Keisha. Because all the audiences, including the audiences in the heavens and the worlds, know that the reason why the Galactic Empire appeared in the Super God universe was because of Morgana's nonsense, right? Everyone understands this principle, but you insist on asking it directly. Xi seemed to be crazy and wanted to get a different answer. However, Luo Xi still responded calmly to Xi. Because the Emperor likes it. Xi finally gave up. Just because the Emperor liked it, the Galactic Empire chose the Super God universe as the first target for incorporation. And poor Morgana and the demon civilization were destroyed so easily. Simple and willful. This is the evaluation of the Galactic Empire by all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds. At this moment, the audience from all over the world became curious again. Who is that so-called Emperor? However, no one, whether the audience from all the heavens and worlds or Xi, asked about the Emperor's identity. Because you may not be able to learn anything from Luo Xi's mouth. They only knew that Luo Xi must respect the Emperor very much, and he would even come to the Super God universe alone for the Emperor and complete the assimilation of the Super God universe. But just because they couldn't know the Emperor's identity didn't mean they weren't curious about him. On the contrary, the audience from all over the world were extremely curious about the Emperor. An existence that can be called the Emperor within the Galactic Empire. He could only be the most respected person in the entire empire. Just like the emperors of feudal dynasties in human history. The commander of the Galactic Empire alone has already demonstrated to them his incredibly astonishing strength. What will happen to this emperor? No one will know. Just because the emperor likes it, the Galactic Empire wants to conquer the entire universe. I can only say that this is a willful civilization. Zhang Sanfan, of course, if you can also make it so that everyone in the country has no worries about food and clothing, no worries about survival, and no worries about the most basic things like resources and energy, I'm sure you will be more livable than this civilization. A1/4 Tony Stark. Oh my god, does a country where people don't have to worry about food and clothing and don't have to worry about survival really exist? Lu Paiqiang conquest and plunder, the Galactic Empire has only completed half of it. They did conquer civilization and the universe. But they are not a qualified empire, because this empire it's like heaven. Noxian Commander, is it too late to join the Galactic Empire now? I want to become a resident of the Galactic Empire. Zhang Holan, it seems that willfulness is the same problem of advanced civilizations. I still remember what the cryogenic artist said. Survival is just a diaper to be changed in the infancy of civilization. As a civilization that no longer has to worry about survival, they can indeed pursue other things. Thanos, but the Galactic Empire is not just a civilization that has solved the problem of survival. The Galactic Empire probably doesn't have to worry about material issues anymore, but I'm more curious. The point is that the Galactic Empire, the giants did not transform from individuals to a whole like the Mirror Civilization and the Because You Are My Home Civilization. Could it be that the Mirror Civilization and the Cryogenic Artist Civilization is the cosmic truth that Ming pursues? Wrong, Tony Stark. It's normal for civilizations to have different understandings of each other. I prefer civilizations like the Galactic Empire, Hong Wang Daipen. That's true, but I'm more curious about how advanced the Emperor of the Galactic Empire is. He was able to develop a civilization like the Galactic Empire. Would the Emperor have already surpassing the Saints, right? Luoji, it's very likely. The commander of the Galactic Empire gives me the feeling that he is no weaker than a saint. Since he is the Emperor of the Galactic Empire, he must be even more powerful. Hong Wang Daipen, when did you, a wild bird, become a sci-fi fan? Aren't you from the ancient times? My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor. Haha, what's the matter? The Galactic Empire is so powerful that you can't let me talk about it. It's better than you bragging about your son all day long. If there were opportunities, I would directly switch to technology. Hong, for a moment, the audience from all over the world were all speculating and discussing. How powerful is the Emperor of the Galactic Empire? However, in this exciting discussion, no saint or emperor dared to appear in the live broadcast room and join in this discussion of the heavens and all realms. Perhaps this is the disdain that the saints express. Or maybe even the saints didn't dare to show up, for fear of disturbing the immortals in heaven with their loud voices. As for the immortals in the sky, who are they? For a saint, this is not easy to say. At the same time, after learning that Luo Xi's answers were all because the Emperor likes it, Xi finally stopped asking. Because he understood that Luo Xi was the Emperor's item with the greatest contribution. Don't be fooled by the fact that this commander of the Galactic Empire looks very rational. But in reality, once someone said something bad about the Emperor, she would go straight to the person's door, strangle him or her by the neck and force him or her to apologize. It was because Morgana did not apologize that the demon civilization was directly destroyed. And now, even the dead Morgana cannot rest in peace, and even has to be resurrected by the Galactic Empire and brought back to the Galactic Empire by Roche to be judged by the Emperor. After that, he finally stopped worrying about this issue. She also knew that it was impossible for her to get any other answer from Luo Xi. Because advanced civilizations can be so willful and do whatever they want. Advanced civilizations are not as desireless as saints. They can also be angry, upset, and feel spiritual joy. Like a cryogenic artist. That's why they are so willful. This is a truth that Xi finally obtained after learning about so many advanced civilizations. Finally, Xi asked her last question. Since the Galactic Empire will not colonize the Super God universe, or even plunder its resources, How can the Galactic Empire prove that it has incorporated the super god universe? Universe. Is it only possible to let the angel civilization spread the name of the Galactic Empire? Luo Xi didn't say anything, but her eyes, which were as bright as stars, flashed with brilliant light. Her eyes seemed to be constantly spinning, as if they were connected to something. Finally, all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds heard a click. Along with this voice, in the sight of the audience from all over the world, the galactic battleship behind Luo Xi shone with a silver-white light. The light was so dazzling that the daylight suddenly brightened up. Completely light up the entire universe. The hundreds of stars around it sparkled even brighter under this white light. It's like the brilliant stars in the universe, lighting up little by little. And this picture is like a shooting star, carrying endless beauty. What's going on? Oh my god. I almost went blind. So beautiful. What kind of technology is this? It actually lights up the entire universe. The exclamations of the audience from all over the world resounded throughout the vast land. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the galactic battleship floating in the air in the distance. There was astonishment on their faces. But this is just the beginning. The silver light once again formed a huge flower bud in the universe. The silver lines of the flower bud seemed to be constantly outlining the universe, painting some kind of pattern. These patterns, combined together, eventually transformed into a huge pattern. The pattern is silvery white, and at the edge of the pattern there are stripes of nebula-like textures. This pattern is the texture on the surface of countless stars. All the textures are combined together to form a huge crown. The silver pattern emits a faint blue light, within which sparkles tiny silver stars. In the center of the tree canopy, there is a huge star. The stars are surrounded by circles of silver star rings, like layers of protective layers, protecting the entire galactic battleship. Moreover, above the galaxy battleship, silver threads intertwine together to form a huge net. This web-like pattern is the endless galaxy in the universe. At that moment, the audience from all over the world were still confused. What is that? This looks like a map of the universe? But I don't quite understand it. Everything that an advanced civilization does is so indescribable. But the angels had their eyes wide open, and were speechless. This galaxy pattern outlined by the cosmic stars is exactly the structural map of all known galaxies in the super god universe. At this moment, the silver threads emitted by the galaxy battleship in the daytime have been connected with this galaxy map. Afterwards, the audience from all the heavens and worlds, including the angelic civilizations that were watching this spectacle, saw it at the same time. In the center of those silver threads, there is a galaxy where a civilization is located. That civilized galaxy was extremely familiar to all the envoys. 053 That is the galaxy where the angel civilization is located, the City of Angels. The Galactic Empire found the location of the City of Angels so easily on this star map. In this star map, there is also a galaxy burning with flames. The angels recognized it as well. That is the Liang civilization. The sun god of the Liang civilization can easily drive the star. However, half of the Liang civilization had already been destroyed, resulting in the destruction of Liang star's technology. At this time, Holy Keisha on the side stared at an extremely dark area in the star map. This is a black sea of A stars. It is on the star map, with no trace to be found. These dark seas are formed by lines of darkness. Holy Keisha couldn't see what it looked like, but she felt a huge wave rising in her heart. If there is something unknown to her in this super divine universe, then it can only be one place. That is the ultimate fear. The Galactic Empire has discovered the ultimate fear? No. That's not right. It would be strange if the Galactic Empire couldn't discover the ultimate fear. How could such a god-level civilization not know about the existence of the ultimate fear? However, in the eyes of the Galactic Empire, the ultimate terror is just a harmless bug to them, right? In the heart of Holy Keisha, all the helplessness disappeared in an instant. Before the angels could finish being surprised, Luo Xi stretched out a finger and tapped lightly at the center of the universe on the star map. Suddenly, the entire universe seemed to be covered with silver-white light, dazzling. With Luo Xi's touch, this dazzling silver-white light instantly filled the entire super god universe. In an instant, many civilizations in the super god universe, even including the Earth civilization. They all saw a ray of pure white light from the Milky Way, hanging in the sky. The entire universe is lit up. And this was just a star map casually drawn by the Galactic Empire, which was caused by Rosh's light touch. A star map directly affects the entire universe. Is this really something technology can achieve? At this moment, all the audiences, including those from all over the world, were shocked by the amazing technology of the Galactic Empire. At this moment, all the methods that had been listed online by the heavens and the worlds, such as two-dimensional foil technology, black hole dimensionality reduction attack technology, molecular extraction technology, etc. In front of the Galactic Empire, it is like a toy. She just sketched out a cosmic star map with a light touch. The galaxy fills the entire universe and completely affects reality. For a moment, all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds shuddered with fear. This time, they believed it completely. The Galactic Empire's desire to incorporate other universes is really just willfulness. If the Galactic Empire wants to start a war, it wants to destroy a civilization or a universe. They don't even need to mobilize any battleship fleets. The Galactic Empire just needs to do the same as they are doing now. Draw a star map, and then use the star map to cause irreparable damage to the entire universe. Dimensionality reduction attack? No, 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 the word dimensionality reduction attack is not enough to describe the power of this technology. The Galactic Empire is like a being sitting around the chessboard, controlling the chess pieces. And on that star map, they are all pawns of the Galactic Empire. Whether you want to play a good game of chess or overturn the chessboard, the Galactic Empire has the final say. This is the end of technology. Just like a god. As long as the Galactic Empire wants to do so, then, in a single thought, the universe would be destroyed. The audiences from all over the world were shocked. A magnificent and shocking sound rang out throughout the entire super god universe. This universe has been incorporated into the Galactic Empire, and the Galactic Empire enjoys absolute ownership of the super god universe. This is like leaving a brand on the super god universe. From now on, there will be no more super god universe. And this super divine universe also has a new name. Galactic Empire sub-universe. At this point, under the gaze of the audience from all over the world. After completing all this, Luo Xi bowed deeply to the galaxy battleship. For the Galactic Empire. Along with these majestic words from the commander of the Galactic Empire. The live broadcast is over. 066. At this point, the live broadcast room of all heavens and worlds was completely closed. The audience all witnessed the power of the universe's top civilizations. Just a few technologies thrown out were enough to cause astonishing crushing of lower civilizations. In fact, even the most technologically advanced cryogenic artist civilizations listed so far in the video cannot bring them the same shock as the Galactic Empire. In the eyes of the audience, the end of the live broadcast was when the Galactic Empire demonstrated its most powerful technology and amazing strength. Cosmic Star Map. It is an amazing technology that almost transcends all understanding, transcends dimensional analysis, and transcends the relationship between matter and molecular protons. The experience that the Cosmic Star Map brings to the audience is just like what Hong Huang said, one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Moreover, it seems that the Galactic Empire has it even easier than the Great Saint. The Cosmic Star Map can affect everything in the universe, from the star map to reality. Beyond dimensional technology, beyond stellar technology. It's like making some kind of rules. The Galactic Empire can easily modify the rules of the universe. This is the technology that brings the most shocking experience to the audience. With the closure of the live broadcast room, the live video broadcast came to an end. What it brought to the audiences in all the heavens and worlds was an extremely shocking and wonderful viewing experience. So much so that the live broadcast ended early, and the audience was still immersed in the feeling of experiencing the magic of technology firsthand. At this moment, the Marvel Universe. The boundless universe is full of galaxies and the surroundings are full of shining stars. At this moment, it was Thanos' turn to have some thoughts. He claimed to be the most powerful person in the entire universe, but he did not have the same ruling power as the angels in the super god universe. Once the Galactic Empire arrives, what will happen to the universe he lives in? Thanos can't say for sure. After witnessing the amazing scientific research capabilities of the Galactic Empire in the live broadcast room, countless viewers from all over the world, including Thanos, were impressed by this ultimate technology. Whether it is the amazing resurrection technology or the technology to shrink the matter in the universe. All of these are enough to shock Thanos. Even if any of these amazing technologies were brought to the universe he was in. Any of these can make a civilization instantly become the master of the universe. Because the technology of the Galactic Empire is so powerful. This has completely crushed the technology of the universe where Thanos lives. Afterwards, that cosmic star map was no longer enough to shock Thanos. The power of God? No, even God was created within the rules of the world. In Thanos' universe, it's not that there is no God. But God also needs to abide by the rules of the universe. And what did the Galactic Empire do? The cosmic star map outlined the meaning of his existence, which directly changed the entire universe. The super god universe was instantly branded with the mark of the Galactic Empire, and from then on became the universe of the Galactic Empire. This is an existence that even surpasses God. Even gods cannot change the rules at will. But the Galactic Empire did it. At that moment, Thanos even forgot to be shocked. In the face of the technology of the Galactic Empire. He was as tiny as a bug. Thanos slowly closed his eyes and thought. If he had such a strong power, what would he do? Perhaps, he will also choose to conquer the world. And what the Galactic Empire wants is more. Thanos' eyes widened immediately, and he seemed to understand what the purpose of the Galactic Empire was. The Galactic Empire has the power to conquer all the universes in the heavens and the worlds. Thinking of this possibility, Thanos felt his heartbeat quicken and his spine go cold. No, not only all the universes in the heavens and the worlds. Thanos thought of it again. This live broadcast on the All Heavens and All Worlds network is not just for viewers from a series of science fiction civilizations to watch. There are other worlds that are different from science fiction civilizations. The world of anime, the world of martial arts and immortals. Even fantasy and primitive worlds. There are so many worlds in the universe, and the Galactic Empire is like a seed planted in the universe. Once the time is right, this seed will quickly spread to other worlds, conquer them, and subjugate them. Conquering the heavens and the worlds is the real purpose of the Galactic Empire. At that moment, Thanos was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. Although he didn't need to breathe, this still shocked him greatly. The Galactic Empire really has such ability, and the Galactic Empire, which possesses the power of dimensional channel crossing, cannot just conquer one super god universe and stop there. The super god universe is just a beginning, just a reminder to the many viewers in the heavens and the worlds. Horror. What is the purpose of the Galactic Empire's conquest of the heavens and the worlds? Thanos couldn't help but have such an idea in his mind, but just when this idea came to his mind. But he thought of the words of the commander of the Galactic Empire. Because the Emperor likes it. All doubts are completely resolved by this sentence. High-level civilizations are so willful. It took a long time for Thanos to finally recover from this shock. He calmed down and began to think seriously about another problem. If the Galactic Empire really came to my universe and wanted to conquer the entire universe, what should I do? Thanos couldn't think. In fact, the most correct choice should be to voluntarily join the Galactic Empire, accept the Galactic Empire's incorporation, and publicize the Galactic Empire's reputation. But Thanos is used to being the overlord of the universe. Similarly, he does not have a heart of justice like the angel civilization in the neighboring super god universe. The reason why that group of angels dominates the universe is because they want to protect that universe. If the Galactic Empire really reaches the level of Thanos and wants to take over the universe, Thanos really couldn't accept the situation that he had a boss watching over his head. But how can he resist the Galactic Empire? At this moment, Thanos fell into deep thought. In fact, Caiba is not the only one in the entire universe who has thought of the Galactic Empire's desire to conquer the entire universe. Many viewers of ZushinWAG.com can guess it. After all, the Galactic Empire had no intention of hiding anything. Qin Zheng even started a live broadcast specifically to tell the audience in all the worlds. We are about to launch a war against all the heavens and worlds. If they resist, they will be suppressed. If they do not resist, they will be forced to accept the Galactic Empire's incorporation. Give a stick and then a date, and finally publicize the reputation of the Galactic Empire. This is the only pleasure Qin Zheng can think of after becoming invincible in the entire universe. If the audience knew that the Galactic Empire wanted to conquer the entire universe just for fun. I don't know what I feel in my heart. After all, the pleasures of advanced civilization are so plain and dull. And, it was just as Thanos thought. On the Zushinwanja website, almost 70% of the science fiction viewers completely agree with the Galactic Empire's incorporation. Among them, there are many relatively low-level civilizations. For example, Tony Stark is also from the Marvel Universe. He is one of the humans who supports the Galactic Empire in regaining this universe. But for Tony Stark, this is not a betrayal of human civilization. Earth is the weakest civilization. If the Galactic Empire emerges and takes over the entire universe, then Earth will also be able to learn the scientific research technology of the Galactic Empire, which will be fair to the civilization of the entire world. This is not just a doctrine advocated by Tony Stark, but a doctrine supported by the entire planet where he lives. Everyone knows that the Galactic Empire will conquer all the heavens and worlds in the future. So why don't they just lie down and accept the rule of the Galactic Empire? Therefore, almost after the video ended, Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, became one of the fanatical believers of the Galactic Empire. He even wanted to paint his Patriot mech in the colors of the Galactic Empire. Don't say that Tony Stark is in his own country and he should love his country, so he shouldn't do this. In the face of advanced civilizations, what countries are there to divide the Earth into, and what resources are they fighting for? As early as the moment the All Heavens and All Worlds network appeared and began to review videos, there was no so-called national politics on Earth. Human beings advocate that the Earth should be viewed as a whole, rather than divided into various countries that hate each other. So now, there is no distinction between countries on Earth in the Marvel Universe. The world is still represented by the 5 major countries, with Parliament becoming the highest arbitration authority. As Tony Stark possesses Iron Man's technology, it was natural for him to become a member of the Parliament. Thank you, Galactic Empire. Tony Stark bowed deeply to himself in front of the mirror, wearing a silver white suit and preparing to start a full day of work today. From now on, silver is Tony's favorite color. The emergence of the Galactic Empire has an astonishingly large impact on the audience. In fact, not only the science fiction universe, but also the 2 advanced worlds of primitive times and fantasy have fallen into a technological frenzy due to the emergence of the Galactic Empire. Some monks advocate the power of technology, believing that technology will bring monks a more convenient practice experience. These people were called reformers. However, some monks believe that the power of technology is not as good as the monk's own practice. They simply have not encountered technology in reality. If they really encounter it, they can just create a fireball and destroy the technology directly. These people are called stubborn people. Of course, more people are not shaken by either side. On the one hand, they marvel at how convenient and good technology is, and on the other hand, they think that the monk's system is equally perfect and there is no need to pursue technology. These people are the neutral faction. Similarly, the monks of the neutral faction are also worried. The Galactic Empire is so powerful that it even has the means to cross dimensions. Then, will the Galactic Empire appear in their world and subjugate these deserted and fantasy worlds? This idea is applicable to all kinds of fantasy worlds and primitive worlds in the entire universe. Similarly, even in the Baiho Palace under Tongtian sect leader, there is the influence of this factional division. At the same time, at the foot of the Baiho Palace, there were 11 Taoists sitting cross-legged outside the palace, making a lot of noise about this disturbance. These 11 people are the ones who have the closest relationship with Master Tongtian. They are Master Tongtian's 4 direct disciples, Taoist Duobao, Holy Mother Turtle Spirit, Holy Mother Gold Spirit, and Holy Mother Wudang. The remaining 7 are the 7 attendants, namely the Dark Cloud Immortal, the Golden Hoop Immortal Masui, the Billow Immortal, the Linja Immortal, the Qiashao Immortal, the Jingguang Immortal, and the Chang'er Dingguang Immortal. The Golden Spirit Mother is more transparent. She openly advocates the power of technology. He believed that monks should not stand still, and once they understood the principles of science and technology through research, even their spiritual practice would be much more effective. In the opinion of the Golden Spirit Mother, the current prehistoric world is no longer of any help in improving one's cultivation. It would be better to enhance the overall strength of Honghuang through research on science and technology. In this way, even when facing the invasion and conquest of the Galactic Empire, the primitive world can still fight through technology. The Golden Spirit Mother even felt that if technology was studied through saintly means, it would be possible to produce technological means that were more powerful than the Galactic Empire. But Duobao Taoist was dismissive of this. He seemed to agree with the view of the two saints of Western religion, Zunti and Jiyan Taoist, that no matter how much science and technology is studied, it is nothing more than a toy for saints. Even though the technology of the Galactic Empire was indeed refreshing and shocking to him, Duobao Taoist still would not recognize the technology. What's more, he didn't think that the Galactic Empire had the courage to challenge the primitive world and the saints. As for the Holy Mother Guiling and the Holy Mother Wudang, they maintained a neutral view and did not speak. Seeing that Taoist Duobao completely disdained technological strength, Holy Mother Jinling laughed coldly. Big brother, you are really confident. It seems that you don't believe that the Galactic Empire will invade the primitive world, right? Taoist Duobao seemed like a cheerful Taoist priest, but his tone seemed to be pointing at something intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that junior sister feels that the monks are always inferior to technology. The Golden Spirit Mother said sarcastically. I never said that. I think you are stupid and ignorant, but you almost forgot that you are the first disciple taught by our master. How could you not be confident in your own abilities? Are you afraid of the emergence of technology, or that someone will surpass your status? Although Taoist Duobao showed no expression on the surface and still looked cheerful, his eyebrows were raised and no one knew what he was thinking. Junior sister, are you so sure that the Galactic Empire will invade the prehistoric world? Could it be that junior sister has long been thinking about betraying her master and joining the Galactic Empire? Ha ha ha, senior brother, so in your eyes, I am the representative of betrayal. Although the Golden Spirit Mother was smiling, her words were blunt. The tit-for-tat aura of the two top saint disciples at this moment was so intense that it seemed as if they were about to overturn the sky above the Baiho Palace. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudang Holy Mother lowered their heads and said nothing. The 7 fairies who were attending them did not dare to speak, for fear of angering the two. And just as the two saints' disciples were confronting each other, from inside the Baiho Palace, came an extremely majestic voice. Quiet. As the voice fell, several disciples, including the 7 immortals, knelt on the ground facing the Baiho Palace. Greetings, Master. Meet the Master. The voices of the two people eventually affected Tongqian sect Master in Baiho Palace. Inside the Baiho Palace, the quarrel between the saints started again. From today on, there shall be no disputes over science and technology. Wait and leave. Hearing the saint's voice inside, Duobao Taoist was secretly delighted, while Jinling Holy Mother looked disappointed. Yes, Master. Outside the Baiho Palace, several saints' disciples and the 7 fairies left at the same time, leaving only Master Tongqian in the Baiho Palace, who sighed helplessly. How could he not know the reason why the two disciples came to the gate of Baiho Palace to argue? After all, it was just to test his attitude as a saint. With the emergence of the Galactic Empire, the attitude of the saints became confusing. The two saints Jiyan and Zunti, who used to mock technology as useless on the website of the 10,000 Worlds, fell into silence. Because the power of the Galactic Empire really exceeded the imagination of the saints. Even a saint has to play the game under the rules set here. But the Galactic Empire is different. They directly change the rules of the world through technology. Even a saint could not imagine such a method. Similar to the way of heaven. This thought came into Tongqian's mind. He knew that other saints probably thought the same way. So, if the Galactic Empire really appears in the primitive world in the end, yes, and wants to conquer the primitive world, how should these saints deal with themselves? And his idea of a euro researching technology, will it really not bring disaster to the prehistoric world? Thinking of this, Master Tongqian could only sigh deeply. Well, when the disaster is about to come, we can discuss right and wrong. As Master Tongqian said this, the gate of Baiho Palace was closed. From that day on, Master Tongqian never left the Baiho Palace again. After a short period of time, the audience from all over the world finally calmed down under the influence of the Galactic Empire. Now, the audiences from all over the world are more concerned about 2 things. The first thing is whether the Angel Civilization, which has been incorporated, will be able to rise completely in the future. Once the Angel Civilization becomes extremely powerful due to the incorporation of the Galactic Empire, I am afraid that the entire universe will rush to be incorporated into the Galactic Empire. As for the second question, when will the video inventory start again? They can't wait to see where the Galactic Empire will rank. Although the Galactic Empire did bring many shocks to the audience. But just like the ultimate fear that Angel Civilization fears, the Galactic Empire is indeed the most powerful existence they know of at present. But what if it happens? What if there is an even more powerful and amazing civilization above the Galactic Empire? Thinking of this, the audience all became excited. A glimpse of the whole picture is not enough to know the whole picture. At the same time, the audience wants to see the complete Galactic Empire in the video inventory of ZushinWAG.com. Only then will the Galactic Empire truly show the power that the audience wants to see. At the same time, the center of the vast universe. This is the Milky Way galaxy, the universe where the Galactic Empire is located. Holy Kessa and Morgana are sitting inside the space battleship. Keisha was in a very anxious mood. She had never been so serious. Only Luo Xi's voice rang in Keisha's ears. Arrive. This is the Milky Way galaxy. Luo Xi's pair of star-like eyes were fixed on the universe, on the amazing planet covered by a layer of light. After hearing these words, Keisha also knew how fantastic the journey ahead would be. 067. This is a vast and boundless cosmic void, with galaxies everywhere and giant planets dotted among them, shining like stars and emitting soft light. And in the center of this vast universe, countless planets surround this huge blue planet, like a beautiful star ring. This brought Holy Keisha a wonderful experience. The cryogenic artist who was once in the video inventory surrounded the planet Earth with an ice ring made of oceans. And this huge planet is surrounded by endless planets. Although this kind of comparison cannot directly reflect the power of the Galactic Empire. But it's enough to give anyone an initial shock. At this time, Holy Keisha turned her head and looked at Morgana beside her. Now, she should be called Liang Bing. Ever since she died under the massive attack of the Galactic Empire and was resurrected, Morgana, who regained consciousness, seemed like a different person. Morgana seemed to have completely let it go and remained silent throughout the whole process. Even when she saw her, she no longer shouted BCH. Except for the fact that Morgana showed the same shock as her when she first experienced the dimensional channel crossing, there was no other expression on her face. Of course, for Kessa, Morgana's change is a good thing. If it weren't for the universe, she would have wanted to educate this disobedient sister herself a long time ago. Why did Kessa and Morgana follow Roxy back to the Galactic Empire? Because as the ruler of the Angel Civilization and the ruler of the Incorporated Civilization, Holy Keisha must go to the Empire to meet the Emperor. And in the Angel Civilization, only Holy Keisha has the qualification to meet the Emperor for the first time. Morgana will stand trial. In fact, when Keisha learned that she was going to meet the Emperor, she was extremely nervous. Excited? Or fearful? All kinds of emotions rose up in her heart, and even Keisha herself couldn't believe that one day she would have so many emotions. As the god of the super god universe, Keisha believes that she has long abandoned all emotions and desires and is indifferent to everything in the world. In the end, they were defeated by the giant Galactic Empire. When Xi heard that Keisha could meet the Emperor, he wished he could grow wings and go to the Galactic Empire with Keisha. Because Xi was so curious, she especially wanted to know what kind of amazing civilization the Galactic Empire was, and what kind of noble existence the Emperor was. Keisha thought so too. What kind of noble existence is that Emperor? Just as Keisha had this thought, the galaxy battleship leaped straight into the blue planet in the center at a speed faster than the speed of light. When passing through the light curtain above the blue planet, Keisha thought she had entered an astonishingly vast ocean. Endless interstellar spaceships are swimming in space like fish. Even within the universe, there are all kinds of amazing digital buildings. Huge spaceships are suspended in the space, like giant beasts overlooking the Earth. How could this be? This planet is so huge that there are all kinds of buildings even on the surface of the universe. There are millions of these spaceships alone, and no one knows how many other buildings there are. Can the residents of the Galactic Empire easily survive in the universe? Keisha was full of doubts. Even the scene on the surface of the universe was beyond her understanding. Her mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. In Keisha's understanding, the strength of a civilization is reflected in the society and the whole between civilizations. Why are the Mirror Civilization and the Cryogenic Artist Civilization so powerful? Because in their civilizations, individuals have been completely integrated into the whole, so their concept is an entire civilization. And now, the development of the Galactic Empire has brought her a more direct and amazing manifestation. A civilized society as a whole must be so strong that other civilizations cannot compare. This is truly amazing technological civilization. Finally, the galaxy battleship brought Keisha and Liang Shui into the blue planet. They were finally able to see what the surface of the planet looked like. The amazing palace-like buildings, with skyscrapers as high as tens of thousands of meters, the blue sky, and the green lake, these buildings are like fortresses standing between heaven and earth, boundless. Keisha and Liang Bing were both so shocked by the scene here that they couldn't help themselves. They couldn't even utter a word. They just stood there stupidly staring at the scenery before them, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. They had never seen such a huge and magnificent complex. Even the City of Angels cannot compare to this place. At this time, Luo Xi's voice explained to the two of them. This is Blue Star, the capital of the entire Galactic Empire civilization. Similarly, this is also the center of the universe. It is the planet with the most advanced technology and supreme power in the entire Galactic Empire civilization. Having said that, Luo Xi's eyes, as bright as stars, shone brightly, and he looked towards one place with great piety. Because this is the planet where the Emperor lives. Both Kaisa and Liang Bing could hear from Luo Xi's tone that Luo Xi had respect for the Emperor. They became more and more curious about what kind of person this Emperor was. But before they could get curious, Luo Xi's explanation rang out again. In fact, the universe where the Galactic Empire exists is not just the Milky Way. Currently, all planets and civilizations that exist and can be fully explored in the universe have been fully explored, including all civilizations found in the 3rd to 11 dimensions. In this entire galactic universe, at least 90% of civilizations are under the rule of the Galactic Empire. The remaining 10% of civilizations chose to develop autonomously, and the Empire gave them this opportunity. After hearing Luo Xi's words, Keisha and Liang Bing gradually realized the amazing power of the Galactic Empire. Such a huge group of planets in the Milky Way is just the tip of the iceberg for the Galactic Empire. This is just where the Emperor lives. Almost all existence and civilization in this universe are under the management of the Galactic Empire. This is a real behemoth. At this time, Keisha seemed to think of what Luo Xi had said before in the Super God universe. That seems to be about the division of civilizations into several levels. So, Keisha asked directly. How are civilization levels classified? What level is our angel civilization? Luo Xi continued to explain to Keisha tirelessly. The Empire divides all civilizations in the universe into 7 major civilizations, from low to high, namely planetary civilization, stellar civilization, galaxy civilization, river civilization, high-dimensional civilization, cosmic civilization, and the 7th civilization, the civilization of God. Your angelic civilization is at the 3rd level of civilization, galaxy civilization. Civilizations at this level have fully realized interstar system travel and have been able to establish colonies in suitable star systems. Not only that, civilizations are already able to send intergalactic superprobes, such as sending probes from the Milky Way to Andromeda. The technology tree of the civilization is more prosperous, and the scientific classification is more detailed. In order to develop and inherit science, the number of scientists in this civilization needs to be at least 10 billion. In order to learn more efficiently, ordinary chips are no longer enough for civilized individuals. Civilizations may directly modify the DNA of individuals to strengthen the body from the bottom up. At this time, there will be extensive collisions and exchanges between different galactic civilizations, and ordinary energy can no longer meet the development of cutting-edge science. After Luo Xi said this, whether it was Holy Keisha or Liang Bing, both of them narrowed their eyes at almost the same time. Because what Luo Xi said is almost completely consistent with the angel civilization. But Holy Keisha was not happy. Because even their civilization can only be ranked at the 3rd level in the entire universe. Keisha opened her mouth and wanted to ask about the levels of other civilizations. But Luo Xi seemed to know what Keisha was going to ask and spoke calmly. As for the civilization levels below this, there is no need for you to know. As for the civilizations that have surpassed the 3rd civilization level and reached the 4th level or even higher, it will not be of any help to you even if you know it. Your level is not high enough to understand advanced civilizations. After Luo Xi finished speaking, Keisha finally reacted. At this moment, she felt like laughing bitterly. If it weren't for the existence of the network of all heavens and worlds, she might have always believed that the angel civilization was invincibly powerful. But I never expected that in terms of civilization level, the angel civilization couldn't even make it into the top 3. So, what level of civilization is the Galactic Empire? Cosmic civilization? Or something even more amazing? God civilization? Just as Keisha was thinking, Luo Xi's voice sounded again. However, after you meet the Great Emperor, perhaps you will understand the existence of advanced civilizations. Keisha was a little confused after hearing this, and felt it was really confusing to chat with an advanced civilization. Then, Luo Xi looked straight ahead and spoke slowly again. A person who upholds justice for the safety of the universe and is willing to sacrifice the life of an entire civilization for this. I think the Emperor would appreciate you, Holy Keisha. CDDJ, before Keisha could figure out what Luo Xi meant, Luo Xi's voice rang out again. We're here. Holy Keisha couldn't help but look outside the space battleship. Then, she saw it. A towering and majestic palace that reaches into the sky stands here, like an ancient sacred mountain standing in the universe, overlooking the vast universe. It seems that all life is as small as ants in front of this palace. And in the void surrounding this palace, hundreds of shocking figures like stellar giants were suspended above, standing there respectfully, guarding the center of the palace. At this moment, it seemed that no description could describe the incomparable shock of Holy Keisha. Likewise, there is cold ice. She had been silent all the way, but finally she opened her mouth and said in shock the first words since her resurrection. 190, Luo Xi glanced at Liang Bing. To her, Liang Bing was a sinner. This sinner who once mocked the Galactic Empire saw the magnificence and power of the Galactic Empire and was shocked from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Luo Xi felt surprisingly refreshed. She is not a saint, Luo Xi has her own emotions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have blown up the entire universe just because of a Mogan who mocked the Galactic Empire and awakened the Emperor. He even had to go to that world, kill Morgana, and then resurrect her. At this time, Luo Xi's starry eyes shone again. Then, it was as if the sky was full of stars. That stands beside the palace. Hundreds of star giants held the sword of the galaxy and set up a route for the galactic battleship. This road leads to the Emperor. At this moment, what the angel and the devil felt was an immense shock and breathtaking magnificence. When the galactic battleship finally sailed into the galactic palace, Keisha and Liang Bing experienced an even more stunning sight. At this moment, Keisha seemed to understand. Why do they have to sit in this galactic battleship all the time? Because, it's really too shocking here. What is a different world? When you go straight into the palace of the Galactic Empire, it seems like you have transformed into another world. The endless galaxy of the universe is as bright as the stars, and the galaxy is hanging in the palace. It was as if they had entered another universe. The ocean of the universe even made them feel suffocated and unable to breathe. In the center of the universe are huge galaxies. These huge galaxies combined together form an extremely huge star. At this moment, these stars seem to be given life. They seemed alive, moving slowly. These galaxies are the galaxies where the blue planet is located, and they are the main body of the Galactic Empire. In this palace, there are a total of 36 star systems, the largest of which is 37 million kilometers across, and the core star system of the Galactic Empire is the solar system. In the solar system, there are 8 trillion stars. In the Galactic Empire, there are 5 galaxies composed of 108 star clusters. The area of a these star clusters is 5 times that of the star system. In total, these star clusters number more than 50 million, and the Galactic Empire has more than 150 billion planets. Luo Xi kept explaining to the two of them. Only when talking about the Galactic Empire did Roche seem to show excitement, which was one of the few times he did so. Just like those fanatical people of the Galactic Empire in the All Heavens and All Worlds network. Roche was like a fanatic, wanting to tell everyone in the world how powerful the Galactic Empire was. At this time, Holy Keisha and Liang Bing were almost completely numb. They didn't know where to start from. What kind of shocking civilization is this? After entering the palace, Holy Keisha had actually recognized what this cosmic galaxy-like existence was. This is the rule-level weapon that Luo Xi once showed her. Cosmic Star Map. In the Super God universe, Roche only used the size of a tree to plan out the entire picture of the Super God universe. And in this palace? The Cosmic Star Map seemed to be hung all over the palace, just like the real universe. It's like the real universe exists. And those astonishing and shocking numbers sounded even more shocking in the ears of Holy Keisha. A single glimpse of the whole picture, the star map of the Galactic Empire has shown Holy Keisha how powerful the Galactic Empire is in this universe. No matter what civilization's technology is, it cannot compare to the Galactic Empire. Liang Bing, who was standing by, was so shocked that her brain almost went blank. She could never imagine it. The existence that I once ridiculed. It was a civilization that she could never imagine. In the face of this civilization, the power of an individual seems to be even less than that of a bug. She is a bacterium, a molecule. At this moment, Liang Bing finally understood the ultimate fear. The ultimate fear is not the so-called unknown civilization. The ultimate fear is what everyone knows. In Liang Bing's eyes, the Galactic Empire is the ultimate fear. Unknown civilization, unknown amazing technology, unknown power. This already fits the concept of ultimate fear. Now, Liang Bing couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. When she finally learned about the Galactic Empire's incredibly shocking technology, she finally understood that she used to be like a small field. But Liang Bing never regretted it. Without her ridicule, how could she have witnessed this spectacular technological civilization? Pay for the truth. All of this seems to be worth it. Finally, I don't know how long it took. The galaxy battleship finally crossed this huge and shocking star map universe and touched the edge of the universe. At the edge, there seems to be an amazing door. The galactic battleship opened, and Luo Xi walked down with Keisha and Liang Bing. Once you get here, you need to walk. Finally, the white light gradually brightened. They seem to have come to another world. Here, it is like a fairyland, with endless palaces and towering buildings, one after another towering into the clouds, standing like the bodies of giants. Above the palace, there was a golden throne, on which sat a handsome man. He exuded the aura of a king and was extremely majestic. His eyes were like deep stars, seeming to be able to see through everything. Just one glance at it makes people feel frightened and break out in cold sweats. Keisha and Liang Bing had almost guessed the man's identity. The next second, Luo Xi's action shocked the two of them. Luo Xi came in front of the man, she was extremely respectful, put one hand on her chest, and knelt on one knee. Greetings to the Emperor. He is the Emperor? The leader of the mysterious Galactic Empire? Kessa and Morgana's hearts were suddenly in suspense. 068. Emperor, before this, no one in the heavens and all the worlds had the concept of this existence. And when Holy Keisha and Liang Bing really met the Emperor, the two just felt it. They felt as if they were in the center of the universe, under the vast starry sky, as if a giant man standing tall and upright was standing in front of them. Such a tall and majestic figure. For a moment, the two of them had no idea how to react. Qin Zheng didn't say anything, but his eyes were still looking at Keisha and Liang Bing. This one glance seemed to fully reveal the existence of the two people. Holy Keisha seemed to sense it. It was like completely peeling away one's origins. In front of this emperor, she seemed to have no secrets. Keisha had also felt this feeling in Luo Xi. The emperor is truly mysterious. Qin Zheng slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Luo Xi who was kneeling on one knee. Yeah, well done. Thank you for your approval, Lord Emperor. Luo Xi smiled widely, as if he would be very happy just to hear the emperor's praise. To be honest, Keisha and Liang Bing had never seen Luo Xi so happy. Even in the Super God universe, or when he returned to the Galactic Empire, Roche's expression was always calm. It seemed as if nothing in the world could disturb her calm emotions. Could it be that she was so happy just because the other party was the emperor? After a while, Luo Xi returned to his previous calm state. But in those eyes as bright as stars, there was still a hint of smile. The person has been brought here. Luo Xi will take his leave. Luo Xi bowed respectfully to Qin Zheng, then turned around and looked at Keisha and Liang Bing with his starry eyes. Then, her body seemed to turn into starlight and dissipated in the palace. This method once again shocked Keisha and Liang Bing. What kind of technology is this? Is the body particleized? They could only guess about it, but no matter how much they guessed, they couldn't understand the principles behind this technology. But soon, Keisha and Liang Bing stopped worrying about this technology. Because no matter how long they worry about it, it's useless. There were so many technologies in the Galactic Empire that they couldn't understand. Did they still need to analyze them? As Luo Xi left, Qin Zheng's attention once again fell on Keisha and Liang Bing. Keisha, Liang Bing. I didn't call your names wrong, did I? After hearing Qin Zheng's words, the two finally reacted. The Emperor of the Galactic Empire is actively talking to the two of them. But they have almost never shown respect to anyone. Qixia is the queen, and Liang Bing is also the queen. The difference is that Qixia is the queen of angel civilization, while Liang Bing is the queen of demon civilization. They could only think about Luo Xi's actions just now and try to make the most clumsy salute as possible. To the Emperor. I don't know if he was amused by the stiff movements of the two people, but Qin Zheng waved his hands as if he was used to Sikong and said. Don't be shy. I haven't chatted with anyone for a long time. As Qin Zheng's voice fell, Qixia and Liang Bing were both stunned. Before coming to the Galactic Empire, they thought a lot. They imagined along the way what kind of person Emperor Meng was. Full of majesty, extremely powerful, or perhaps moody. Even the image of the Emperor was imagined by the two to be that of an old man. After all, the saints in the ancient times almost all look like old men, there is no difference. The Galactic Empire is so powerful, and the Emperor of the Galactic Empire must be a very experienced person. Maybe it's an old monster that has lived for tens of millions of years? However, they did not expect it. The Emperor seemed to be such an easygoing person. Moreover, he still looks so young. But Qixia and Liang Bing are not so stupid as to treat the Emperor as an arbitrary person just because he looks young and handsome. The Emperor can do whatever he wants, but they cannot go beyond the limit. Therefore, the two of them still express their respect as much as possible. At this time, Qin Zheng smiled and said calmly. Welcome to my Galactic Empire. This is the most perfect masterpiece of my life. Just sit back and enjoy it, sit. Qin Zheng's words made Qixia and Liang Bing feel confused. There are no chairs around, where and how do they sit? And just when the two were confused, something happened that shocked them. They saw that the Emperor sitting on the golden throne in front of them just waved his hand gently. Then, the stars in the sky seemed to be moved by him. The bright stars immediately lined up in a row, and they formed a team, as if they were constantly gathering. Then, the stars in the sky gathered into the shape of two star chairs. They keep shrinking and converging. Then, the star chair fell down and landed in front of Qixia and Liang Bing. Seeing this scene, Qixia and Liang Bing were left with shock in their hearts. What kind of control power is this? In a moment, the stars gathered together. At this moment, Qixia even forgot to respect. She didn't know how to deal with this situation. You know, she just hit the stars in the sky. Above the sky of this palace, every star has an amazing mass like the sun. But the Emperor in front of him just waved his hand casually. He easily combined countless stars with the same mass as the sun into the shape of a chair. What are the consequences of stars colliding with each other? Super God Universe has experienced this before. 0108022223 Philo 0911725550. However, this chair contains the mass of at least hundreds or thousands of solar stars. That is to say, once this chair explodes in the Super God Universe where she is, I'm afraid that no one in the entire universe will be able to prevent this desperate situation from happening. By then, it will only take a blink of an eye. The Super God Universe will be completely blown up like fragments. At this moment, the energy of this chair was extremely stable, and the Emperor even shrunk it in front of them for them to sit on. How could Qixia not be shocked by this amazing and extreme star controlling ability? As for Liang Bing, she was completely stunned by the Emperor's power to control the stars. If Qixia can observe it, then Liang Bing can observe it as well? At this moment, she almost broke out in a cold sweat. This is scared. Liang Bing knew what she had done before, and it made her feel upset and regretful. And now, Liang Bing is even more worried. The Emperor wanted her to sit on this chair that had the mass of hundreds or thousands of solar stars. He wasn't going to use this chair to blow her up to death. That would be too cruel to her. As a result, Liang Bing's body trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but speak as if begging for mercy. Your Majesty, can I not sit in this chair? Qin Zheng looked at Liang Bing, and just by looking at her, he understood why Liang Bing was like that. Seeing this, Qin Zheng immediately waved his hand and said calmly. No problem, just sit down. After getting Qin Zheng's answer, Liang Bing turned her attention back to the chair. When Liang Bing saw that Qixia was sitting on the star chair with confidence, she felt relieved and sat on the chair. As soon as she sat down, she felt a refreshing coolness that seemed to spread throughout her body. This star chair not only loses the scorching temperature of a star, but also feels icy cool. At this time, Liang Bing and Qixia both felt envious unconsciously. If they also had this ability, they could easily control the stars and entertain the guests who came to visit. This is simply too good to be true. Qin Zheng saw through their thoughts and said with a smile. If you like it, you can take it with you when you go back. What Qin Zheng was referring to was naturally the star chair where the two of them were sitting. But the speaker was unintentional while the listener was intentional. Qixia didn't feel anything, while Liang Bing was slightly dazed. Can I go back? Am I not here to be judged? While Liang Bing was in a daze, Qin Zheng waved his hand and replied indifferently. There is no need to put Luo Xi's words aside. In this brilliant galaxy of history, she is still just a child at heart. After saying this, Qixia and Liang Bing both fell silent. Children? What kind of child could cross the dimensional channel to another universe and destroy a civilization and conquer another civilization just because he is angry? If Luo Xi is a child, then aren't they even worse than children? At this moment, the two seem to have finally experienced what it meant to be other people's children. This gap is not only in strength, but also in level. If nothing unexpected happens, they will never be able to reach Luo Xi's level in their lifetime. Children born in the Galactic Empire are tens of millions of meters faster than others even at the starting line. But Liang Bing also got good news. The so-called trial was nothing more than a one-sided decision caused by Rosh's anger, and the Emperor never cared about this matter. There are so many people who talk big on the internet. Can the Emperor just kill anyone who insults the Galactic Empire? As a superior being, the Emperor does not care about the words of lower beings. In front of the Galactic Empire, creatures of lower civilizations are not even considered bugs. They are the tiny dust particles in the universe. So Qin Zheng won't get angry over these little things. It's just that Luo Xi worships the Emperor too much, so Luo Xi can't stand it unilaterally. However, Keisha opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But before Keisha asked, Qin Zheng already knew what question Keisha wanted to ask. You want to ask me why I don't care about the insults of the demon civilization to the Empire, but the Galactic Empire still went to your universe and conquered your universe, right? Just as Keisha was about to open her mouth, it was blocked. She could only nod helplessly and wait for Qin Zheng's response. And Qin Zheng did not let her down and said directly. For me, conquering the heavens and the worlds is a very interesting thing. After saying this, not only Keisha but also Liang Bing's pupils shrank instantly. The Galactic Empire did this just because it was fun. This answer is exactly the same as what Luo Xi said before. Of course, it was not Qin Zheng's answer that shocked the two. But it is implied in what Qin Zheng said. His goal is all the heavens and worlds. This encompasses a lot of existence. If Silver the River Empire wants to conquer any science fiction civilization in any world, as long as the Galactic Empire appears at the top of the list. Then, as long as the Galactic Empire makes a call, countless civilizations will join the Galactic Empire. They will flock to it. But the Galactic Empire's goals clearly go beyond this. What it wants is the heavens and myriad worlds. Keisha wanted to ask Qin Zheng why, but Qin Zheng just glanced at her and answered in advance. I have built today's Galactic Empire over millions of years. It is my most outstanding work and my glory. So, I want all the heavens and the worlds to know the name of the Galactic Empire, and I want all the heavens and the worlds to remember the Galactic Empire. So, conquering is the fastest way. Keisha had no other ideas. It's like a cryogenic artist removing all the ice from the Earth's oceans for the sake of art. It's like a mirror civilization detonating a supernova to play music. In fact, the reason why advanced civilizations do this is, after all, the driving force that drives them is the same. Because I want to. So, that's what advanced civilizations do. Anything else you want to ask? Qin Zheng's voice sounded again, and at this moment, Holy Keisha had no other thoughts in her mind. She was even shocked by Qin Zheng's amazing method. It was as if the Emperor could see through everything he was thinking. It is said that saints can read minds. And this Emperor may be even more amazing than the saint. Although the Emperor is very easygoing. But the sense of oppression that the Emperor brought to her was no weaker than any existence on the ranking list of the heavens and myriad worlds. A saint is not as good as an Emperor. Keisha seemed to have only one existence in mind. Myth rankings. Perhaps, only the most amazing mythological rankings can be compared with the Emperor in front of him. At this time, Keisha suddenly reacted. In an instant, Keisha felt a chill in her heart. A sense of shock arose directly from my heart. If the goal of the Galactic Empire is to conquer all the heavens and worlds, then, the world where the myth ranking list is located is also one of the heavens and myriad worlds. Does the Galactic Empire have the power to conquer the mythical world? At this moment, Keisha couldn't help but raise her head, wanting to take a closer look at the Emperor. But she saw Qin Zheng nodding at her with a smile on his face. At that moment, Keisha understood everything. She was being read again. The Emperor's nod was the answer to what she was thinking. Finally, Keisha closed her eyes and stopped thinking about it. The shock she had received today was already great enough. Being able to meet the Emperor is already an inestimable honor. And you? At this time, Qin Zheng looked at Liang Bing, who was sitting on the chair with a somewhat uneasy look. Ah? Me? Liang Bing was startled, and then spoke in a panic. I have no problem, no problem. I am very satisfied that the Emperor can forgive me. Qin Zheng nodded and said calmly. I see. Now that our chat is over, I will open a dimensional channel for you and return to your universe. Glass 1. As Qin Zheng's voice sounded, a figure formed by light particles appeared in front of Keisha and Liang Bing. This is a gorgeous woman dressed in white. She has an extremely beautiful face, picturesque eyebrows and eyes, skin whiter than snow, and is pure and elegant, like a fairy descending to earth. She makes people forget the worldly affairs and are fascinated by her. When I saw her, it seemed as if any beautiful thing in the world was nothing but rouge and powder. Before Keisha and Liang Bing even had time to wonder who this extraordinary woman was, Li Yulai appeared in front of Keisha. In one of her hands, she held a bead. Keisha immediately recognized what the bead was. That was a galaxy in the super universe that Roche captured casually when 2 stars exploded. At this time, the woman named Li Yulai spoke again. I have repaired the galaxy universe here through technology. When you go back, just release it at the original place, and you can release the original universe inside. Keisha stood up hurriedly, took the bead, and was about to say thank you to the Emperor, but saw Qin Zheng just waved his hand. No need to thank me, this is something from your universe. Keisha only felt that she came before the Emperor and said almost nothing. Because the Emperor had blocked all the questions she wanted to ask. It's terrifying to deal with a being that can read minds. Oh no, could the Emperor have heard this? Seeing the Emperor's faint smile, Kaisa didn't think any more about it. The feeling that this Emperor brought to her was truly magical. Then, Liu Lai lightly tapped the air, and a space crack appeared in front of Qixia and Liangbing. Qixia and Liangbing could feel it clearly. On the other side of this space rift is the super god universe. This once again shocked the angel and the demon. A dimensional channel that the entire universe cannot achieve. Here in the Galactic Empire, it is as simple as eating and drinking. In the end, Qixia and Liangbing left the Galactic Empire with a lot of satisfaction. As the two left, the space crack closed. And Liu Lai also bowed respectfully to Qin Zheng. Then it turned into a particle of light and left the palace. In this huge palace of stars and seas, only Qin Zheng was left sitting on the golden throne. He raised his head, his eyes seemed to be looking at the starry sky. All I see is a leisurely life. In the endless universe, it seemed that only one voice was left echoing. No matter how time and space flow, or the nebula surges, people were all amazed and looked after it. Some people bow down and worship devoutly, someone is hiding in the high platform of the house, what they are best at, is to beg for mercy, how wonderful and beautiful. The stars gradually went out, as if they had closed their eyes. This is victory. 5 days have passed since the angel civilization was incorporated into the Galactic Empire. During these 5 days, the most discussed topics among the audiences in all the heavens and worlds were the power of the Galactic Empire and the ranking list of all the heavens and worlds. Some technological civilizations believe that although the Galactic Empire does look powerful, if we only look at the technological power that the Galactic Empire has shown in the face of the angel civilization, apart from the amazing technology of the cosmic map, everything else is nothing. Whether it is shrinking cosmic matter to create an explosion, or capturing galaxies and other technologies. They can also do this kind of technology easily. In other words, in the perception of these science fiction civilizations, the strength displayed by the Galactic Empire is at best average. If the strength that the Galactic Empire has shown is just superficial, then the Galactic Empire has no right to be number one. But the vast majority of people say that the strength of the Galactic Empire lies in its unknown nature. You never know how many means the Galactic Empire has. After all, for the Galactic Empire, that kind of technology is more than enough to deal with the super god universe. From the beginning to the end, the Galactic Empire only sent one Galactic Empire commander to occupy the super god universe. Apart from that, the Galactic Empire did not take any other actions. With just one person, he completely conquered all civilizations in the super god universe. The Galactic Empire has its own military commanders, so how could they not have their own military forces? If the Galactic Empire fully demonstrated its military strength and the technological power they used for war, I'm afraid that what it will bring to the audience is infinite shock. Audiences have different opinions on these statements. But the power of the Galactic Empire is indeed engraved in the hearts of the audience. And just as the audience from all over the world had been discussing for several days, the 5-day cool-off period for the video inventory of all heavens and worlds has finally ended. Just as it ended, the video review arrived as promised, arousing the curiosity of every audience. Inventory of science fiction civilizations in the universe, the top 10 most perverted science fiction civilizations. 5th place. Li Bai Civilization. Death. 069. Inventory of science fiction civilizations in the universe, the top 10 most perverted science fiction civilizations. 5th place. Li Bai Civilization. The omniscient and omnipotent voice of the universe web of all heavens sounded again. The audience was ecstatic. The entire universe was in an uproar because of this. During the time when the All Heavens and Myriad Worlds website stopped updating, the audience was still discussing which civilization among the All Heavens and Myriad Worlds was superior. They even have one issue that they are most concerned about. Does the Galactic Empire have the qualifications to be number one on the list? Although when the live broadcast started, the audience was indeed frightened by the Galactic Empire. But after a 5-day cooling-off period, the audience gradually got the hang of it. At least in the eyes of the audience. The only technology that the Galactic Empire possesses that surpasses that of the gods is the star map of the universe. Even with this cosmic star map, the audience still doesn't know how the Galactic Empire uses it. Even the power of the cosmic star map can be achieved by saints. If a cosmic civilization can only reach the saint level, then the Galactic Empire should not be number one on the list. The remaining technologies can be used by the civilizations on the list. So the audience only thought of one possibility. Otherwise, the Galactic Empire doesn't deserve to be number one on the list. Either that or the Galactic Empire has been hiding technology. Through the performance of Angel Civilization, the audience is more inclined to the second one. After all, the audience knows it very well. Ever since the Angel Civilization was incorporated into the Galactic Empire, it has been like crazy in the past 5 days, and has been promoting the power of the Galactic Empire. Just like a fanatical churchgoer. However, the audience in the heavens and all realms were not aware of this. The fundamental reason why the Angel Civilization is so fanatical is because of this. Holy Qixia met the Emperor in person. This happened after the live video was broadcast, so the audience was not aware of it. Therefore, only the 160 Angel Civilization understands the true horror of the Galactic Empire. Although she did not fully peek into the technology of the Galactic Empire. But knowing only a small part can give us a glimpse of the whole picture. With a civilization of that scale, how could the technology of the Galactic Empire be inferior? However, if the theory of ultimate fear is confirmed, before everything is revealed, there may be a more powerful civilization above all civilizations. Even Qixia understands this. So even at this time, no matter how much the Angel Civilization worships the Galactic Empire, Ultimately, it depends on how far the list will be compiled. And now, the 5th place list has finally appeared. 5th place is not the Galactic Empire. It was a civilized name that none of them had ever heard of. Li Bai Civilization, of course. Some people on Earth are very familiar with the name of this civilization, because Li Bai is a celebrity that almost everyone will know after receiving 9 years of compulsory education. Li Bai Civilization? Isn't Li Bai a poet? How come he went out to build a civilization? And he even managed to get a top 5 position. Zhang Hulan, there is a possibility that this powerful Li Bai civilization just has the same name as Li Bai on Earth? I don't think there is any connection between them. Luoji Li Bai civilization? This name sounds different from other civilizations. It even sounds strangely different. Tony Stark, I think I have an explanation. In the ancient history of Eastern countries, there was a poet who was well known to the whole court. He was honored as the immortal poet, but I can't associate these two names together. Dr. Octopus Li Bai? It sounds like a good name, but I don't know how powerful this civilization is. Hongwang Daipen. If Li Bai is ranked 5th, then at least it means that the Galactic Empire is definitely qualified to be in the top 4. This is good news. Holy Hexy, the Galactic Empire will only be number 1. Along with discussions among audiences from all over the world, the long-lost video was finally played again. Countless viewers had already prepared in advance. They followed the video playback on the Zhuxian Wanjin network and jumped into another world. This is a world like Earth. At first the audience thought that the Li Bai civilization lived on such a planet, but later they confirmed it. This really is Earth. But to be precise, this is no longer Earth. At this time, that omniscient and omnipotent voice sounded again in the ears of every confused audience member. This place used to be the Earth. At least 100 years ago, it was still called the Earth. But the Earth was invaded. At that time, a civilization called the Devourer invaded the Earth. The Devourer took away 90% of the resources on this Earth, drained all resources from the Earth's interior and left only the oceans and continents on the Earth's surface. To be more precise, humans live in balloons. The Earth was hollowed out, leaving only a thin shell about 100 kilometers thick, but the continents and oceans were still there, but they were all inside the spherical shell. The atmosphere also exists and enters the spherical shell, so the Earth becomes a balloon with its inner wall close to the oceans and continents. The hollow Earth still spins, but that spin means something very different than before. It creates gravity. The gravity exerted by the material that makes up the thin shell is negligible. The Earth's gravity is now mainly generated by the centrifugal force of its rotation. But this gravity is not uniform in all regions of the world. It is strongest at the equator, about 1.5 times the gravity of the original Earth, and gradually decreases with increasing latitude, reaching zero gravity at the poles. A tiny sun is suspended in the center of the hollow Earth, and now it shines together with the midday sun to illuminate the world. The brightness of the sun changes constantly over a 24-hour period, from brightest to dim, causing the alternation of day and night for the hollow Earth. On the right nights, it also emits the cool light of the moon, but it only emits from a single point and there is no full moon. After hearing the explanation from this omniscient and omnipotent voice, countless viewers from Earth civilization only felt a wave of sadness in their hearts. It seems that at all times, the Earth is the most miserable civilization. The three-body civilization invaded the Earth, and the cryogenic artist civilization even used the Earth's oceans as art. And this devourer civilization is even more terrifying. They directly drained 90% of the Earth's resources, almost completely turning the Earth into a planetary wreckage without any life. Perhaps only the mirror civilization will not have any ideas about the Earth civilization. But the other audiences in the heavens and the worlds did not react. In their eyes, there is nothing wrong with an advanced civilization invading a lower civilization. Strength is the truth. Of course, if these viewers knew that what the devourer did was not only to eat up 90% of the Earth's resources, but also to keep all the human beings on the Earth in captivity as food. I wonder what these viewers will think. Under the explanation of the omniscient and almighty voice of the heavens and the worlds, the audience's perspective converged on the ocean. This is a yacht with 3 people on it. A group of 3 people are on a yacht sailing in the South Pacific Ocean. Their destination is Antarctica. If they can arrive there successfully in a few days, they will drill out of the Earth's crust to see the poetry. What is poetry? This unfamiliar word made countless viewers curious and confused, and at the same time, it made them even more curious about Li Bai's civilization. The most curious ones are the audiences on various planets. This civilization not only mentions Li Bai, but also mentions chanting poetry and poetry. Could it be that this Li Bai civilization was really created by Li Bai? Just as the audience was puzzled, they also noticed the appearance of the 3 people above Yu Ting. In fact, 2 of the 3 people on the yacht were not actually human, and one of them was a dinosaur named Dia. Whenever its 10-meter-tall body moved, the yacht would sway and tilt, much to the annoyance of the poet standing at the bow. The poet was a skinny old man, with long snow-white hair and beard fluttering in the wind. He was dressed in a loose ancient costume from the Tang dynasty, with an air of an immortal, as if he was a cursive character written freely between the sea and the sky. At this moment, although there was no omniscient and omnipotent voice, the audience still recognized the identity of this skinny old man. He is the creator of the new world, the great Shi Bai. At the same time, the video gradually goes dark. It's like the end, but also like the beginning again. The audience understands that the video is not over yet. At this time, the omniscient and omnipotent voice of the heavens and all worlds also sounded at the same time. The poet who pursues poetry, Li Bai's civilization reason for being on the list, as one of the pure energy cosmic civilizations, it can enter and exit the 11 dimensions at will, jump through space, implant thoughts, convert energy and matter, etc. It is a nearly godlike existence that ignores any cosmic rules. Li Bai civilization can easily cross from one end of the universe to the other, and completely ignore any rules between universes. As one of the cosmic civilizations that is also purely energy-based, the stronger foundation of Li Bai civilization lies in its amazing power that can easily dismantle the solar system. Therefore, Li Bai civilization ranks among the top 5, surpassing low-temperature artist civilization and mirror civilization. It's just that Li Bai calls himself a poet, and he likes poetry in human civilization. So, Chen Ming became GRI. After hearing the explanation from the voiceover, the audience's eyes widened. They are no longer the sci-fi novices they once were. After watching so many videos, I even witnessed the universe-destroying power of the Galactic Empire. Today's audiences are able to have a preliminary understanding of these civilizations. Li Bai civilization is undoubtedly the most special civilization among all civilizations. He calls himself a poet. Has he become Li Bai? At this moment, the audience understood everything. Why did this civilization use Li Bai as its name? Because he is a poet, he wants to be Li Bai. The technological power of Li Bai's civilization shocked the audience even more. The power that can easily dismantle the solar system is actually obsessed with human poetry. They couldn't continue to imagine. Finally, amid the audience's confusion, the video continued to play. At that time, the Devourer Empire had just completed 2 centuries of plundering the solar system. The dinosaurs from ancient times drove the ring world with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers away from the sun and headed towards the Cygnus. The Devouring Empire also took away 1.2 billion humans who were captured by dinosaurs and raised as poultry. But just as it approached Saturn's orbit, the ringed world suddenly began to slow down, and finally returned along its original orbit, heading back to the inner space of the solar system. Only after seeing this did the audience fully realize it. This so-called Devourer civilization is keeping the humans on Earth in captivity. Humans were used as food. At this moment, the Earth countless civilizations on Earth are very angry. But they could do nothing about it. Because this is just what's in the video. They are completely unable to sanction the Devourer civilization. Moreover, in the eyes of the audience, the Devourer civilization is obviously a more powerful civilization than the Earth civilization. How can these Earthlings stop the Devourer civilization? Inevitably, people on Earth once again felt the weakness of civilization and the sadness of human destiny. The sadness of the viewers on Earth will not stop the video review. More people finally chose to watch the video carefully. Even if they also felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. But that's how the world is. Survival of the fittest, the strong dominate the weak. A weak existence will eventually be dominated by a more powerful civilization. In the video, the omniscient and almighty voice of narration continued to sound. A large ring week after the Devouring Empire began its return journey, the messenger Big Tooth flew away from the Great Ring in his ancient boiler-like spaceship. In his pocket was a little girl named Yi. Of human beings. You're a gift. Dia said to Yi. His eyes were looking out the porthole into the dark space. His hoarse voice numbed Yi in his pocket. Who is it for? Yi raised her head from her pocket and asked loudly. He could see the dinosaur's jaw through the mouth of the bag, like a large rock jutting out from the top of a cliff. To the gods. God has come to the Sol system. This is why the Empire is back. Is it a real god? They have mastered incredible technology, have reached pure energy, and can jump from one end of the galaxy to the other in an instant. They are gods. If we can obtain 1% of these super technologies, the prospects for the Devouring Empire will be very bright. We are accomplishing a great mission, so you should learn to please God. Why did you choose me? My meat is of poor quality. Yi said. He was in his 30s and looked a bit different from the fair and tender humans who were carefully fed by the Empire. A sense of vicissitudes. In the dialogue between dinosaurs and humans, the audience gradually understood the relationship between human civilization and Devourer civilization. Human civilization is a kind of captive insect. And they are just fleshworms raised by the Devourer civilization. The god doesn't eat insects. He just collects them. I heard the keeper say you're special. You seem to have a lot of students. I am a poet who now teaches human literature to poultry farmers on a farm. Yi struggled to pronounce rare words such as poetry and literature in a swallowed language. Word. Useless and frivolous knowledge. Your breeders acquiesce in your teachings because some of them are spiritually helpful in improving the quality of insect flesh. I observe that you consider yourself expensive and arrogant. This should be fun for a domesticated poultry. That's what a poet is like. Yi stood up straight in her pocket. Knowing that her big teeth were no longer visible, she raised her head with pride. Did your ancestors participate in the Earth Defense War? Yi shook her head. My ancestors in that era were also poets. One of the most useless insects on Earth at the time, but also very rare. He lives in his inner world and doesn't care about what's happening in the outside world. Not worth a damn. Oh, we're almost there. Hearing what Dia said, Yi poked her head out of her pocket. Looking out of the wide porthole, everyone, including the audience, saw 2 white objects in front of the spacecraft, 10 square planes, and 10 spheres suspended in space. 0108022223 Philo 09118213 As the spacecraft moves to be level with the plane, it disappears briefly against the starry background, suggesting it has almost no thickness. This can't help but remind the audience of mirror civilization, which is so simple and without thickness. A perfect sphere hovered above the planes, Both glowed a soft white light, and the surfaces were so uniform that no features could be seen. These two things seemed to be two elements extracted from a computer library. They are two concise and abstract concepts in a chaotic universe. For a moment, audiences all over the world understood something. Is this the image of God? Where is God? Yi asked the question that the audience wanted to know most, and the dinosaur was easy for Yi to answer. These are two geometric shapes. God-like simplicity. Getting closer, viewers discovered that the plane was the size of a football field. When a spacecraft lands on a flat surface, the stream of fire from its engines first touches the surface, as if it were only touching an illusion without leaving any mark on its traces. But when the spacecraft made contact, Yi felt gravity and vibrations, suggesting it was not an illusion. Daya had obviously been here before. Without hesitation, he opened the hatch and walked out. When Yi saw that he had opened both doors of the sealed transition cabin at the same time, his heart tightened, but he did not hear the roar of air gushing out of the cabin. When Daya walked out of the cabin, Yi in his pocket smelled the fresh air, stretched his face, and felt the cool breeze. This is a super technology that neither humans nor dinosaurs can understand. Its gentle and nonchalant display shocked Yi. This shock reaches deeper into the soul than when humans first see the devourer. He looked up and saw the sphere floating above them against the brilliant backdrop of the Milky Way. At this time, the audience all understood it clearly. It is that God. 070. When seeing God's sphere of light, the audience invariably thought of the cryogenic artist civilization and the mirror civilization. If we go by what is said in the video, this Li Bai civilization may be exactly the same as the cryo artist and mirror civilization. They are all beings who have developed technology to the extreme, and they all pursue art. So, this is the sphere that the audience can see. Could it be that it is also a civilization that has evolved from individuals to an entire body? Messenger, what little gift have you brought me this time? Asked God. He spoke the language of the devourer. His voice was not loud, as if it came from the infinitely distant abyss of space. It sounded very pleasant to the audience from all the heavens and worlds who were hearing this crude dinosaur language for the first time. Daya reached a paw into his pocket, took out Yi and put her on a flat surface. Yi felt the elasticity of the plane under her feet, and Daya said, Dear God, I learned that you like to collect small creatures from various galaxies, so I brought this very interesting little thing, the human beings on Earth. I only like perfect little creatures. What do you do with such dirty bugs? The god said, and the white light emitted by the sphere and the plane flashed slightly twice, probably expressing disgust. Because the devouring empire wants to obtain God's help, even if it is only 1% of God's technology. So he offered his gift to the gods, which was a human being. But God likes simplicity, which does not mean that God likes humans. God also calls this kind of creatures insects, just like the dinosaurs. In this voice that could be heard by all the heavens and worlds, the audience felt the god's disdain for humans. No, perhaps it cannot be called disdainful at all. In front of advanced civilization, lower civilization is just a bug. He was just telling the truth. Similarly, this gigantic dinosaur is nothing more than a larger insect in front of the gods. Do you know this kind of insect? Daya looked up in surprise. I have heard some interstellar navigators mention this bug, but I am not sure. During the short evolutionary history of this insect, these navigators often visited Earth. The obscene thoughts, bad behavior, and chaotic and dirty history of this creature made them feel bad, so no navigator would establish a relationship with this creature. Throw it away quickly. God answered Daya's words. Daya grabbed Yi and turned his huge head to see where to throw it. The incinerator is behind you, God said. As soon as Daya 23 turned around, he saw a small round mouth suddenly appear on the plane behind him, with a blue light flashing inside. Don't say that. Human beings have established a great civilization. Yi shouted loudly in the devouring language. The white light of the sphere and the plane vibrated twice, and God laughed coldly. Civilization? Messenger, tell this insect what civilization is. At the same time, the audiences from all over the world pricked up their ears and listened. No one cares about this human's life or death. The audiences from all over the world just want to know the truth they want through the video. So the next second, they got what they wanted. Daya lifted Yi up to his eyes, and Yi could even hear the rolling sound of the dinosaur's two big eyeballs moving. Insects, in this universe, the unified standard for measuring the degree of civilization of a race is the spatial dimension that the race enters. Only those who enter 6 dimensions or more have the minimum conditions to join the civilized family. The family of God we respect has been able to enter the 10-dimensional space. The swallowing empire has been able to enter small and medium-sized 4-dimensional spaces in laboratories, which can only be regarded as an uncivilized primitive group in the Milky Way. So, in the eyes of God, you are like weeds and moss. After listening to the words of the big-toothed dinosaur, at this moment, the audience only felt the shock of the Japanese film. At this moment, they seemed to have finally experienced something different from the video review. They have not yet seen any shocks brought to them by technology. But the audience recognized the universe. Advanced civilizations will only measure the space that a race's civilization can enter. For a civilization like the Devourers that can enter the 4-dimensional space on a small scale, it is nothing more than an uncivilized primitive tribe in the Milky Way. And Li Bai's civilization can actually travel through 11 dimensions. What kind of concept is this? The audience had no idea. No wonder Li Bai civilization was called God by these inferior civilizations. Spanning 11 dimensions, is this the concept of God-level civilization? Tony Stark, if Li Bai civilization is a god, then could the cryo artist civilization and the mirror civilization also be gods? Dr. Doom, if we classify them according to the level of cosmic civilization, they should not have reached the level of God yet. Holy Keisha, I am now more curious about the Galactic Empire, because the Galactic Empire has never shown us its dimensional technology. In the eyes of God, what level will the Galactic Empire be? Wayne Bruce, it's been so long, is there still anyone who doubts the technological strength of the Galactic Empire? Because of the conversation between God and dinosaurs, the audience learned something about the level of civilization. It has to be said that this is an improvement in knowledge for most viewers in the universe. Throw it away quickly, it's too dirty. God urged him patiently. At this time, the audience gradually came to their senses, they once again returned to the video, and felt the goddess' disgust towards humans. After Dia finished speaking, he held Yi Yi and walked towards the garbage incineration outlet. Yi Yi struggled desperately and many white pieces of paper fell out of her pockets. As the pieces of paper floated down, a very thin ray of light shot out from the sphere. When the beam of light hit one of the papers, it hung in midair. God's light scanned the paper quickly. Hey? Wait, what is this? Dia hung Yi Yi above the incinerator and turned his head to look at the sphere. That's my student's homework. Yi Yi said while struggling hard in the dinosaur's giant palm. These square symbols are interesting, and the small matrix they form is also interesting. God said, and the light beam emitted from the sphere quickly scanned the other pieces of paper that had fallen on the plane. At this time, many viewers on Earth recognized what was written on these pieces of white paper. It was a pile of writing in Chinese characters. Those are poems. Those are Chinese characters. These are ancient poems written in Chinese characters. Poetry, the god asked in surprise, retracting the beam of light. This was something he had never seen before. The existence of poetry even aroused the interest of the gods. So he asked the messenger. Messenger, you should know something about the language of this insect, right? Of course, dear God, I lived in their world for a long time before the devouring empire devoured the earth. Dia put Yi Yi on the flat surface next to the incinerator, bent down to pick up a piece of paper, held it up to his eyes and struggled to read the small words on it. Its general meaning is the same, forget it, you will misinterpret it. Yi Yi waved her hand to stop Dia from speaking further. Why? God asked with great interest. Because this is an art that can only be expressed in ancient Chinese. Even if it is translated into other human languages, it will lose most of its connotation and charm and become something else. Yi Yi's words were agreed by many viewers, especially those who knew how to appreciate Chinese characters. Although the Earth's civilization is indeed weak, but the culture that the Earth has been pursuing since ancient times can even surprise the gods. Are you speaking ancient Chinese? I see. God's light just swept across Yi Yi, the human being. The next second, he understood this ancient text that had been passed down for thousands of years. At this time, the gods looked at the papers again. And he understood the meaning of these verses. The sun sets over the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. If you want to see 1,000 miles, you must climb to a higher level. You learn so fast. Yi Yi exclaimed. God ignored him and remained silent. Dia thought that God did not understand the meaning of the poem, and explained, it means, the stars have fallen behind the mountains of the planets, and a river called the Yellow River flows towards the sea. Oh, this river and the sea are both made of a compound composed of 1 oxygen atom and 2 hydrogen atoms. If you want to see farther, you should climb higher on the building. God remained silent. Respected God, you once reigned over the devouring empire not long ago. The scenery there is very similar to the world of the insect that wrote this poem, with mountains, rivers, and seas, so I understand the meaning of the poem, God said. The sphere suddenly moved to the top of Dia's head. Yi Yi felt that it was like a big eye without pupils staring at Dia. But, you, don't feel anything. Dia shook his head blankly. I mean, something behind the surface meaning of this neat matrix of square symbols. Dia seemed even more confused, so the god recited another ancient poem, I see no ancients in front of me, and no future generations behind me. Thinking of the immensity of the universe, I am alone and shed tears. Dia quickly explained, the meaning of this poem is, looking forward, you can't see the insects that once lived on this planet in the distant past, looking back, you can't see the insects that will live on this planet in the future, so you feel that time and space are too vast, so you cry. God is silent. Oh, crying is a way for earth bugs to express sadness, and their visual organs. You still don't feel anything. God interrupted Dia and asked. The sphere dropped a little more, almost touching Dia's nose. This time, Dia shook his head firmly, respected God, I don't think there is anything wrong with it. It's just a very simple poem. Next, the god recited several ancient poems in succession. They were all very short and belonged to the category of ethereal and transcendental poems, including Li Bai's Going Down to Zhongling, Quiet Night Thoughts and Farewell to Mengharan at the Yellow Crane Tower, Lu Zhongjiyuan's Snow on the River, Kui Hao's Yellow Crane Tower, Mengharan's Spring Dawn, etc. These verses are well known in various civilizations on Earth. Unfortunately, even the audience in the heavens and the worlds do not know what God wants to do. Dia said, in the devouring empire, there are many epic poems that are millions of lines long. Dear God, I am willing to dedicate them all to you. In comparison, the poems of human insects are so short and simple, just like their technology. The sphere suddenly floated away from Dia's head, drifting in the air along a random curve. Emissary, I know that your greatest wish is for me to answer a question. The devouring empire has existed for 80 million years, why is its technology still lingering in the atomic age? I have the answer now. Dia looked at the sphere eagerly and said, Dear God, this answer is very important to us. Please. The audience couldn't help but listen attentively, but before Dia could finish his question, Yi raised her hand and spoke loudly. Dear God, I also have a question, may I ask it? Dia glared at Yi angrily, as if to but God said, I still hate earth bugs, but those little matrices earned that right for you. Is art ubiquitous in the universe? This is also the question that the audiences from all over the world want to know. In so many videos, they have seen cryogenic artists and mirror civilization. And this God also seems to be the same as these two civilizations. They all pursue and love art. So, among these God-level civilizations, why do they pursue art? No one knows. The sphere trembled slightly in the air, as if nodding. Yes, I am a collector and researcher of cosmic art. I travel between nebulae and come into contact with various arts of many civilizations. Most of them are complex and obscure systems. With so few symbols, in such a small matrix, it contains such rich layers of feelings and branches of meaning, and this expression must be in a strict and somewhat perverted poetic rhythm and melody. This is the first time I have seen it under the constraints of rhyme. God commented on human poetry, an art she had never seen before. Bug, you've got me interested, but that doesn't change your filthiness. Throw him away. Dia grabbed Yi in his claws again. Yes, it's time to throw it away. Dear God, the human cultural data stored in the devouring empire central network is quite rich, and this insect I only remember a few short poems. As it said this, it took Yi and walked towards the incinerator. Throw away these pieces of paper 010 as well. God said, and Big Tooth quickly turned around and used his other paw to pick up the paper. At this time, Yi shouted in his big paw, God, please keep these pieces of paper with ancient human poems as a souvenir. You have collected an unsurpassed art, please spread it to the universe. Wait, Shen stopped Dia again. At this time, Yi was already hanging above the incineration port, and he felt the heat of the blue flame below. The sphere floated over and was close to Yi's forehead. His head was suspended a few centimeters away, and like Dia just now, he was stared at by the huge pupilless eye. You said it can't be surpassed. That's right, they are unsurpassed. Yi said solemnly with his chest puffed out in his big claws. God was challenged. He believed that there was nothing in the world that could not be surpassed. The sphere stopped vibrating and said in a voice close to a whisper, technology can transcend everything. This has nothing to do with technology. This is the essence of the human spiritual world, which cannot be surpassed. The audiences from all over the world admired the courage of this human being. At least he dared to say such words when facing God. That's because you don't know what kind of power technology can ultimately have, little bug, little bug. You don't know. God's tone became as gentle as a father, but there was a hidden the cold murderous aura in the depths made Yi shudder. The God said, look at the Sunday. Yi did as God said. This was the space between the orbits of the Earth and Mars, and the sun's rays made him squint. What is your favorite color? God asked. Green. As soon as the words fell, the sun turned green. The green was extremely gorgeous. The sun seemed like a cat's eye that suddenly appeared in the abyss of space. Under its gaze, the entire universe became extremely weird. This scene even caused a great shock to the audiences in the entire universe. Dia's claws trembled, and Yi fell onto the flat surface. When they regained their senses a little, they all realized another fact that was even more shocking than the sun turning green, the distance from here to the sun was very far. But all this happened in a split second. In a flash, the gods changed the color of the sun. This is the power of God. Half a minute later, the sun returned to its original state and emitted dazzling white light again. See? This is technology. It is this power that has transformed our race from slugs in the mud of the seabed to gods. In fact, technology itself is the real God. We all worship it. Worship it. Yi blinked her dim eyes and still insisted on her own ideas. But gods cannot transcend such art. We also have gods, imaginary gods. We worship them, but we don't think they can write poems like Li Bai and Du Fu. The god sneered twice and said to Yi, you are such a stubborn bug, which makes you even more disgusting. But let me surpass your art. I will let you know that technology can surpass everything. God also sticks to his own ideas and techniques, and is able to surpass everything. Thus, in the eyes of the audiences in the heavens and all worlds, God began to display its amazing technology that almost surpassed the cognition of other civilizations. 071. Regarding God's words, Yi pointed out directly. You are not human, you cannot have the spiritual feelings of people. Human artists are just flowers on the slate. Technology cannot let you transcend this barrier. Yes, in Yi's view, God is not a human being. To create good poetry, God must transcend spiritual and emotional barriers. However, God just smiled coldly. Technology can easily overcome this obstacle. Give me your genes. I don't know what to do. Give God a hair. Dia reminded Yi. Hearing what Dia said, Yi reached out and pulled out a hair. The invisible suction force draws the hair to the sphere, and then the hair falls from the sphere to the flat surface. God only extracted a little dandruff from the roots of the hair. In the next moment, the most shocking group scene that shocked countless audiences around the world finally happened. The white light in the sphere suddenly rose and gradually became transparent. It was filled with clear liquid with a string of bubbles floating in it. The audience then sees a ball the size of an egg yolk in the liquid. It appears light red in the sunlight shining into the liquid ball, as if it would glow. This little ball grows very fast. It's like a curled up fetus. His swollen eyes were shut tight, and red veins crisscrossed his big head. Simple embryo. At this moment, the audience seemed to understand something. Is God nurturing a new life? Soon, the fetus continued to grow, and its small body finally stretched out and swam in the liquid like a frog. The liquid gradually became turbid, and the sunlight shining through the liquid ball only cast a blurry shadow. Everyone could see that the shadow was growing rapidly and finally turned into a swimming adult figure. At the same time, the audience were all shocked. What the FK? What is this? A human being? He created a human being out of thin air with just a little bit of dandruff. Tony Stark, is this technology? This is FG technology? Whose technology can create a human out of thin air? Even if it's a clone, it should take some time, right? Besides, what is this? Turning into an adult directly. Logi, why does this give me the feeling that Nuwa created humans? It's just that Nuwa created humans more conveniently than this. Humans just appeared out of thin air by needing a clay ball. Zhonghulan Nuwa? Which Nuwa are you talking about, the one from prehistoric times or the one from mythology? Depend from prehistoric times. As everyone knows, there are two Nuwa in the universe, but each one is more powerful than the other. Fighting power stage 3. The key is that the technology of this Li Bai civilization is too outrageous. It creates humans out of thin air? Where does it draw energy from? How does it create humans? Tostic, could it be that even god-level civilizations can do this? Do you remember the Galactic Empire? The Galactic Empire had the technology to revive people out of thin air, so it shouldn't be too much for Li Bai's civilization to be able to clone a human being, right? Morty, let's wait and see. I don't think it's as simple as just creating a human being. Dr. Agaza, most of the audience in the heavens and the worlds were simply shocked. Where have they seen this? Does this Li Bai civilization not care about the law of conservation of energy at all? Even a cryogenic artist civilization was able to turn the ocean into ice by using molecular and conversion technology. But Li Bai's civilization seemed to have used no energy at all. It just borrowed a strand of human hair and created a person out of thin air. With this kind of method, it is not an exaggeration to call Li Bai Wenming a god. At this time, the video has played what every viewer wants to see. The liquid ball returned to its original completely opaque white light ball, and then a naked person fell out of the ball and landed on the plane. That's Yi Yi's clone. However, because the audience was mentally prepared in advance and knew that the human created using Yi Yi's genes would definitely have no racial difference from Yi Yi, they were not too shocked. If a dinosaur was created using Yi Yi's genes, the audience would find it outrageous. Then, the cloned Yi Yi stood up shakily. The sun shone on his wet body. His hair and beard were very long, but one could tell he was only in his 30s or 40s. He is as thin as Yi Yi, but doesn't look much like Yi Yi. His appearance is very similar to the old man in the baggy period costume at the beginning of the video. No, it's exactly the same. The clone stood stiffly, his dull eyes staring into the infinity, as if he was unaware of the universe he had just entered. Above him, the white light of the sphere dimmed and finally went out completely, and the sphere itself disappeared as if evaporating. But at this moment, Yi Yi felt something light up again, and soon discovered that it was the clone's eyes. They were suddenly filled with wisdom from their dullness. Later, Yi Yi learned that all of God's memories were transferred to the clones. Cold, is this cold? A breeze blew, and the clone hugged his wet shoulders with both hands, trembling all over, but his voice was full of surprise. This is coldness, this is pain, exquisite, perfect pain? This is the feeling I have been searching for in the interstellar space, as sharp as a 10-dimensional string that pierces through time and space, as crystal clear as a pure energy diamond at the center of a quasar, ah. He stretched out his bony arms and looked up at the Milky Way. At this time, the audience finally understood. This clone is none other than himself. It was God who used Yi Yi's genes to create a human body for himself. Yi Yi said that God does not understand human emotions. So God made a human body for himself, and he became a human being in terms of race. What kind of shocking technological means is this? It was as if there were no obstacles at all, completely integrating the memory and spirit into another body, living in another body. This technology made the vast majority of audiences in the heavens and the world feel extremely shocked and envious. Especially those viewers who want to live forever. For example, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. The emperor was sitting on the dragon throne when he saw God using special means to create a body and completely possessing himself in the body. He actually felt a little moved. Qin Zheng has always been pursuing immortality. However, Qin Zheng has been in the network of all heavens and worlds for such a long time, but he has not seen any technology related to immortality. And this time, he seemed to see hope in Li Bai's civilization. Create a body and give the soul to another body, but the memory and spirit are still controlled by yourself. Isn't this also another way to achieve longevity? Qin Zheng secretly took note of Li Bai's civilization. Although he knew that it was impossible to do so with the current technology of the Qin dynasty. But it doesn't matter. As long as the network of all heavens and worlds exists, he has the opportunity to achieve true immortality. At this time, the clone of God in the video began to recite poetry. There are no ancients in front of me, and no future generations behind me. Thinking of the universe. But the clone's teeth chattered due to a cold feeling, and he quickly stopped his birth speech and ran to the incinerator to warm himself. The audience had never seen such terrible cold fear in the God-level civilization. Of course, this is not ugly at all to God. Because he doesn't care at all. The clone put his hand on the blue flame of the incinerator and said to Yi tremblingly, in fact, what I am doing now is a very common operation. When I study and collect the art of a civilization, I always put my memory on an individual of that civilization to ensure a complete understanding of the art. At this moment, the brightness of the flame at the incinerator increased dramatically, and various halos surged up on the surrounding plain, making Yi feel that the entire plain was like a piece of frosted glass floating in a sea of a fire. Daya whispered to Yi, the incineration port has become a manufacturing port. God is changing the energy and quality. Seeing that Yi didn't quite understand, he explained, silly, it's just using pure energy to make things. The power of God. At this moment, not to mention Yi Jianlian, even the audience didn't quite understand. The audience didn't understand until a cloud of white stuff suddenly spurted out of the manufacturing port, which scattered in the air and fell down. That's a piece of clothing. The clone grabbed the clothes and put them on. The audience saw that it was a loose Tang dynasty costume made of snow-white silk and wide black trim. Just now, it was just a poor clone. After putting on the clothes, he immediately looked ethereal. The audience from all over the world couldn't imagine how it was made from the blue flame. But this did not prevent the audience from all over the world from being amazed. What kind of method is this? To transform matter into other objects, to create something out of thin air? No wonder Li Bai civilization is called a god, and no wonder Li Bai civilization ranks ahead of low-temperature artists and mirror civilization. What is the difference between this technology of creating things out of thin air and that of gods? Another object was produced, and a black object flew out from the production port and hit the flat surface with a thud like a stone. Yi ran over and picked it up, regardless of whether he believed his eyes or not. What he held in his hand was clearly a heavy stone inkstone, and it was icy cold. Then something fell down again. Yi picked up the black strip. He was right. It was a piece of ink. What was produced next were a few brushes, a pen holder, a piece of snow-white rice paper, and a few antique desk trinkets. The last thing that was made was also the largest thing, an ancient-style desk. Energy converted into objects. What kind of technology is this? Does a god-level civilization not need to consider the law of conservation of energy at all? Tony Stark, if god-level civilizations consider the law of conservation of energy, can they still be called gods? Spider-Man Parker Li Bai's civilization's technology is really amazing. I really envy it. If I had such technology, wouldn't I have everything I want? Rick Kid, this technology also requires energy, and I guess it must have consumed a lot of energy to make these things. If you don't have technology that can control energy and has no shortage of energy, you won't be able to control such technology. Morty, however, how does it convert energy directly into matter? Is energy generated out of thin air? Dr. Octopus, I am more curious about what God wants to do. By making these things, is he going to start writing poetry? Luo Ji and Dio were busy straightening the desk and placing the small things on it. Only then did the audience realize it. The four treasures of the study, pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, are all here. The audience couldn't help but become curious and excited for a moment. Could it be that Li Bai is going to start writing poetry? Just when the audience was curious, Dai's words once again shocked the audience. The energy required to transform this material is enough to lift a planet fry into powder. Dai spoke to Yi in a low voice, his voice even trembling. The energy converted from these things is enough to blow up a planet. But God did it anyway because he could. This ability of mass energy conversion is simply abstract and amazing in the eyes of countless viewers. God only needs to use the energy between the universe to create what he wants. However, the energy in the universe is endless. Doesn't this mean that whatever God wants can be easily obtained? Whatever you want, just appear out of thin air. As for their origins, how did they appear? God doesn't care about this. I have to say that this is the only one among so many videos that the audience has seen, and countless viewers feel that the technology is the most outrageous. No other. Of course, if compared with the cosmic star map technology of the Galactic Empire, it certainly doesn't count. After all, what the audiences from all over the world compare are video inventories. As for the Galactic Empire, they are more curious about whether the Galactic Empire can rank first. After all, judging from this progress, a fifth-ranked Li Bai civilization is already like a god. How terrifying and amazing would the civilization ahead be? Nobody knows. The clone walked to the desk, looked at the furnishings on it, nodded with satisfaction, and combed his freshly dried beard with one hand. Then he said something that countless viewers will remember him for. I am Li Bai. Yi looked at the clone and asked, do you want to be Li Bai, or do you really think you are Li Bai? I am Li Bai, a Li Bai who is better than Li Bai. Because of his attainments in poetry, he called himself Li Bai. He is God. He wanted to surpass the immortal poet, so he became Li Bai. At this moment, God has his own name, Li Bai. But Yi smiled and shook her head. He did not acknowledge Li Bai's identity, but just shook his head. This made God very unhappy. Why, are you still doubting? Yi nodded and said, yes, your technique is far beyond my understanding. It is no different from the divine power and magic imagined by humans. Even in the art of poetry, there are things that surprise me. Across such a huge cultural and temporal gap, you can feel the connotation of ancient Chinese poetry. But understanding is one thing. I still think you are facing unsurpassed art. An unfathomable smile appeared on the face of the clone Li Bai, but it disappeared in a flash. He pointed at the desk and shouted to Yi, grind the ink. Then he walked straight ahead, and when he was almost at the edge of the plane, he stopped, trimmed his beard, and gazed at the stars in deep thought. He looked like he was thinking. Yi poured some water from the purple clay teapot on the bookshelf into the ink's tone, picked up the ink and studied it carefully. Looking at the ink on the ink's tone gradually becoming thicker, Yi couldn't help but think of herself in the vast space 1.5 astronomical units away from the sun. This infinitely thin plane appears to be a floating A stage in the cosmic abyss. On it, there is a dinosaur, a human who is raised by the dinosaur as meat and poultry, and a god of technology dressed in Tang Dynasty costume, ready to surpass Li Bai. A strange drama is unfolding. Thinking of this, Yi shook her head and smiled bitterly. When he felt that the ink was running out, Yi stood up and waited with Dia. At this time, the breeze on the plain stopped, and the sun and the Milky Way shone quietly, as if the whole universe was looking forward to it. Li Bai stood on the edge of the plain, like a stone statue. Yi and Dia waited and waited. Time passed quietly. The brush dipped in ink gradually dried on the bookshelf. Without knowing it, the position of the sun has moved a lot, casting the shadow of the bookshelf and the spacecraft on the plain. The white books on the bookshelf seem to have become the shadow of the plane. Finally, Li Bai turned around and slowly walked back to the bookcase. Yi quickly dipped the brush into ink again and handed it over with both hands. But Li Bai raised his hand to refuse. He just looked at the white book on the bookshelf and continued to ponder. There was something new in his eyes. At this moment, the audience all saw it. It was confusing and unsettling. God does not understand poetry, and he cannot create a poem that surpasses Li Bai. But God will not admit it. So he said again. I have some more things to make, they are all fragile, you guys go and handle them carefully. Li Bai pointed to the opening and said, the blue flame inside had dimmed. It became bright again. Just as Yi and Dia ran over, a blue tongue of fire pushed out a spherical object. Dia quickly caught it and took a closer look to find that it was a big jar. Then 3 large bowls flew out from the blue flames. Yi caught 2 of them, and one broke into pieces. Dia carried the jar to the desk and carefully opened the lid. A strong smell of wine overflowed, and he and Yi looked at each other in surprise. This is a jug of wine. The audience was equally amazed. That magical manufacturing port can even produce food and drinks. God's technology can really do anything. At this time, Ji Bai continued to speak. In the information about Earth that I received from the Devouring Empire, there is not much information about the human brewing industry, so this thing may not be accurate. Li Bai said, pointing at the wine jar and asking Yi to have a taste. Yi took the bowl and scooped a little from it and took a sip. A hot feeling flowed from his throat to his stomach. He nodded. It's wine, but it's too strong for what we drink to improve the quality of the meat. Fill it up. Li Bai pointed to another empty bowl on the desk. After Dia filled it with liquor, he picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he turned around and walked away again, taking a few unsteady dance steps from time to time. After reaching the edge of the plain, he stood there again, looking at the sea of a stars and thinking deeply. But unlike last time, his body swayed rhythmically, from side to side, as if he was singing along to an inaudible song. This time, Li Bai didn't ponder for long before walking back to his desk, dancing all the way back. He grabbed the pen that Yi handed over and threw it away. Fill it up. Li Bai said, staring at the empty bowl. An hour later, Dia carefully put the drunk Li Bai on the empty desk with his 2 big claws, but he rolled over again, muttering about dinosaurs and humans. A language that no one can understand. He had already vomited a large pool of red and green, and his white ancient clothes were also stained with vomit. The pool of vomit was penetrated by the white light emitted by the plane, forming a very abstract picture. Shape. Li Bai's mouth was covered in black ink because after drinking the 4th bowl, he tried to write something on paper, but he just poked the ink-soaked brush heavily on the table. Then, like a child learning calligraphy, Li Bai tried to straighten the brush with his mouth. At this moment, even the audience from all over the world couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time they had seen such an ugly thing happen to an extremely respected and omnipotent god-level civilization. But no matter how ugly it is, Li Bai's civilization is still a god. This is something that all the audiences are well aware of. God is God. Even if it uses human bodies in order to experience humans, it only means that human bodies are weaker. But God does not. The Li Bai civilization has shown them extremely advanced scientific and technological means, which are even more detailed than those of civilizations such as cryogenic artists. Only this time, the audience experienced the reality of civilization more intuitively. Even a god-level civilization. God is omnipotent, but God is not omnipotent. His technology can change the color of the sun, he can cross any dimension, and he can make energy into something else entirely. Li Bai is omnipotent, but he is not omnipotent. Because he racked his brains but couldn't get an answer. Maybe the answer lies in the name you just got. But who can know clearly? God doesn't know either, because he can't compose poetry. At this moment, the civilization of God is just as ordinary as a human being. Respected God. Dia bent down and asked cautiously. Wow, click, wow. Li Bai said with his tongue sticking out. Dia stood up, shook his head and sighed, then said to Yi, let's go. This video has not yet ended. However, it still served as a brief prelude for countless viewers who were lost in thought. 072. The final result was that Yi confirmed it. Even God, even a higher dimensional creature with higher intelligence, is unable to do anything when faced with art that only humans can create. Not to mention transcending art. When the audience saw the skinny old man, who was God, becoming crazy after becoming a human, they couldn't help but be amazed. It turns out that even God can be defeated by human concepts. It turns out that gods are not omnipotent. After becoming human, gods can also be troubled by poems and faint under the influence of alcohol. Emperor Shishin, it is undeniable that God is not omnipotent. In my world, God is just some other species that have more abilities and can communicate with the world. God also has various emotions such as anger and joy, so I don't find it strange. Thanos, I am called a god, and I know it. Thor is what we understand as a god. You know, whether it's the saints and immortals in the ancient times or on the mythological rankings, they all seem to be beyond the whole world and can be pure and natural. I think this should be the understanding of God, Zhonghulan. There are many kinds of gods, but the gods on the mythology list are definitely the ones I least want to meet. They are perfect and powerful. To be honest, those gods are almost beyond my cognition. Hades, in the underworld, the universe is so huge that anything can happen. In the discussion on the barrage, the audience was stuck on a problem. Can a god who has almost lost his majesty still be called a god? But the majority of the answers are still yes, because he still possesses the means of God, and these means are something that ordinary beings can never imagine. Even if God did not become Li Bai, he did not achieve the poetry that surpassed that brought by Yi Yi. But God's hand remains. The video didn't end, so the audience knew that there would be a twist. After all, this is a video review of Li Bai's civilization. If Li Bai's civilization cannot surpass or overcome poetry, how can it be called Li Bai Civilization by ZuxinWag.com in the video inventory? And Li Bai's civilization can definitely bring more shocking scenes to the audience. At this time, the narration voice finally sounded as promised. Yi Yi is a human being raised by the Devouring Empire. His breeding farm is located on the Devourer's equator. When the Devourer was in the inner space of the solar system, this place was once a beautiful grassland sandwiched between two large rivers. After the Devourer sailed out of Jupiter's orbit, severe winter arrived, the grasslands disappeared, the rivers froze, and the captive humans were moved to the underground city. When the Devourer returned at the call of God, as the sun approached, spring came back to the earth, the two rivers quickly thawed, and the grassland began to turn green. Accompanied by a few beautiful narrations, the video brings the audience into this beautiful world. The weather today is very good. On both sides of the river, the sun shines on a simple thatched hut by the river. This is the thatched house that Yi Yi built herself, but it is not allowed for ordinary people. But because the classical literature courses that Yi Yi taught in the farm had the function of cultivating one's temperament, and his students' meat had a very special flavor, the dinosaur keepers did not interfere with him. Similarly, this is another tragedy for mankind. During the video playback, the audience knew everything. In this devouring empire, human civilization has forever lost the opportunity to turn things around. Here, they are just food for the dinosaurs. But so what? These humans never care about that. Human civilization has long lost the blood of resistance, and even their emotional lives are devouring the paradise built for them by the empire. In fact, the devouring empire will provide these humans who are kept as feed with food and clothing until they are 60 years old, and at the age of 60 they will be euthanized and eaten as food for dinosaurs. Having no worries about food and clothing is something that most people can certainly accept after experiencing the cruelty of reality. Although this worry-free life also depends on the situation. During the captivity, humans are monitored at all times. They cannot leave the breeding grounds, cannot learn knowledge, and cannot touch anything that can arouse curiosity and a spirit of exploration. This is also the fundamental reason why human civilization cannot recover. Therefore, for Yi Yi, only poetry, which has the function of cultivating emotions, can become one of her few pleasures. But fortunately for Yi Yi, God also took an interest in poetry. It was a night 2 months after Yi Yi and Li Bai first met. The sun had just set over the flat horizon of the devouring empire, and two rivers reflecting the sunset met in the sky. Outside the thatched hut by the river, the breeze blew faintly the sound of dancing and singing on the distant grassland. Yi Yi is playing Go Alone. He looked up and saw Chun Chunbei and Tianya coming along the river bank. At this time, Li Bai changed a lot. His hair was messy, his beard was old and long, and his face was very dark. He carried a coarse cloth bag on his left shoulder and held a large gourd in his right hand. The old clothes he was wearing were torn, and he was wearing a pair of worn-out straw sandals. Yi Yi felt that he was more like a human being at this time. Li Bai walked to the go table and placed the gourd heavily on the table without even looking at Yi Yi. 1978. After Yi Yi brought 2 wooden bowls, Li Bai opened the gourd lid and filled the 2 bowls with wine. Then take out a paper bag from the cloth bag and open it. Yi Yi found some chopped cooked meat inside and smelled a pungent aroma. He couldn't help but pick up a piece and chew it. Dai just stood 2 or 3 meters away, watching them quietly. From his previous experience, he knew that they would once again talk about poetry, in which he had neither the interest nor the qualification to participate. Delicious, Yi Yi nodded approvingly. Is this pure beef? No, I have returned to nature for a long time. You may not have heard that there are cattle from the earth on a pasture far away from here. This is the beef I made myself. This is the recipe of Pinjao beef in Shaanxi. The key is to put it in when stewing. Li Bai walked in front of Yi Er and said mysteriously, urea. Yi Jianlian looked at him in confusion. Oh, this is the white stuff that precipitates after human urine evaporates. It can make stewed meat rosy, tender, fat but not greasy, lean but not dry. This kind of urea can't be made from pure water. Yi Yi asked fearfully. I said I've returned to nature. Urea is something I collected from several human farms. It's a very authentic folk cooking technique that disappeared long before the destruction of the earth. Beef cooked with urine. It is conceivable to what extent this god went in order to experience human life and to be able to compose human poetry. The audience couldn't help but feel real admiration for Li Bai, admiring that as a god, he could go to such a level in pursuit of art. Of course, there is also the disgusting feeling of beef urine. The audience was glad that this time their perspective was not focused on Yi, as they did not want to experience what urine beef tasted like. Even a saint might not want to be forced to drink a mouthful of yellow urine, the audience couldn't help but think. Yi had already swallowed the beef in his mouth, and in order to suppress vomiting, he picked up the wine bowl. In fact, it is just as the audience thought. In order to compose great poetry, in order to surpass Li Bai, God really insisted on becoming a human being. Li Bai pointed to the gourd and said, "Under my guidance, the devouring empire built several wineries and produced most of the world's famous wines. This is the authentic bamboo leaf green they brewed by soaking bamboo leaves with fenjiu." Yi discovered that the wine in the bowl was different from the wine Li Bai brought several times. It is emerald green in color and has a sweet herbal flavor after eating. It seems that you know a lot about human culture. Yi said to Li Bai excitedly. Not only that, I also spent a lot of time experiencing it myself. You know, the scenery in many places of the Swallow Empire is very similar to the earth where Li Bai is. In the past 2 months I wandered between mountains and rivers, enjoying the beautiful scenery, drinking in the moonlight, reciting poems in the mountains, and had several romantic encounters in human farms in various places. Okay, now you can show me your poem. After listening to Yi's words, Li Bai put down his wine bowl, stood up, and said nervously, I have written some poems, some of which will surprise you. You will find that I am already a very good poet, even better than you and your grandparents. After saying these words, even the audience from all the heavens and worlds began to look forward to it. They all looked forward to what kind of poems Li Bai could write. Could he really surpass Li Bai? Can technology really transcend everything? But the next second, Ji Bai shook his head. But I don't want you to see it, because I am also sure that you will think that those poems are not better than Li Bai's. He looked up at the afterglow of the setting sun in the sky, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. Nia think so. At this moment, Li Bai's self-knowledge even amazed the audience. They were amazed that this god could admit the gap between himself and Li Bai without being arrogant. God has always been pursuing the art of poetry, so he takes it so seriously. On the grassland in the distance, the dance had ended and the happy people began their sumptuous dinner. A group of young girls ran to the river and played in the shallow water near the shore. They wore garlands on their heads and mist-like gauze on their bodies, forming an intoxicating picture in the twilight. Yi pointed to a girl who was closer to the hut and asked Li Bai, is she beautiful? Of course. Li Bai looked at Yi in confusion. Imagine cutting her with a sharp blade, taking out every organ, digging out her eyeballs, digging out her brain, picking out every bone, separating the muscles and fat according to their different parts and functions, and then separating all the blood vessels and nerves into 2 bundles. Finally, lay a big white cloth here and classify these according to the principles of anatomy. Do you still feel beautiful? Why do you think of this when you are drinking? Disgusting. Li Bai said with a frown. How is this disgusting? Isn't this the technology you admire? What do you want to say? At this time, Yi expressed his understanding. The nature in Li Bai's eyes is the girl by the river you see now, while the nature in the eyes of technology is the orderly but bloody parts on the white cloth. Therefore, technology is anti-poetic. You seem to have any suggestions for me? Li Bai adjusted his beard and said thoughtfully. I still don't think it's possible for you to surpass Li Bai, but you can point your efforts in the right direction. The fog of technology has blinded your eyes and prevented you from seeing the beauty of nature. Therefore, the first thing you should do is to forget all these ultra-technologies. Because you can transplant all your memories into your current brain, of course, you can delete one of the points. Here Li Bai finally shook his head and sneered, do you really think I'm here to admit defeat? It is a fact that you have not been able to surpass the pinnacle of human poetry. Li Bai suddenly raised one hand and pointed at the river, and asked, how many ways are there to get to the river? Yi looked at Li Bai puzzledly for a few seconds, it seems, there is only one kind. No, there are 2 ways. I can also go in this direction, Li Bai said, pointing in the opposite direction of the river. Keep going this way, go around the great ring that devoured the empire, then cross the river from the other side and you'll be able to reach this shore. I can even go around the Milky Way and come back. Technically, it's a piece of cake. I've said it before, technology can surpass everything. It seems that I have been forced to take another path now. Yi thought hard for a long time, and finally shook her head in confusion, but even if you have godlike skills, I still can't think of another way to surpass Li Bai. Li Bai stood up and said, it's very simple. There are 2 ways to surpass Li Bai, 1, write poems that surpass him, 2, write all poems. He smiled coldly and said something that the audiences from all over the world called the most unreasonable thing. I want to write all the 5-character and 7-character poems, which are what Li Bai is good at. In addition, I want to write all the common CI tunes. I want to try all the combinations of all the Chinese characters in poems that conform to these rules. At this moment, Li Bai made a harsh statement. He wants to try all the combinations of Chinese characters in the infinite universe. 073. All permutations and combinations of words. What kind of concept is this? 5-character quatrain and 7-character quatrain. In other words, God wants to try all combinations of all Chinese characters in poems that conform to these rules. As long as he tries all these combinations, God believes that he will definitely be able to find a poem that can definitely surpass Li Bai's. Even if they just think about it, the audience will understand that this is definitely an extremely amazing and great project. At this moment, they were all shocked. What a horrible amount of work this must be. This is an indescribable amount of work. In the universe, the Singer civilization that was watching the video had their eyes wide open in shock at this moment. Looking at the video inventory, there are so many videos, and only the Mirror civilization and the low-temperature artist civilization can bring him a technological shock. In fact, to the Singer civilization, the Devourer civilization is simply a civilization that is so weak that it is useless. For a technological civilization that cannot even use dimensional weapons, even if they have developed for tens of millions of years, they are nothing more than a group of insects to the Singer civilization. As for human civilization, they are even more like insects. However, Li Bai seems to be interested in poetry. Therefore, within a period of time after the video inventory began, the Singer civilization collected and recorded many Chinese poems known on Earth through their star-level computers. This is also thanks to the existence of the Internet of all heavens and worlds. Otherwise, the Singer civilization would have almost no idea that there is a civilization like Earth in the universe. But here's the interesting thing. It seems that in every universe, there is a human civilization like the one on Earth. Although they are equally weak, this is enough to arouse the interest of the Singer civilization. They decided that in the future, they must do some research on Earth's civilization. You don't know this until you collect it, and you will be shocked when you collect it. During the collection process, the Singer civilization also understood the relationship between the Chinese characters and poems of the Earth civilization. There are not many Chinese characters and poems. But these words always happen to be placed together once and then take on a different meaning. But before that, the Singer civilization didn't need to be shocked by these words. What shocked the Singer was the words Li Bai said in the video. He wanted to make an arrangement of all 5-character and 7-character poems of these Chinese characters, and arrange all the combinations of all characters. Don't think this is a small amount. Once these permutations and combinations are listed, and every word in every poem is combined, there will be millions of combinations. This is a number that countless civilizations cannot calculate. Even if one used a terrifying stellar-class computer like the Singer civilization, it would still take a huge amount of time. And if we use the technological level of the Devourer civilization in the video for research, perhaps even if we calculate until the end of the world, we still won't get any result. But this God wants to calculate these results? What will he do? How will he do it? At this moment, it is not just the Singer civilization. The audience was also extremely shocked. As the video continued to play, the deep narration voice sounded again. In order to create a poem that could surpass Li Bai's, the gods finally chose to use technology to reorganize all Chinese characters. This is an incredibly huge project, and it also shocked the entire Devourer Empire. Ah, great! Great! This is a great project. Dai cheered ecstatically. Is it difficult? Yi asked stupidly. Of course, this is difficult. If you use the largest computer in the Empire to perform such a calculation, you may not be able to complete it even until the end of the universe. Not that many. Yi said doubtfully. Of course there are so many. Li Bai nodded proudly, but such calculations can be completed in an acceptable time, as long as you use quantum computing technology that you are far from mastering. After hearing the words of God Li Bai, there is no civilization in the universe that was not shocked. Most of civilization doesn't even know what quantum computing technology is. They just don't know why, because God can use this technology to write so many words in an instant. How powerful is the energy used by the civilized God named Li Bai? It is no accident that he was able to transcend both Mirror civilization and Artist civilization. Li Bai is powerful. Among these Artist civilizations, he is also the only one called God. At this time, Li Bai continued. At that time, I will have finished writing all the poems, including all the poems I have written before and all the poems I may write in the future. Note. All the poems I may write in the future. Even the peak works other than Li Bai will naturally be included. In fact, I have ended the art of poetry until the universe is destroyed. Any poet who comes along, no matter how high he may reach, is a plagiarist. His work will surely be found in my vast memory. Audiences from all the civilized worlds were so shocked that they dared not speak. God didn't just write these poems in a moment. Does he even want to store so many works? What is the concept? It's like someone trying to build the Great Wall on an ant nest. They couldn't understand it, which was even more shocking. How much storage space does this require? Even the great fangs of the Empire were shocked. He suddenly let out a scream and looked into Li Bai's eyes with excitement and shock. A huge memory? Dear God, you are not saying that you want to store all the poems written by the quantum computer. What's the point of deleting it after writing it? Of course I have to save it all. This will be one of the artistic monuments my race leaves in this universe. Daya's eyes changed from shock to fear. He stretched out his big claws forward, bent his legs, as if he was going to kneel down to Li Bai, and his voice sounded as if he was about to cry. No, dear God, this is not allowed. Daya, who could understand all this, was completely frightened, but Yi didn't understand what was going on. She looked at Daya in surprise and asked. What frightened you like this? You idiot. Don't you know that atomic bombs are made of atoms? Memory is also made of atoms. Its storage accuracy can only reach the atomic level. Do you know what atomic storage is? In other words, a place the size of a needle tip can store all human books. And not your books, but all the books on the earth before they were eaten. Ah, that seems possible. I heard there are more atoms in a glass of water than there are glasses of water in the world's oceans. Well, he just needs to carry a needle after writing those poems. Yi pointed at Li Bai and said. Daya was extremely angry. He took a few quick steps back and forth and finally squeezed out a little patience. Okay, tell me, write one poem using the 5-character and 7-character poems that God said, as well as the common CI tunes. How many words are there in total? Not much, maybe 2 or 3,000 words. Ancient poetry is the most refined art form. Well, I'll show you, an idiot bug, how sophisticated it is. Daya said as he walked to the table and pointed at the chessboard with his claws and said, what do you call this boring game? Oh, go. How many intersections are there on it? 19 vertical and horizontal lines, 361 points in total. Well, you can put sunspots and white dots on each point, or leave them empty. In this way, each chess game can be seen as a poem with 19 lines and 361 words written in 3 Chinese characters. That's a great metaphor. So, in this kind of poetry, how many poems can be written using the combination of these 3 Chinese characters? Let me tell you, 3 to the power of 361, or, let me think, 10 to the power of 27. X, 1814. Idiot. Big Teeth scolded the word for the 3rd time, all the atoms in the universe are just, ah. He was so angry that he couldn't continue. How much? Yi was still so stupid. Only 10 to the power of 80. You idiot. After hearing Daya's explanation, at this moment, the audiences from all science fiction civilizations in the universe were all shocked by this number. It was as if their brains were confused by this number. Even the audience who had not understood the concept of storage before were completely shocked by this number at this moment. At this time, the audience seemed to have forgotten to reply. They are still digesting the numbers. However, at this time, the word of God smiled and said, Emissary, you are short-sighted and lack imagination on this point, which is one of the reasons why the devouring empire's technological progress is slow. Li Bai smiled and said, using quantum memory based on the principle of quantum multi-state superposition, only a small amount of matter can be used to store those poems. Of course, quantum storage is not very stable, and in order to preserve the poems permanently, it needs to be combined with more traditional storage technology. Even so, the amount of material required to make the memory is very small. How much is it? Asked Dai, and it was obvious that his heart was in his throat. It's about 10 to the 57th power of atoms, which is insignificant. This is exactly the amount of matter in the entire solar system. After hearing these words, the audience finally realized that in this video review, the narrator mentioned the disassembly of the solar system. It turns out that Li Bai wanted to dismantle the entire solar system in order to use the solar system as a storage device to store all the poems that Li Bai wanted to write. This is the power of God? At this moment, the audience was not shocked or surprised. Li Bai wanted to dismantle the entire solar system just to store his poems. The power of God is so amazing and powerful. Yes, including all the solar planets, and of course the devouring empire. Li Bai said this last sentence lightly, but it sounded like a bolt from the blue to Yi. However, Daya seemed to calm down, because after being tortured by the premonition of disaster for a long time, when the disaster really came, he felt a kind of relief that was difficult to explain. Can't you convert energy into matter? Asked Big Tooth. You know how much energy is needed to obtain such a huge amount of matter. It is unimaginable for us, so we should use what we have. So the Emperor's worries are not unfounded. Daya said to himself. Yes, Li Bai said happily, I explained to the devouring Emperor the day before yesterday that this great ring-shaped empire will be used for a greater purpose, and all dinosaurs should be proud of it. Dear God, you will see what it feels like to devour the empire. Daya stared, scratched his claws, and asked in a low voice. Compared to the sun, the mass of the devouring empire is insignificant. In order to obtain such a tiny object, is it necessary to destroy a civilization that has evolved for tens of millions of years? I completely understand your question, but you should know that it would take a long time to extinguish, cool down, and decompose the sun. Before that, quantum computing of poetry should have begun. We need to save the results in time and clear the memory of the quantum computer to continue the calculation. In this way, the planets that can be used to make memory and the materials that devour the empire can be used immediately. It is of vital importance. I see, dear God, the last question is it necessary to save all the combined results? Why not add a judgment procedure at the output to delete the unworthy ones? What about the preserved poems? As far as I know, ancient Chinese poetry should follow strict metrical rules. If poems that do not conform to metrical rules are deleted, the total amount of the final result will be greatly reduced. Rhyme? Humph, Li Bai shook his head disdainfully. It was just the limitation of his inspiration. Ancient poetry before the northern and southern dynasties on earth was not restricted by rhyme. Even in the strict modern style of poetry after the Tang dynasty, many masters of classical poetry did not keep up with the pace and wrote many excellent variant poems. When I recite, I don't think about the rhythm. But, you should always consider the content of the poem. 99% of poems are meaningless in the final calculation. What's the point of saving these random Chinese character matrices? What do you mean? Li Bai shrugged and said, Messenger, the meaning of poetry does not depend on your approval, nor on me or anyone else. It depends on time. Many poems that meant nothing at the time have since become masterpieces, and many of the masterpieces of the present and future must have meant nothing in the distant past. I want to write down all the poems. A billion years from now, who knows which poem will be the first choice at the pinnacle of the great era. This is ridiculous. Big Tooth shouted. His loud voice startled some birds in the distant meadow. Daya was unwilling to accept this. He was very unwilling to accept this. Its voice was a mixture of fear and unwillingness. At the same time, there is anger that simply cannot be stopped. It tried to grasp any detail to convince God to spare the devouring empire. But it's like going back 2 centuries. The scene where humans of Earth civilization beg the devouring empire not to destroy Earth civilization. Looking back now, it is extremely ironic. Yi on the side just watched him without saying a word. The heavens and the universe were silent. For the sake of an artistic poem, God decided to dismantle the entire solar system. This is God's indifference. The devouring empire once devoured human civilization. And now, they have to pray to God not to destroy their civilization, just like humans did in the past. But God turned a deaf ear. What an irony the result is. How could these dinosaurs be qualified to discuss morality with God? Daya raised his giant claw and slapped Yi away. UBD, I know you are happy now, but don't forget that once the devouring empire is destroyed, you will not survive. Yi rolled all the way to the riverside and it took him a long time to get up. His face was covered with sand and his mouth was wide open, showing pain but also laughter. He was indeed very happy. Haha, so interesting, this universe is incredible, he shouted excitedly. Messenger, do you have any other questions? Seeing Daya shaking his head, Li Bai continued. Then, I will leave tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, the quantum computer will start the poetry software, and the ultimate poetry recitation will begin. At the same time, the sun will be extinguished, the planets will be dismantled, and the empire will be devoured. The project will also start. Respected God, the devouring empire will be ready for battle tonight. Daya said solemnly after standing at attention. The dinosaur looked at God and expressed his determination. However, God ignored it. At this moment, every race in the universe couldn't help but take a breath. They all watched with trembling hearts. They could all feel the despair of the devouring empire when facing God. It is just like the despair that humans once felt when faced with the engulfing of civilization. After watching the video of this moment, all the advanced civilizations that had invaded lower civilizations or even thought of destroying lower civilizations all stopped and thought about life. He who slays a dragon becomes a dragon himself. In the ancient times, many cultivators agreed with one statement. Everything in the world is caused by karma, which repeats itself over and over again, and retribution will come. Suddenly, someone thought of the dark jungle law that had appeared at the beginning of the video when the three-body civilization was reviewed. Black, so damn black. Good, very good, the days ahead will be very interesting, but before all this happens, let's finish this pot. Li Bai nodded happily and picked up the wine gourd and poured the wine. He looked at the river shrouded in darkness, savoring the experience with a lingering feeling. What a good poem, haha, the first one, it's a good poem. 074. Ultimately, audiences saw the resolve of the Devourer Empire. They want to go to war with Li Bai's civilization. Just like how human civilization once faced the Devourer. Although they do have enough determination. However, this did not have any effect. As for the gods, what kind of power does Yuko need to defeat them? Nobody knows. Then, the video screen changed. The place that the audience is most looking forward to has arrived. The Li Bai civilization showed their technology to the audience. The poetry reciting software is actually very simple. It may not exceed 2,000 lines of code when expressed in human C language plus a small database to store all Chinese characters. In the orbit of Neptune, there appeared a huge transparent cone floating in space. This is the amazing quantum computer of Li Bai civilization. When the software is started on that quantum computer, the ultimate poetry recitation begins. It was only at this time that the audience, including the devouring empire, knew about it. Li Bai was just an individual in that super-civilized race. This was different from previous expectations. At that time, the dinosaurs believed that a society that had evolved to such a technological level had long been integrated into a whole in terms of consciousness. The super-civilizations that the devouring empire had encountered in the past 10 million years were all of this form. The audience was equally amazed. After experiencing the mirror civilization and the cryogenic artists, two major civilizations that integrated consciousness into a whole. They also thought that Li Bai was also a kind of civilization that integrated social group consciousness into a whole. But it did shock them. When countless individuals of the Li Bai civilization migrated from various locations in outer space to the location of the solar system, they began the huge project of manufacturing storage devices. The appearance of countless gods shocked the audience in terms of number. Oh, my god, is this true? These glowing spheres, are they, individuals of the Li Bai civilization? I thought that a god-level civilization like the 753 Li Bai civilization would transform from individuals to a whole like the cryogenic artist and the mirror civilization. Tony Stark. It seems that what the super civilizations such as cryo-art and mirror civilization say is not entirely reasonable. When civilization develops to a certain level, both individuals and collectives will disappear. At least Li Bai civilization does not have the claim of continuing these two civilizations. Xiaodo, if all the individuals in Li Bai's civilization possess unique individual intelligence, then this civilization is truly extraordinary. This means that every individual in Li Yu's civilization can use these technologies to become a god in the eyes of other civilizations. Doctor of Science. It seems that the Li Bai clan has maintained its individual existence, which also partially explains their extraordinary understanding of art. This is also the reason why Li Bai pursued poetry. Bruce Wayne. Gentlemen, I suddenly thought of the Galactic Empire. That amazing empire seems to also have a civilization with its own residents. If Li Bai's civilization is also like this, then what kind of amazing civilization strength will the Galactic Empire, which is obviously more powerful than Li Bai's civilization, have? Rick. I may understand. If I were to use an analogy, it would be like saying that all the demons have the same strength as me. This is really an interesting technology. I like Hong Wang Nuwa very much. Yes. Could it be that the person above is the one who is famous on the prehistoric ranking list, the Saint Nuwa? Prehistoric Daypen. Can the Saint chat in the live broadcast room like us? The king of the undead. The Saint Nuwa repaired the sky and created humans, and created the three realms of life. She was once the leader of the demon cult. The leader of all spirits, located in Taisu Heaven outside the 33 heavens, Li Guangjai Nuwa Palace. She lives in seclusion in the sky, does not care about the big religion, and stands in the three realms with a cold eye. Yes. I didn't expect that the Saint Nuwa would actually be interested in technology. Nuwa should be the first saint to express interest in science and technology. Could it be that the prehistoric world is about to start a technological boom? When did the Wawang Palace start developing technology? My generation of cultivators have long wanted to experience technology that only appears in science fiction civilizations. With the sudden appearance of Saint Nuwa, the experience brought to countless audiences was once again shocking. The audience never expected that this video review would even alarm the saint. And what's even more shocking is yet to come. The Saint Nuwa repaired the sky and created human beings. She is the grandmother of all the holy goddess demons in the human world. Her influence is simply amazing. There are many ancient people who worship Nuwa. Their number is almost tens of millions. This made the audience even more emotional. She is worthy of being called the Saint Nuwa, the holy mother of the human world who repaired the sky and created humans. This influence alone is unmatched by any other saint in the prehistoric world. Even the Jijiao sect, where 10,000 immortals come to pay homage like Master Tongtian, is not as influential as the Saint Nuwa. However, Saint Nuwa only showed up briefly in the video review barge and then disappeared. Even though tens of millions of monks were worshipping Saint Nuwa under the video, Nuwa did not even leave a shadow. However, since this saint on the prehistoric ranking list can send barrages from the video inventory of science fiction, and can also give such pertinent understanding of the barrages, it has almost made many viewers guess. It seems that among the top leaders in the prehistoric world, not all saints are as dismissive of technology as the two saints in the West. There are also people like Nuwa Saint who patiently watch videos and review them, and can also discuss technology verbally. In particular, Saint Nuwa directly stated that she is more supportive of technology. The appearance of the saint immediately changed the direction of the video comments. After all, as a big name figure, it is not surprising that Nuwa can drive the direction of comments as soon as she appears. After learning that Nuwa might be interested in technology, many monks from the prehistoric side patiently studied the video. A saint will never appear for no reason and send a random message. After all, the actions of saints are all subject to rules. Since Saint Nuwa is interested in technology, there must be a reason for her. After that, for a long time, human Nuwa did not continue to appear in the video inventory. She did not give any explanation for sending the barrage. But after a long period of time, the appearance of Saint Nuwa prompted most of the prehistoric monks to begin research in the direction of science and technology. Some even believe that Nuwa has already conducted research on the path of cultivating immortals through science and technology. However, for a long time, the gates of the Queen Nuwa Palace were not opened, and the Saint Nuwa had been locking herself in the Queen Nuwa Palace and had never shown up. This made these ancient monks believe in their own theories even more. A single word from a saint can lead to the happening of a fishing reel. This butterfly effect is inevitably somewhat magical. As for what Nuwa was thinking, all this is unknown. The video is still playing, and people are paying more attention to it. The humans in the devouring empire cannot see the quantum computers in space, nor can they see the new gods. In their view, the process of ultimate poetry chanting is the process of the increase and decrease of the number of suns in space. This process is extremely shocking, and it is very intuitively displayed in front of all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds. A week after the poetry software was launched, the Protoss successfully extinguished the sun. At this time, the number of suns in space is reduced to 0, but the cessation of nuclear fusion inside the sun loses the support of the star's outer shell and quickly collapses into a new star. As a result, the night was soon illuminated again, but the brightness of the sun was hundreds of times brighter than before, causing the plants and trees on the surface of the devourer to smoke. The nova died out again, but exploded again after a while. It was so bright, extinguished and bright, as if the sun was a cat with 9 lives, struggling endlessly. But the Protoss are actually very good at killing stars. Time and again, they quietly extinguish new stars, allowing their matter to fuse in the greatest possible proportion into the heavy elements needed to create memories. When the 11th nova went out, the sun literally held its breath. At this point, the ultimate poetry reading had already begun for 3 months. Long ago, when the third new star appeared, other suns also appeared in space. These suns move up and down at different locations in space. Up to 9 new suns appeared in the sky. These suns are the energy released by the Protoss when they demolish planets. As the twinkling of stars and suns became dark and faint, people could not distinguish whether these suns were real or fake. What kind of method was this and how did Li Bai achieve it? The audience was completely unable to understand. The means of advanced civilizations, especially this kind of divine means, are beyond their comprehension. Perhaps there are more advanced civilizations, and when they see such methods, they will only feel disdain. For example, the Galactic Empire. This kind of technological means may be like a child playing house in front of the Galactic Empire, but other audiences in the heavens and worlds cannot even imagine it. The Protoss easily killed the stars in the solar system. Although advanced civilizations have the ability to kill the sun, this is something that the audiences from all over the world should be mentally prepared for. But Li Bai has the abnormal ability to kill the solar system so easily and turn the sun into a cosmic storage device. They couldn't believe it, they couldn't even imagine it. A huge galaxy will eventually become the storage hard drive of the Protoss civilization. This is what is most surprising to the audience. However, this is not the end of the video. After this, the Devourer civilization was dismantled. However, at this time, most of the audience in the heavens and all realms had been shocked beyond words. Is this the God-level civilization? Is this the amazing power of the God-level civilization? Spider-Man Parker, the power of Li Bai's civilization really surpasses that of the Mirror civilization and the Cryo-Artist civilization. No wonder Li Bai's civilization ranks among the top 5. Dr. Magic, the Li Bai civilization, which ranks 5th, is already so terrifying, so how amazing should the civilization ahead of it be? By Yukui, we have all been deceived by the appearances of the Galactic Empire. In that live broadcast, the technology used by the Galactic Empire was not as powerful as those of today's civilizations. The Galactic Empire has indeed been hiding its strength. Now that I have seen the methods of Li Bai's civilization, I finally understand. The true technological strength of the Galactic Empire is definitely more amazing than we think now. Tony Stark in front of these God-level civilizations, we are the real ants. Luo Ji in front of God, the Devourer civilization is nothing but a bug, but I still feel good about it. Before destroying other civilizations, they may never have thought that they would be destroyed one day. Zhang Hulan, there's no point in discussing this anymore, so let's just keep watching the video. The video is still playing. And this time, God showed some of his kindness to the audience. The disintegration of the devouring empire is in poetry started 5 weeks later. Before this, Li Bai had made a suggestion to the empire. The Protoss jumped all the dinosaurs to a world on the other side of the galaxy. There is a civilization that lags far behind the Protoss. It is not pure energy, but it is much more advanced than the devouring civilization. When the dinosaurs arrived there, they were raised as a kind of small poultry and lived a happy and carefree life. But dinosaurs would rather be destroyed than destroyed. Because it's like an insult to dinosaurs. Because the dinosaurs still remember. They figured out how to imprison humans. Just like livestock. What is the difference between making these proud dinosaurs that have evolved for tens of millions of years domestic animals and letting them die? So the dinosaurs angrily rejected the proposal. Even so, God doesn't care about dinosaurs. Li Bai then made another request, to let humans return to their mother planet. In fact, the Earth is also broken down. Most of it was used for storage, but the Protoss still left a small portion to build a hollow Earth for humans. The hollow Earth would be roughly the same size as the original Earth, but would have only 1% of its mass. It is inaccurate to say that the Earth has been hollowed out, because the brittle rock on the original Earth's surface cannot be used to make a spherical shell, while the material for the spherical shell can be taken from the core. In addition, the reinforcement rings on the spherical shell are staggered like longitude and latitude. Although they are very thin, they are very strong and are made of simple well-neutron materials produced by the collapse of the Sun. God is merciful. The behavior even surprised the audience. Although God's actions are to completely dismantle the solar system. But God seems to still retain a trace of humanity as an advanced civilization towards lower civilizations. This was almost a surprise to the rest of the audience in the universe. But, the devouring empire lost the opportunity to continue surviving in the universe. Because they don't want to be kept in captivity. But in the eyes of the audience, the persistence of the devouring empire was not heroic, but rather ridiculous to them. However, what is touching is that the devouring empire agreed to Li Bai's request to release all mankind. They allowed all humans to leave the Great Ring world, and even returned all the seawater and air plundered from the Earth to the Earth. The gods used this to restore all of the original Earth's continents, oceans, and atmosphere inside the hollow Earth. In the eyes of the audience in all the heavens and worlds, this is nothing short of excellent treatment for human beings. This means that humans are no longer kept in captivity, and they finally have the opportunity to be reborn as human beings and as a civilization. Perhaps this is also the last bit of mercy that the devouring empire shows to human civilization after learning that its own civilization is about to be destroyed. Then, the devouring empire took the initiative to attack God. The fierce battle to defend the universe has begun. The devouring empire launched a large number of nuclear bombs and gamma-ray lasers at Protoss targets in space, but had no effect on the enemy. This won't even have any effect on the gods of Li Bai's civilization. They couldn't even dim the lights. Would such an attack harm gods who can extinguish the sun and walk freely in its sunlight? Driven by an invisible powerful force field launched by the Protoss, the devouring ring rotated faster and faster, and finally disintegrated under the centrifugal force generated by the overspeed rotation. Yi was on his way to the hollow Earth. At a distance of 12 million kilometers, he and all the spectators in the heavens and the worlds witnessed the entire process of the destruction of the devouring empire. The process of the big ring disintegrating was very slow, like a dream. Against the background of the dark space, this huge world spread out like a ball of milk foam floating on coffee. The fragments on the edges gradually disappeared into the darkness, as if melted by space, and only the flashes of explosions that appeared from time to time made them reappear. In the end, this great masculine civilization from ancient Earth was destroyed. Yi was extremely sad. Only a small number of dinosaurs survived and returned to Earth with humans, including the messenger Taia. Fortunately, God was kind enough to leave them the shell of the Earth, allowing a few dinosaurs and humans to survive even after the solar system was dismantled. In fact, the audience also saw the human perspective. On the return trip to Earth, humanity was generally depressed. But the reason is different from Yi's. For them, after returning to Earth, they have to reclaim wasteland and cultivate land to have food to eat. This is indeed like a nightmare for people who have become lazy and ignorant after being kept as captive for a long time. Just as the audience expected. Humans had long lost their bloodiness, so when faced with the devouring empire, they simply could not resist. But Yi is full of confidence in the future of the Earth world. At least, no matter how many hardships lie ahead, man will become man again. And the same. The final stage that the audience is most looking forward to has finally arrived. The solar system was eventually disassembled into beautiful poems. They were all waiting. The video continues to play. 075. At the end of the video, the audience still clearly saw the disintegration and destruction of the devouring empire. In front of God, even if the devouring empire has blood, they are still nothing. Given the technological gap, the devouring empire is too weak, even though they look powerful. But the devouring empire was still broken up. Except for some dinosaurs that returned to Earth with humans, the rest of the devouring empire was reduced to nothing. This made many viewers feel a little sad. In order to complete their art, a god-level civilization will do anything. Even destroying a civilization is reasonable in the eyes of these god-level civilizations. Just like a cryogenic artist. In order to complete his cryogenic art, the cryogenic artist almost destroyed the entire civilization on Earth. The Earth lost all of its oceans. Even though it took them 5 years to regain them, they still lost a lot of oceans in the universe in the end. The audience all knew that even the gods might show a little mercy to these low-level insects from a civilized perspective. But as long as they want to do it, they will not stop because of any obstacles. If humans want to destroy an ant nest, will they stop because of the ant's wishes? In this exchange with Li Bai civilization, the devouring empire is undoubtedly the ant. They are just bugs, not even worthy of sympathy. Although the video has not yet fully played to the poem at the end, after witnessing the destruction of the devouring empire with their own eyes, many viewers still felt sad about the indifference of civilization. Is the universe really so cold and indifferent? Spider-Man Parker perhaps, we will never see a truly just civilization appear in the rankings. Civilizations all fight for themselves. Even if they are god-level civilizations, they will only act for their own happiness. Tony Stark: the strong survive and the weak perish. This is the truth of the universe. Thanos: at this moment, I really feel that the angel civilization in the super god universe is just like a group of real angels. They have their own standards of justice and will even protect the entire universe for this. Dr. Bruce Banner: but a righteous civilization will never make itself stronger by taking away the resources and culture of other civilizations like other aggressor civilizations do. King: I can understand that, but the god-level civilization is just for their own pleasure. They are not short of resources, and their technology is incomprehensible to ordinary people. Alien Geo: I understand. There are many cultivators here who would kill people for treasures. In the eyes of these cultivators, killing people for treasures can help them cultivate faster. Big Xiao: as the Dark Forest Law states, the good and bad of civilizations cannot be judged by ordinary people. A civilization that does not invade others is already a good civilization. If we have to make a judgment, the god-level civilization has done nothing wrong in its pursuit of art. Pluto: in front of the god-level civilization, most civilizations are nothing more than ants. By Yukoi: the audience expressed their feelings one after another. This time, the video experience that Li Bai civilization brought to them was undoubtedly something they could not experience with other videos. They had never seen the collapse of a civilization so directly before, and they were so shocked. Although the Galactic Empire once destroyed a demon civilization, that demon civilization seemed to be much more powerful than the Devourer civilization. However, there were sufficient reasons why the Galactic Empire destroyed the demonic civilization. But Li Bai had no reason to be civilized. They just pursue art. Therefore, when the video ends briefly, the audiences from all over the world will always feel a psychological gap. Of course, to the audiences in all the heavens and worlds, these dinosaurs that devoured the empire were not good things. From the perspective of human civilization, they are also invaders. The audience is just thinking. The final collapse of a civilization from existence to non-existence. Are the methods of these advanced civilizations really so amazing and irresistible? At this moment, no one could understand clearly. The Zhuxianwanjin network did not give the audience more time to think. When the video resumes playing, that omniscient and almighty voice of narration once again rang in the ears of the audience in all the heavens and worlds. Finally, Li Bai created the poem. They used countless amazing methods, even dismantling the solar system and constantly reassembling it. The solar system has finally become the storage device for Li Bai's civilization. After hearing the omniscient voice of the narrator, the audience couldn't help but look forward to it. So, everyone seemed to have returned to the beginning of the video. They still remember it clearly. It was an ocean, above Yang's yacht. A human, a dinosaur, and a skinny old man in ancient costume stood on the bow of the ship and recited poetry. Everything is back to the beginning. The video review has finally reached this stage. This makes the audience look forward to it very much. They are all waiting for the amazing sights created by Li Bai's civilization. Poetry says. Many people are curious about how beautiful and moving the amazing poems created by Li Bai are. Similarly, Yi is also looking forward to it. The poetry yacht reached the Antarctic coast. The gravity here is very small, and the waves run very slowly, like a dream dance. Under the influence of low gravity, the waves spray to a height of more than 10 meters. Due to surface tension, the sea water flying into the air forms countless water balls. Some are as big as footballs, and some are as small as raindrops. These water balls fall so slowly that you can draw a circle around them with your hand. They refracted the light of the little sun, placing Yi Jianlian, Li Bai, and Dia in a sparkling place after landing. Snow in low gravity is also weird. It is a fluffy foam shape. Shallow to waist deep, deep enough to crush large teeth, but submerged, they can breathe normally in the snow foam. The entire Antarctic continent is covered with this layer of snow foam, undulating and white. The experience was wonderful. At the same time, this is also something that many human civilizations have never experienced in heaven. Because this low gravity state is caused by the hollowing out of the Earth's resources. This human civilization can't even experience it. On the one hand, it is impossible for them to dig through the interior of their own Earth and turn it into something like a reservoir. On the other hand, these people simply don't have that ability. Therefore, they can only watch the video and enjoy the experience of brain repair. Yi and his party arrived at Antarctica by snowmobile. The snowmobile schemes across the surface of the snow foam like a speedboat, stirring up snow waves on both sides. Finally, time passed and it was daytime of the next day. They reached the South Pole, which was marked by a tall crystal pyramid. This is a monument built to commemorate the battle to defend the Earth 2 centuries ago. There are no words or graphics on it, only the crystal clear monument silently reflecting the sunlight above the snow foam at the top of the Earth. From here, the entire world is in sight. The shining little sun is surrounded by continents and oceans, making it look as if it has emerged from the Arctic Ocean. Such a beautiful scene is a miracle that no audience in the heavens and the worlds has ever seen. Similarly, they were curious about the brightness of this little sun. You know, Ji Beiming has already extinguished the sun. They even completely disintegrated the solar system. Logically, there should be no sun shining on the Earth now. But the sun in the sky shines very brightly on the Earth, and it is even warm, bringing warmth to the people on Earth. What kind of technology is this sun? Is it also created by Li Bai civilization? If this is true, then Li Bai civilization, as a god-level civilization, is really too merciful. Look, the god-level civilization is even prepared for the Earth to lose its sun. What else can't humans satisfy? Just when the audience was curious, the omniscient voice happened to appear and explain to the audience. The sun in the sky is a miniature white hole, which was created by Li Bai civilization to make up for the Earth's loss of the Sunday. It is connected to a black hole 2 million light-years away through a space wormhole. The black hole revolves around a star, and the light from the star it absorbs is released from here. It can be regarded as the exit of a supertime and space optical fiber. Correspondingly, the light produced by this micro-white hole can at least last until the new Earth civilization has the ability to create a new Sunday. This technological power that plays with space and black holes once again shocked and amazed the audience. You know, although the Singer civilization and the Edge civilization have both developed black hole technology and used black hole technology to attack each other's civilizations. But they have also suffered from black holes. However, Li Bai civilization can easily play with black holes and space. Based on this technology alone, Li Bai civilization is a well-deserved god-level civilization. At the same time, the audience gradually looked at the monument that the video camera was locked on. The omniscient narration voice also explains it for them. The spire of the monument is the southern starting point of the Lagrange axis, which refers to the axis connecting the north and south poles of the hollow Earth. This is a 13,000 km long zero-gravity axis, named after the zero-gravity Lagrange point between the Earth and the Moon before the war. An axis of zero gravity, what kind of concept is this? As long as you jump hard towards this axis here, you can easily fly into space. In the future, humans will certainly launch various satellites on the Lagrange axis, and compared to the Earth before the war, such launches will be a piece of cake. All you have to do is transport the satellite to the South Pole or the North Pole, on a donkey cart if you like, and then kick it into the air. In a zero-gravity environment, transporting satellites is a piece of cake. Just as they were viewing the monument, a larger snowmobile arrived with a group of young travelers. These travelers demonstrated to the audience how they achieve interstellar travel. After getting off the car, these people jumped straight into the air with their legs and flew high along the Lagrange axis. They turned themselves into satellites. From here, there are many small black dots marking the position of the axis in the air. They are tourists and various vehicles floating on the zero-gravity axis 753. Originally, one could fly directly to the North Pole from here, but the little sun is located in the middle of the Lagrange axis. Some tourists who initially flew along the axis had their small jet thrusters broken and could not slow down, so they flew straight into the sun. In fact, they were evaporated at a great distance from the little sun. In the hollow Earth, enter space is also very easy. You just need to jump into one of the 5 deep wells at the equator, fall down 100 kilometers through the Earth's crust, and be thrown into the air by the centrifugal force of the hollow Earth's rotation. It's too empty. This once again made many human civilizations feel envious. On such an Earth, interstellar travel has become an extremely easy thing. But being relaxed is not a good thing. At least they still have to think about how to come down after they go up to the sky. Now, Yi and his group also have to cross the Earth's crust to see Xiun, but they go through the Antarctic gate. Here the centrifugal force of the Earth's rotation is 0, so you will not be thrown into space and can only reach the outer surface of the hollow Earth. After putting on light spacesuits at the Antarctic Gate Control Station, they entered the 100-kilometer-long deep well. Since there is no gravity, it is more appropriate to call it a tunnel. In a state of weightlessness, they used the jet thrusters on their spacesuits to move forward, which was much slower than falling through the equatorial Earth gate, and it took half an hour to reach the outer surface. The outer surface of the hollow Earth is very desolate, with only vertical and horizontal neutron material reinforcement rings, which divide the outer surface of the Earth into many squares according to longitude and latitude. The South Pole is the intersection of all longitudinal reinforcement circles. When Yi and his party walked out of the underground gate, they saw that they were on a small plateau. The Earth reinforcement circle was like a long mountain range, radiating out from the plateau to all directions. Extend in directions. Finally, this moment has arrived, the moment that both Yi and the audience have been looking forward to the most. When they looked up, they finally saw Xiun. In that spiral nebula with a diameter of 100 astronomical units. You can find countless permutations and combinations of Chinese characters here. They seem to be the most wonderful existence, hanging one by one on the stars and across the universe. They are Chinese characters. And here is the cosmic nebula composed of Chinese characters. At this moment, every audience member will remember it in their heart. This will be a beautiful sight that they will never see in their lifetime. The audience seemed to think of a sentence involuntarily. It's a miraculous coincidence that you are in such a beautiful place. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.